Well, hello there, you magnificent, radiant beings of light. Welcome, welcome, welcome to Secretaries Day. We are so excited for this two-day workshop that you're going to be having with us. My name is Robin Banks, and I am your host for the next 2 days. And let me tell you that you are in for an amazing experience. We met with all the speakers 2 days ago, just preparing for this event. And I must say that I, as your MC, am absolutely stoked. I am pumped. I am excited. We've got an amazing lineup of speakers for you over the next 2 days. And the idea is to not only keep you educated and informed, but to keep you entertained and make sure that you not only learn a lot, but that you thoroughly enjoy this workshop from us over the next 2 days. So I just want to clarify something. My name is Robin Banks, and I cannot tell you how many times people have confused me with Mark Banks. So I know we've got some people who are from outside the country. We can open the chat, and in a moment I'll get you guys to start commenting. But for those of you who are South Africans, you'll know that there's a comedian. His name is Mark Banks. I cannot tell you how many times people have confused me with Mark Banks. So just to clarify, my name is Robin Banks. I'm a speaker. Mark is a comedian. He's white, I'm colored, we are different. So to tell you a quick little story, when I was about 16 years old, I met a man who was visiting South Africa from the States. And this guy's name was Bob Hollis. And Bob was from Arkansas, down in the South. And you know how they talk down in the South, Like, they talk real slow and everything's like, hi, how you doing? And how's your mama? Nonetheless, what happened is when I met him, a friend of mine was introducing me to him. And my friend says to me, Robin, I'd like you to meet Bob Hollis. He says, Bob, this is my friend, Robin Banks. So this guy came up to me, and as he was busy shaking my hand, he says to me, now, did he just say that your name was Robin Banks? So I said, yes, because I didn't get it. I said, yes, that's my name, Robin Banks. He says, Robin Banks? He says, that sounds more like an occupation than a name. So guys, the first thing I'd like to tell you, I don't rob banks for a living. It is just my name. Secondly, here's what I'm going to ask you to please do during the next 2 days. When I first started doing online workshops, I found it extremely challenging. I'm used to doing live events for hundreds and thousands of people at a time. And what I love about live events is I can see your face and I can see if you're engaged or if I've lost you. If you enjoy something, you think it's funny and you laugh. When I first started doing on the line, I hated on the line because I felt like I'm just speaking into this camera. I don't even know if you guys are there. I'm not sure if you're bored. So here's what I'm going to ask you to do. Especially not all the presenters will have their chats on. I'm going to ask you guys to please engage with us. Please don't sit there passively, because if you sit there passively, you're not going to take in as much information. I want you to actively participate. In fact, I'm going to do a game with you very soon. And I'm going to actually ask you to get up and do something with me, because science has actually shown if you just sit and take in information, you only take in, like, I think they said 20% of the information. If you actually sit there and you write notes, you take in more. But if you are actively participating, you actually feel like you're engaged in the process. So I'm going to actually ask you during the next 2 days, I'm literally going to ask you to get up. I'm going to ask you to do some crazy things with me. Please just play along, because I promise you, if you do, you're going to get more out of this presentation. Whereas if you just sit there passively, you're not going to get much. So I've asked Avi, I see he has already, not Avi, Dan, or I think one of the geniuses. We've got amazing geniuses. There's a chat box over there. And if I could ask you guys to please start commenting in your chat box and let me know your name and where you're from so that we can find out who's there. I've got a big screen behind me, which is why I'm looking to my right at the moment. And so let me see who I've heard from. I see the team. Dan has checked in. Pamela has checked in. And Jasmine has checked in. Good morning, everybody. Mark Haha, Robin, says Cheryl. So I love this. Morning, all awesome. So here's what I'm going to ask you to do. You like on the line. Jasmine likes on the line. Riverly rules. She's obviously from Rivax. I'm from Riverly. My name is Bia. I'm from Shishaba and Joburg. Let me know where you're from because we've got some internationals on the line. Please let us know where you're from. It's Zandile from Unisa. Oh, it's going too quickly. Hi, everyone. Sibongile from Randburg. Bronwyn from East London. Looking forward to the next 2 days. Sunning Hill is Arlene. Haley's in KZN. Gloria in Joburg. It's Priya from Discovery. I'm just getting the ones I can catch. Forgive me if I miss your name. We've got Nicolene from Rivoli. Rivax is in the house. Anglo in Platinum. Edenvale is in the house. Deanne Shannon Zenzi from Anglo in Joburg. Yvonne is here from everyone else from Burgersfort. Morning all, it's Mohadi from, okay, I missed it. They're going up too quickly. Kimberly's in the Laos. We've got Lindiwe. We've got Linky. Sorry, Linky. I didn't mean to call you Licky. Atel is in the house. Zakara says, good morning. My name is Z. Lucia Tembi is in the house. We've got Debbie Kruger from Unisa. Zandile from Majeka and Pretoria. Good morning. It's Helen from Tsunami. Oh, this is awesome, guys. So awesome to see some of you. Protea Glenn is Sarah. Hi, everyone. It's Cabello Rashadi from Unisa. A rainy Cape Town says Tanya Plikes. Bernie from Joburg. It's Sarah from Unisa. I see that again. Morning from a cold and wet Bedford View. I know it's actually raining in Joburg in spring. This is unusual, but we really need the rain. Good morning. My name is Rufaro. What a cool name. From Zimbabwe. She's with Nestle. Good to know you, Rufaro. What a nice name. I hope I'm saying it right. Rufaro. Good morning. It's from, who's that? Okay, too many names. This is also Tudu. A nice name as well. Numisa. I can say Numisa. Numisa Makanya. Hi, Robert. It's Aisha from Mayfair. How's it, Mayfair? Good to see you there. Shabudina. Katejo is there. Stephanie from Gobe and Unisa. Virginia Simpiwe. Good morning. My name is Patrick. Hello, Patrick. Good to know we've got some guys on the line. Morning. It's Charlotte from Unisa. Homotso from Unisa. We've got Maria from Anglo. Morning all is from a rainy Primrose. It's Unisa from Pretoria. Oh, that's Princess. Hello, Princess. Helene Kruger. I'll just do 4 more. Tumisang, Tanya, Bernadine says representing Anglo Gold. I think it was DRD Gold. Tepang, Mungisi, Motweri. Guys, morning. I know that we've got people from India. Who's from India? I believe we've got some people from India. Please tell me if you're from India. We would like to know if India's on the line. And I believe we've got lots of South African countries as well. Please, if you could check in right now and let me know if you're from another country or maybe they're checking in a little bit later. So guys, I said I'm going to play a game with you. I'm going to ask you to do a quick little game with me. Please, if I could ask you to stand up, up. Now, don't think I can't see you because I actually can see you. We have installed cameras in all of your homes that were secretly done last night while you were sleeping. So I know whether you are engaging or not. Okay, I'm kidding. I don't know. But if we're going to ask, oh, look, we've got India in the house. Karishma. Hello, Karishma. So excited to have India in the house. If you don't mind, I just love India. It is one of my favorite countries. I've been there many times. And I love Indian food. I love Indian people. You guys are amazing. Love you so much. So I hope you don't mind my Indian accent. I just love India. So if I can ask you guys to please do me a favor, stand up. And if I can ask you to, we're going to do a quick little game. And I'm going to ask you, please stand with your hands apart like this for a moment. So keep your hands apart. And what's going to happen is when I say 3, all you have to do is just clap your hands together. When I say 3. Okay, ready? Right, go! Okay, I didn't say 3. I saw some of you clapping on my secret camera. Only when I say 3. Okay, start afresh. So when I say 3. Okay, ready? Right, 1, 2, go! Again, I didn't say 3. I know some of you still clapped. Okay, I promise I won't trick you this time. Kasam suwalai alana khadija. I won't trick you this time. If I can ask you, please stand with your hands apart. Jasmine says, I better go brush my hair then because of the secret camera. Please stand with your hands apart. And I promise I won't trick you. But once you've clapped your hands together, please keep them closed. Don't open them again. Keep them closed. Okay, ready? Right, 1, 2, 3. Now keep your hands closed. Clap your hands. Keep your hands closed. Some of you have got the right thumb crossing the left one. Look at your thumbs. Some of you got the left thumb crossing the right one. Some of you have your thumbs next to each other. Now, if your right thumb is crossing the left one, those of you who have your right thumb crossing your left thumb, science has proven that the reason why you guys do this is because you are sexy. Isn't that awesome? And I know some of you going, I know, I'm sexy and I know it. Now, if your left thumb is crossing the right one, science says the reason why you guys do this is you are really good thinkers. And you're going to love this 2-day workshop because we're going to speak about the power of your thoughts and how your mind creates your life. You're going to love it. So you guys are really good thinkers. Now, if your left thumb is next to the right one, those of you who've got your left thumb next to your right thumb, you guys think you sexy. Okay, thank you. You can have a seat. Thank you for playing along. And I know some of you are going, Robin, I am sexy. Don't be ridiculous here. So guys, thank you for playing along with me. We've got our first speaker coming up in 5 minutes. And there's a number of different things I need to cover with you before we do that. So first of all, just to say to you guys, I want to start off by sharing with you a quote. And the quote I'd love to share with you is by a man called Sam Weiss. He says the following: change is not a force to be feared, but an opportunity to be seized. Isn't that beautiful? Listen to it again. Change is not a force to be feared, but rather an opportunity to be seized. And are we in a time of change? Absolutely. The world is going through an incredible amount of change at the moment. And I don't think the world will ever be the same. Somebody said, Robin, do you think it's the end of the world? And I said, no, it's not the end of the world, but I do think it's the end of the world as we know it. Things are changing in nanoseconds. And during times of change, you have the power to choose whether change is going to make you or whether change is going to break you. We are in a time of crisis, and crisis can make you or it can break you. And here's my favorite part. It is 100% your choice. Is this crisis going to make you better or is it going to make your life worse? And only you choose. In fact, I'm about to introduce you to an amazing man in a few seconds. Before we bring on our first speaker, his name is Dan Stillerman. I call him Dan the Stillerman. And Dan was just saying how he's changed his business radically and how he turned his time of crisis into opportunity and is now doing different things, which I'll tell you in a moment. So the next 2 days, we want to help you to take advantage of this time of change. We've never done an online Secretaries Day before. And in one level, it's more challenging, but on another level, we've got people from all over the country. We've got people from all over the world. So when one door closes, 5 others open. Write that down. When one door closes, 5 others open. So change is not a force to be feared. It is an opportunity to be seized. So let me just let you know, I've mentioned that already. Just like to take you through some house rules before we get started. So a couple of house rules that I'd like to let you know. Number 1 is on the panel at the bottom. Some of you might have it on the top, but most of you will have the panel at the bottom. You'll see there's a chat section, which you guys have already been using, the chat section. But not only is there a chat section, there's a Q&A section. So while the speakers are speaking, please, if you could, any questions that you may have, please put them in the Q&A section. And if you see somebody else's question and you like it, you can upvote it. I think there's a thumb, and Dan will tell us in a moment if there's a thumb. But there's a thumb so you can upvote that person's question. So when the person does a Q&A section, we already have the questions there from. Ladies and gentlemen, there he is, Dan the Stillerman. Dan, welcome. How are you this morning, my brother?
I am awesome, Robin. That was the most high energy, amazing introduction. Loved it. I've been on your face-to-face courses, BC, before COVID, when we could. And yeah, so I'm doing great. I'm awesome. I'm excited for this. I feel the same way as you when we had that speakers dry run the other day. I just got so revved up. So I'm super stoked for this. I think I'm fortunate. I'm running this, I'm pulling the strings backstage, but I get a front row seat. So yeah.
Now, Dan, just before we get started on the technical stuff, you said something earlier, which I think is so pivotal for people to get, that you've changed your business model. And actually this change, BC, how do you guys like the way he says before COVID? I like that. I am stealing that one. This is wonderful, wonderful. But he just said that Dan, you said that you were doing a certain thing in your business. Tell them what you've done and how you've used this as an opportunity to not only grow you, but to make other people's lives easier.
Yeah, thanks, Robin. So look, for the last 7 years, we've been helping people to work smarter on Excel, Microsoft Excel. We run training workshops. But over those 7 years, we actually shifted from in-person classroom-based training to online blended learning, all on an online platform. And we've been using Zoom for the last 3 or 4 years. We've kind of got to grips with webinars and Zoom meetings and all this whole world. So going into lockdown, I couldn't help but think at the beginning of March, going into lockdown, how can I help people? How can we really, really add value as we go into this crisis with so much anxiety and uncertainty? And our core is to help people. So we took a step back, and I realized if we could start teaching people how to use Zoom, how to start to tap into this program for Zoom meetings and for webinars, and to get people to start appreciating what it can do for them and their businesses, that will really add value. So we started running some free training on how to use Zoom, and then that quite quickly evolved into becoming Zoom event and webinar hosts and super hosts. So Katarina actually emailed us a couple months ago and said, we'd like to invite you to present your Excel crash course during the Secretaries Day conference. And I was chuffed to get the invite, very grateful, had a conversation with Katarina. I said, how are you actually hosting this on Zoom? And she said, we don't know yet. So I said, well, I'm your guy. So that's, yeah, we're doing more and more of this. It's kind of, we're fortunate. We're very grateful. The Excel stuff is still continuing, but we're doing so much Zoom hosting as well.
So guys, what I really love about what Dan is saying here, change is not a force to be feared, my friends. It is an opportunity to be seized. And Dan has truly seized the opportunity and turned what was actually a crisis into an opportunity. And now his business is actually growing. And by the way, I don't know if you guys saw last night on the news, Zoom is flying. I think it was 3,300% that they've grown. I can't remember the figure, but it's absolutely absurd.
I think their market cap is, last time I checked, I think it's larger than the 7 biggest airlines in the world. And their usership has gone from 10 million users per day back in December to now over 300 million users a day.
What?
Yeah.
That is absurd. And I'm one of them. I never used to use Zoom. And here I am. And I need people like Dan to help me become a Zoom pro in what I do. So I wanted to use that as an example before we go into the house rules about how you can either sit there and bitch and moan and complain about the change, or you can use it as an opportunity to upskill yourself, which is exactly what you're doing here. By the way, I just want to acknowledge all of you for being here. Most people would rather sit at home and watch days of other people's lives than do something to empower themselves. And you guys are here empowering yourselves over the next 2 days. Ladies and gentlemen, there's someone I need to introduce you to. You can see a beautiful lady on the screen. There's got to be a rose in between the thorns, and she is a gorgeous rose. Katarina Allison is responsible for the Secretaries Days events, and she used to do all of this live before, and now we are doing it on the line. It was Katarina's idea. Please, I'm going to ask you to help me welcome the gorgeous, the amazing Katarina. Welcome, Katarina. Please, if you could just say hi to everybody and tell them what made you still choose to go ahead and do this as an online event.
Oh, thanks so much, Robin. So great to see you. And yeah, so amazing to see so many of you online. I see we've currently got 177 people online, which is amazing. So thank you all for joining us. Thank you all for being people who are embracing change, because yeah, we'd all love life to not have changed, but it has. So yeah, that all of these delegates have embraced this and are trying this online with us is amazing. So yeah, when we realized we weren't going to do our event live, we had to do something. And yeah, so we tried it and it's worked. And we're just so grateful that everyone has wanted to join us. And yeah, just obviously COVID's really changed our lives. And so our hearts go out and our prayers go out to everyone that's been affected by the disease and who's lost loved ones. But yeah, you know, let's just see what happens in the future. We'll see what happens in 2021. None of us could have expected 2020 to turn out like this. So we hope to see you in 2021, but yeah, let's just see what happens. So yeah, thanks. And I'm just going to leave you with Robin, who's going to, I'm sure, provide ample entertainment for the next 2 days. So thanks, Robin.
Thank you, Katarina. Thank you for all you do. Really grateful. Thanks. So guys, just quick, because I'm getting messages from Dan that we need to spin the wheel. And you might be going, what's spin the wheel? You will find out very shortly. Be very patient, and I will be telling you, Karishma, What is spin the wheel? So some housekeeping, as I said to you, there's Q&As, you can upvote, please put your questions in there. And if you like somebody else's question, upvote it so the speaker knows which questions are the ones that most people want to hear about. We'll probably turn the chat off during presentations because it's distracting for the speakers, and then turn them back on at a later stage, unless the speaker requests it. And then there is a registration log, just for your awareness. We know when you registered or when you've registered on or registered off. So please do stay online throughout, because the companies have asked us to keep a registration log, which I think is only fair. If you experience any problems, you can WhatsApp or call us, and Dan the Stiller Man, is going to put the number in the chat box right now. Please put it somewhere, or I don't know if Dan will know if you can keep it somewhere, but please put in the chat box the WhatsApp number. If you have any problems with connectivity or something, we're going to put the phone number in there. You can call us or WhatsApp us so that you feel supported throughout this journey. I'll tell you more about the Facebook link later. We won't put that in the chat box because we want you to stay focused, but there is a Facebook link where you can connect with all the delegates. Probably by the end of the day, we'll have over 200 people. So it's a good way for us to create a community. But as you just heard, we've got some prizes to give away. So there are free draw prizes just for being here. We've got all your names in a wheel, which Dan the Stiller Man has created. And you'll see that he's just put a wheel on the screen. Every single one of your names is in the wheel. You can't see the names because there's, I think, over 200 names on the wheel. But in a moment when I ask him to, he's going to spin the wheel, and one of you are about to win a prize from Take a Lot. It's a voucher for 1,000 Rand. It's a Take a Lot voucher where you could win 1,000 Rand. So I want you to start visualizing, put out your energy. Do you want, let me know in the chat, who wants to win 1,000 Rand from Take a Lot? Because we are going to give somebody 1,000 Rand. So are you ready? All right, Verona, there's a few people who are keen to win this prize. Oh, lots of people coming in. Dan the Stiller Man, spin that wheel, my brother. Here goes with the wheel. All right, who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? Oh, we've got a name, we've got a name. We've got a name. Rufaro Butawo. That was the name. I think you're in Zimbabwe. Rutawo. Please, if I could ask you, can you open Rufaro's microphone very quickly for 30 seconds? I want to hear if you are there, because we've got a prize for you. Rufaro, Dan, let me know. Can you open her mic? We are running a bit behind, but don't worry, I'll make up the time. I promise I'll steal less later. So congratulations to Rufaro Butawu. I think you're from Zimbabwe. Are you there? Hello, Rufaru. Hello, hello. All right, I'm not sure if Rufaru is there, but Rufaru, congratulations to you. You have won a prize. Oh, she says I am. Yes, yes, I am here. So Rufaru, and I think you said you're in Zimbabwe. So just to let you know that you have won a prize. Paul, just switch off your mic for a second. I'll bring you your camera for a second. I'll bring you right in. So, ladies and gentlemen, Rufaru, I do know that it's a Take a Lot voucher. I'm sure, I don't know if they do deliveries in Zimbabwe. If not, we'll make a plan for you. I'm not sure. But there you go. Congratulations to Rufaru. So guys, we're going to have prizes throughout the day. Are you ready for our first speaker? This guy is a legend, and I can't wait to hear Paul's presentation, because he is a relationship guru. And you know what guru means? G, you are you. G, you are you. So Paul is a relationship guru, and I just want to read very briefly. Sorry, I turned 50 the other day, and this is what's needed when you're 50. It's not quite the same without the glasses. So Paul is a relationship guru, and here's what he's going to be speaking to you about this morning. He's going to be speaking to you about EQ Ultra, EQ, Emotional Quotient Ultra. And his talk will focus on the 10 relationship virtues that will empower you to experience deeper and more meaningful relationships in your life and at work. Now, he has been featured on TV many times, I think SABC3, so even the internationals would have seen Paul, and he really helps people to better their relationships, not only at work, but with your spouse and in your marriages. I mean, we all know that relationships take work. And this is what Paul really does. So would you guys please welcome on stage the amazing, the attractive, the incredible, our version of Phil, Please, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Paul Nyamuda. Welcome, Paul. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing really well, Robin. Thanks for that energetic introduction. Such a privilege.
What a privilege to have you. I am so excited. I'm going to be honest with you. My lady and I were having a bit of relationship challenges the other day. So when I saw what you're speaking, I'm like, okay, I need to make notes. So please, Paul, looking forward to your presentation. And so thank you so much for being here and enjoy. We've got at the moment 185 beautiful souls who are so tuned into you. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your time with Paul. I'll check in at the end. Bye, Paul.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Robin. Thank you, Katrina, for organizing this. It's such an honor and privilege. My passion in life is unlocking greatness in individuals, in teams, and in organizations. That's what I love doing. And I want to share with you some principles. I was asked to share from my book, EQ Ultra, 10 relationship virtues, okay? Now, when we talk about emotional intelligence, the essence of it is understanding yourself, understanding others, and then learning how to adapt and connect with them. And then what we throw in there is the art of managing your emotions. And I was just reflecting on you guys as secretaries, personal assistants, and so on. And I was just thinking, you're the unsung heroes. You really are. Because what you're doing is you're leading from the middle in an organization. You lead upwards because often there's upward influence where you're managing your boss, okay? And I know you're going to hear about that quite a bit this seminar. But you're also leading sideways and you're leading downwards. And I know, speaking to lots of assistants, their challenge is that sense of, Paul, my boss speaks to me in a particular way and gives me instructions to pass on to the other people. But these people are senior stakeholders in the organization. And very often I have to land what he said to me and I have to give it a soft landing. That takes emotional intelligence. And research has actually found that in order to climb the corporate ladder the right way and to really have influence, it's important to be high on emotional intelligence. It's so crucial. So sadly, in the education system in our nation, we tend to focus on IQ and not on EQ. Now, I'm going to talk fast, so I hope you can listen fast. And I'm not going to unpack every single point that I'm going to make, okay? I'm going to just highlight some of them and unpack some of them. So let's see how we do here. Okay. EQ Ultra. So let's get started. I want to touch on some of these and okay, let's start with mutual respect and honor. I'm going to start with mutual respect and honor. This is so crucial. One of the things that we've found is that in order to build your emotional intelligence, it's so important to build a culture of respect. People tend to trust you more if they know that you respect them, right? I remember being in a situation where someone was a compulsive liar. I spoke quite firmly to him about certain things. And afterwards, he made up a story about me. He said that Paul came to the mall. He spoke to us in such and such a way. The people who heard the story told me about it. They said, Paul, we know you weren't even at the mall on that particular day, but we know you don't speak to people like that. So we know it was a lie. Now, here's the thing. People buy from people they trust. People buy from people they like. And people buy from people that they have an emotional connection with, right? And one of the ways you build that connection is through respect. When someone shows you respect, you tend to like them more. You tend to be drawn to them more. In fact, some of them actually become your hero. Your hero is someone you both admire and adore. Not just someone you adore, but someone you admire and adore. And what I found with respect is this. It looks different to different people. I remember doing some work in one of the banks. I was coaching someone. They were a leader of one of the teams. And they said something interesting to me. They said, Paul, you know what? One of my core values is respect. I like it when people respect me. And I said to the person, what does respect look like for you? And she said, I don't like it when people raise their voice. Just talk to me nicely. Don't raise your voice. Okay. So that's what respect looked like for her. Then she came to me and she says, Paul, there's been a mutiny. My subordinates did A, B, C, D to me. Okay. Then I had to do a team intervention. I go in and I asked one of the culprits, you can call them that. I said, what are your core values? And she said, respect. And I said, what does it look like to you? And she said to me, Paul, you know what? When my boss, talking about the person I had been coaching, when my boss pitches up late for work, but has set an appointment with me early, and then still expects me to drop everything and meet with her, I feel disrespected because my time is just as important as her time, right? Can you see what's going on? They had the same espoused value in terms of respect, but it looked different. So when you want to build your emotional intelligence, it's about asking the people around you and figuring out, how can I communicate respect to them and what does it actually look like? I've been married for almost 18 years, and with my wife, one of the ways I show her respect and honor is, and I've broken this down into specific behaviors. One of them is specifically, I make sure whenever there's some good news in my life, she's the first to know about it. Okay? So I can be hanging out with some people talking about something else. The good news comes up. It might be a breakthrough in business, but I'll say, I can't tell you guys until I've told my wife. And when I phone her and update her, I make sure she knows that, you know what, I could have told other people, but I'm telling you first. Why? That's the place you have in my life. Okay? So that's quite powerful. Okay? Sorry, I'm not too sure why my numbers are mixed up there. Listening with empathy. Listening with empathy. I want to emphasize this. This is a powerful relational maturity behavior. All right? Listening with empathy. And when you talk about empathy, there are three major types of empathy. The first is emotional empathy. Emotional empathy. All right? Which is, I feel you. This is one of the quickest ways to get people to like you. Right? It's, I feel you. So if I say, oh, guys, I've got a migraine, right? And you say, oh, Paul, where's it sore? Is it above your eyes? Is it, you're listening with empathy, right? And it's called emotional empathy. The second type of empathy is cognitive empathy. And cognitive empathy is, I get you. If I say, Robin, who's your best friend? Robin will say, tell me, oh, it's so-and-so. And then I say to him, why is he your best friend? He'll probably say to me, Paul, he gets me. I don't have to pretend when I'm around him. I'm relaxed. I can just be myself. He gets me. And how is cognitive empathy communicated? It's through active listening. It's where you say, I follow your logic. I see where you're coming from. I might not agree with you, but I see where you're coming from. Oh, I know why you did that. And it connects you with other people. The third type of empathy is called empathic concern. Empathic concern. And that's basically, I'm here for you. I'm here for you. So it's very practical. I remember doing a workshop and 3 people showed me the 3 types of empathy all at the same time. It was very powerful. Some years ago, my wife, Tracy, wasn't feeling well. And she said to me, my love, I'm not feeling well. And I said to her, don't worry, I've got everything covered. I'll sort out the kids. We've got 3 boys. I'll sort out the kids. I'll make dinner. I'll do this and this and that, right? What was I showing her? Empathic concern. But later on that evening, she came to me and she said, I don't know if you really understand how I'm feeling. Of course, I got defensive. I'm like, of course, I understand how you're feeling. That's why I've been doing this, and that. And then she said, then I realized, you know what? I understand this principle. My love, do you know what's going on? I call her my love, okay, or my precious one, not after names of foods like some of you do. Sugar, honey, my pap, all right? Or if you travel a lot, my patkus, okay. My love, I know what's going on. Because I understand this principle, I know what's going on. What you need from me right now is emotional empathy. What I'm showing you is empathic concern. You see, very often people need all 3 types of empathy. The next one is mutuality. Mutuality. For a relationship to last, any type of relationship, it needs to be mutual. And that's why some of you have to have that difficult conversation. Maybe it's with a friend where you say, you know what, you're right. I have actually been ignoring you because each time you speak to me, you want something from me. It's gimme, gimme, gimme. My name is Jimmy. You know, you want something from me, but it's never the other way around. And I think we need to take this relationship from the top, right? Because it needs to be mutual. So when you talk about mutuality, we're talking about mutual love. Okay. When I do premarital counseling, that's one of the things that comes up because people are kind of feeling like, does he love me the way I love him? They want to know it's mutual. Okay. So there's mutual love. There's also mutual trust. And I'm sure some of you, in the role that you play as assistants and as secretaries, you sometimes struggle with that, where you feel like, you know what, I trust this person, but I don't know if they trust me. They're always micromanaging me, okay? So that's to do with mutuality. And it's so important. Ask yourself, how mutual are the relationships? Also, mutual sacrifice is a biggie. because you often sacrifice for a lot of people in your organizations. You give them information, all those executives, right? But then when you need something from them, you don't feel it's mutual. You don't feel they're willing to sacrifice. And sometimes it's important to have that mutuality conversation where you actually say, I've gone the extra mile for you in the following way. It'll be great if you can do the same for me. Let your needs be made known, okay? Otherwise, you become the passive-aggressive person. That's what passive aggression actually is. It's where you don't articulate your needs, but then you whine and you complain about it much later on, okay? So important. So important. The next one is loyalty. This is so crucial. So crucial. And I want to just say a quick thing about loyalty. There are stages and there are levels of loyalty. You're first loyal to your own personal beliefs. Then you're loyal to your organization. So if your organization is doing things that are contrary to your personal beliefs, maybe it's time to actually say, there's a clash here, or to change things in your organization. So you're first loyal to your personal beliefs. You're then loyal to your organization. You're then loyal to the leaders that you're representing, because it's representational leadership, not substitutional leadership, okay? All authority is delegated. So you're doing something because you are asked to do it. So you have to represent that person well. Then you're loyal to the people that report to you. You might have other people that report to you, other people that work alongside you. So if there's someone, for example, who's working with you, who's stealing from the company, but you keep hiding that, what it actually means is you're more loyal to that person, that individual, than you are to the organization. And I'm hoping that helps you to just manage that, because a lot of people who are assistants, they often feel torn at an emotional level. Their strength is they're high on empathy. They're very empathetic. Okay, I love that word. It comes from a Latin word, empathos, feeling into. So they're very empathetic. But when they overuse that strength, unfortunately, what happens is they end up emotionally overstretched very often. Okay, and often it's because of these loyalties. You know, am I more loyal to my company or to this individual? So that's something to really think through. And when we talk about loyalty, it's also about being loyal to the absent. So if you gossip, if you like to give your mates at work, your colleagues, information that's confidential, okay, which a lot of assistants unfortunately do, right? And then that's why they're not trusted. But if you tend to do that, then it betrays trust, and trust is eroded. And I'll talk about trust just now. But when we talk about loyalty, we talk about being loyal to the absent. If I crack a bad joke about you when you are absent, guess what the other people in the room will think? What does Paul say about me when I am not there? Okay, so let's just watch out for that. The next one is trust. The next one is trust. We all know it's business at the speed of trust, isn't it? It's business at the speed of trust. And people buy from brands that they trust. But what a lot of people are not familiar with is the fact that there are three major types of trust, okay? And I want to highlight them to you, and you can assess yourself and say, you know what, am I trustworthy in this particular way? And I promise you, when people trust you and when they get to trust you very quickly, it grows your business and it grows your influence in an organization. And many of you are in the roles that you're in because you're trusted. So the first type of trust is functional trust. Functional trust. If I say to my wife, my love, I will fetch Samuel from his sporting event this afternoon, and afterwards I'll buy bread and milk, and I should be home by 6 p.m. If she doesn't have to double check with me, because she knows Paul has an ask once policy. I just need to ask Paul once, then it's done. That means there's functional trust in the relationship. And it's obviously on a continuum, isn't it? Likert scale 0 to 10. So I have to say to myself, where am I in my trust bank account with her? All right. And if she has to keep reminding me to do certain things, if I overpromise and underdeliver, maybe I'm on a 6 out of 10, okay? Because I'm not following through on what I said I would do, you see? So you have a trust bank account with everyone that you are relating to, all right? If I say to you, don't worry, guys, you'll get the slides, right? And then 3 weeks go by and you haven't received the slides, that's a withdrawal from my trust bank account with you. And the last thing I want to do is to get into overdraft with you when it comes to trust, okay? The second type of trust is called relational trust. And relational trust is, I feel safe with you. I can share with you my secrets, and I know you won't victimize me. I know that you won't spread rumors about me. I feel safe with you. Now, some people think, oh, but that doesn't belong in the workplace. It does. I remember working with a team, and I asked I asked them, how many of you can give someone else on this team 10 out of 10 for relational trust? And one lady said, yes. This person, and this person. She mentioned 3 people. She says, I trust them with my life. We've worked together for a long time. You know that a lot of people stay on working where they're working simply because they've got a best friend there. Okay, that's what keeps them there. I've spoken to people who say, Paul, if it wasn't for my team, I don't know where I would be. And that's relational trust. And that's so, so important. My question to you is, what are you doing right now that's building relational trust? And what are you doing right now that's eroding relational trust? Something to think about, okay? And then the third type of trust is capability trust, And that's literally to do with your capabilities, your competence. And you can build that, can't you? You can literally say, my boss keeps second guessing me. My boss keeps micromanaging me. How can I upskill myself so I'm trusted more in terms of my area of competence, okay? How can I sharpen my saw, as it were? You see, your personal development is the best gift you can give the people around you. If you've got anger issues, read up on anger management. One of my books is on dealing with anger, for example, right? Read up on those kinds of things. Go to anger management courses, right? It's the best thing you can do for the people around you, your own personal development. So trust is so important when it comes to emotional intelligence. You know, when you are in a low trust environment, what happens? You isolate yourself, don't you? You're the person who always used to lift their hand up. And what are you doing now? You're withdrawing. One of the consequences of low trust environments is violence. Violence is not always physical. Although I've been in a case where I was called in because between 2 very well-groomed, beautiful women, there ended up being a physical fight, all right? But sometimes it's verbal violence. So you find the person who used to crack wonderful jokes is now very sarcastic, okay? Watch out for that with the people around you, because it means maybe the issue is a trust issue. Often I'm called in and they say, Paul, can you solve this issue for us? Can you help us with this element? And I realize the root issue is actually low trust. When you don't trust someone in a soccer team, for example, guess what happens? You never pass the ball to them. And in the workplace, it's the same. You hoard information. And something to be careful of is a lot of personal assistants, a lot of secretaries who don't trust anymore. They become bullies. And the type of bully they become gatekeepers. They give information to everyone else, okay? They tell them there's this meeting coming up. Be prepared. Here's the information. But then to that person who they want to control, because bullying is about control, they don't give them that information. So just watch out, because it's a form of manipulation, okay? The next is vulnerability. Vulnerability. If you study the science of likability, it's actually been found that people are more likely to like you when you make yourself vulnerable. And one of the things I often say is that in order to build emotional intimacy with another human being, this is so crucial, to build emotional intimacy with another human being, there has to be some degree of vulnerability. And you see, what happens is a lot of people are always trying to put their best foot forward, aren't they? You know, let me show you this ideal image of myself. I remember one person I was coaching, she was a leader in a particular organization. I said to her, can you see what's going on? When I see you on that exco, you're always so defensive and you come across quite aggressive. But when I see you with your team, you come across so affectionate and so almost motherly. And I like that version of you. Tell me what's going on. She says, Paul, you know what? One of my biggest fears is that someone will come to me and say, I didn't deliver. So I have to out-deliver myself. And so I've already over-delivered. We're not yet halfway through the year. This was a number of years ago, not this year, okay? We're not yet halfway through the year, but I've already attained my goals. I said, you know what the problem is? You're always trying to project this ideal image of yourself, but there's something else going on in your inside. And you see there ends up being an anxiety gap. You end up feeling anxious. And she said to me, Paul, that's so true. I'm actually seeing a psychiatrist as we speak, and I feel it in my gut, and I'm on medication right now. I said, you need to level up with people. Make yourself vulnerable. Say to people, this is me. Take it or leave it. These are my strengths. These are my weaknesses. What she wasn't aware of is because I was having coaching sessions and I was a thinking partner for one of her bosses, he would tell me about her weaknesses. So people aren't going to be disillusioned when you mess up because they weren't illusioned in the first place. And that's the thing we need to understand. So make yourself vulnerable. And then sincerity and transparency. And the thing I want to say about being transparent is be transparent even when you don't have to. Be a transparent person, even when you're not legally required to be transparent. Isn't it wonderful when your boss comes to you and says, I just want to give you the heads up because this might affect you in 3 months' time? They didn't have to do that, but they were open with you. And you know what it actually does? There's what's called the reciprocal nature of trust. Trust breeds trust. So when I show that I trust you with information, you're more likely to also trust me. And then difficult conversations. A lot of people tend to avoid difficult conversations, but to be a success in life, you have to be willing to face yourself, to face your work, and to face others. 3 things to face. Are you avoiding the difficult conversation? One of the ways you stop avoiding it is understand why you're avoiding it. Let me give you one reason why people avoid difficult conversations. They avoid difficult conversations because of their self-concept, how they see themselves. So there was a guy I was coaching, he was leading a particular team, and he was a strong leader, but he was also a strong family man. And he didn't like the clocking in, clocking out stuff when he started in that organization. And he was very flexible with people in terms of work-rest balance, okay? So that was his self-concept. It was part of his personal brand, okay? Managing, optimizing, and maximizing how he presented himself to the world. But he said to me, Paul, you know what? I'm struggling with this situation. There's someone who's abusing, I think it was sick leave, right? Someone who's abusing it. And I said, well, have the difficult conversation with her. And you know what he said to me, the strong leader? He says, yeah, but I don't want her to see me as someone who's not being flexible, right? Can you see? It was what is called a me conflict. It's a type of inner conflict that he was going through. But he had to come to a place of realizing that I can be this boss, this leader, who understands work-rest balance, but at the same time, I don't want people to abuse it, okay? There was someone else who who's a colleague of mine, and she said to me, Paul, you know what? I see myself as a generous person, but I'm gonna have to have a difficult conversation with a friend of mine. Because this particular friend, when we go out together, the last 3 times, she hasn't contributed financially when we purchase something. And usually we used to take it in turns. Paul, it's going to be a difficult conversation for me because I see myself as generous. Now I'm going to have to say to this person, you know what? It'll be nice if you can also contribute. Can you see it's another me conflict, right? Which causes a difficult conversation. But she had to come to a place where she was comfortable with herself, that I can be a generous person, but a generous person with boundaries. And I want to encourage you, have the difficult conversations, be assertive. The one extreme is where people are aggressive, where their mindset is, I'm okay and you're not okay. The other extreme is where you become a doormat, where your mindset is, I'm not okay, you guys are all okay. We don't want either of those extremes. We want to be assertive. And that's where your mindset is, I'm okay enough to stand up for my rights, okay, and what I believe, but you're okay enough for me to do so respectfully. And that's the kind of assistant you want to be. And then apology. I love the apology conversation. You see, many people have got this mindset. Their mindset is basically this: saying sorry is enough. No, saying sorry isn't apologizing. It's a part of an apology. This is such a powerful tool. There's an acronym I like using, AIR. You can say that, just repeat that, AIR, okay? Right, that's a true apology. The A stands for admitting wrongdoing. So it's where you say, I was the one who took your vehicle without asking. You can say that to a work colleague, right? And I went to Nelspruit. I was the one who took it, okay? You're admitting what you did wrong. There's some people where that's so important for them. That's why when you say sorry to them, they say, for what? For what, all right? And then the I in AIR is acknowledging the impact it had on the other person. Because very often people will say, I forgive you, but deep inside how they're feeling is, you don't know how this affected me. So you then say to that individual, I'm sure this put you out. You're probably thinking your vehicle had been stolen, right? And then the first R is remorse, okay? Expression of remorse. This is where you say, I'm really sorry. I regret having done this. Please, I'm so sorry. I don't know what I was thinking, okay? The second R is restitution. This is what I'm going to do to make up for it. The next time your vehicle needs to be serviced, it's on me. Then the person will probably say to you, yeah, it's fine. You can always actually service this then. You can always borrow my vehicle. It's fine. It's cool, right? So you're doing that to make up for what you did. And when I work with couples, this is so, so powerful because this tests whether it's a true apology or not. The third R is reconciliation. This is where you ask for forgiveness. This is where you say, are we cool? Are things fine between us? Are we fine? Right? Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? And you cannot demand forgiveness. You can't say, you must just let go. Okay? And then the fourth R is reconciliation, right? It's what I think I've just mentioned, that reconciliation is asking for forgiveness. The fourth R is request. You make a request. This is where you say, please be patient with me. I've just got this problem. I tend to take other people's vehicles. Okay, I don't rob a bank, I take vehicles, right? You could say something like that, or you could say, please be patient with me until we get pool cars in this organization, all right? So that's the apology conversation. I encourage you to craft apologies because at some point in time, you will need to say, I'm sorry to someone, but say it using the apology conversation. And then finally, letting go. There's what I call workplace wounds. And this is something a lot of people struggle with a lot, okay? It's important to close the past. When you don't forgive someone else and you hold a grudge, two things tend to happen. 3 months down the line, you bring it up, and then trust is eroded when you bring it up 3 months down the line, because people say, but Paul, you had this issue and you were carrying it all along. Why didn't you tell me when it happened? Because now it's very, very vague, okay? Why didn't you tell me when it happened? And in the meantime, in between time, guess what? Paul, you responded to my emails. You laughed at my jokes. You even gave me a birthday present. From now onwards, I'm going to have to see beneath the smiles because I don't know if I can trust you, okay? Will you always say what you mean and mean what you say? Paul, you need to tell me upfront. The second thing that tends to happen is this. They say that when you don't forgive someone, not forgiving someone, and I'm sure some of you have heard this before, not forgiving someone is like drinking rat's poison and then waiting for the rat to die. Because when you don't forgive, it actually ends up affecting you. And I coach so many people and I see this happening in their lives, that they actually have workplace wounds and hurt people, hurt others. Those are some powerful EQ virtues, and I don't encourage you to try and do them and practice them all in one go, but just pick one at a time and say, this week, I'm going to focus on letting go. Next week, I'm going to focus on building trust and being a high trust leader. How can I get people to trust me? Thank you.
Jeepers, you finished so quickly there, Paulie. Thank you so much for an amazing, engaging. You did speak fast. I was like trying to physically write all these notes there. So guys, let us know in the comment section there how you enjoyed your time with Paul. And if you have any questions for him, go into the Q&A section. So lots of people saying amazing session there, Paul. The chat is open again, so you can chat in the chat box. You said so many things there, just two that I want to just touch on what Paul said that I totally agree with. The one that I love, Paul, is the power of vulnerability. I think what often happens in relationships, everybody wants to be right. And sometimes being right is so important to people that they forget that relationships are not about being right. Yeah. In fact, there's a beautiful quote, Paul, have you heard it? It goes as follows: beyond ideas of right doing and wrongdoing, there's a field. I'll meet you there. Have you heard it?
No,
I'll say it again.
Powerful.
Isn't it beautiful? Beyond, I think it's Rumi, by the way, beyond ideas of right doing and wrongdoing, there's a field. I'll meet you there. And I think what you spoke about there, Paul, is so important that when we actually have how can you go into the relationship neutral without having to prove that you're right and they're wrong? Because I think that's what ends relationships. Would you agree? Any comments on that?
That's so true, Robin. You see, the thing is, if I have an argument with my spouse, the reality is that even if I win the argument, the relationship has lost because one person is now down, and I'm not going to get the best out of her, because what you think about, what you think about is what you eventually bring about, right? And so if I get what I appreciate. If I speak to the treasure in her, that's what she becomes. People become how they are seen by authority figures whom they respect and admire after 5 years, you see.
My God. So could you just say that first part again? Because I think what you said, there's so much gold. If you just leave people with that message, that's powerful. If you said something about going into the relationship and being right, but the relationship, just say the beginning part again.
Okay, so if I win an argument with my wife, okay, and I am right and she was wrong, I might have been right and I might have won, but the relationship has lost.
Ooh, Dan, could you put that in the chat box? That is gold right there. If I go into a relationship, an argument with my wife, and I win the argument, the relationship is lost. I mean, that for me is just powerful. So, and I think that's why the power of vulnerability, I think that was number 7 that you spoke on. There's a great YouTube video that people can watch. I think her name is Brene Brown.
That's right.
Brown, 20 minutes on a TED Talk. I think it's a TED Talk chat. And she speaks about the power of vulnerability. And I don't think that's the title. I don't know if you know it, but it's about how being vulnerable is actually a strength. And a lot of us think that being vulnerable is a weakness, when actually it's the more powerful person who allows themselves to be vulnerable. I mean, Nelson Mandela was an incredible hero in that regard, but he allowed himself to be vulnerable and say when he's wrong. I know of a president, I won't mention names, otherwise you know his name is Donald Trump, but he's never wrong. And a good leader knows how to say they're wrong. And I think that's important in relationships. And then the other point, just very briefly before we move on, I loved what Paul said about letting go of bitterness and resentment and hatred and what we call the brown stamping, where someone says, I'm going to remember that, I'm going to remember that, I'm going to hold on to it, and not forgiving our partners for discretions because we hold on to that. Just one more thing you want to say on that? Because I think that was a powerful point there. Anything you want to add on that?
I just want to say that it's often good to look at yourself. The moment I start having any critical thoughts towards my wife, the first thing I like to do is to say, but have I also done wrong in that area? And always, I've also messed up in that particular thing. I've also done the same thing. So very often when we're very critical and unforgiving, it's a type of self-righteousness where we're actually blind to our own faults, you see. And that's why when it comes to blind spots, you have negative blind spots and positive blind spots. A negative blind spot is where I think that I'm amazing. I think I'm also amazing, but the rest of the world is like, girl, you ain't all that. Dude, you ain't all that. A positive blind spot is a bit better. It's where I think that I'm average and the rest of the world thinks I'm also amazing. Okay.
That's awesome. I love that. We've got one question, but Dan, I'm battling to open it. I can't see what it is. So Dan, could you help me open this? I see there's one question and then we're going to finish with that because I think the people are going to kill me because we have another speaker we have to get on with. So I'm not able to open it. So I'm going to forgive you. But Paul, I really wish we had more time with you. If people want to get a hold of Paul, how do you get to know Paul? If you want to get if you want to get hold of Paul, how do we find out more about Paul? Because you said so little.
You just go to paulnyamuda.com and my online courses are there, and I've got a whole lot of stuff there. paulnyamuda.com.
Thank you, Paul Nyamuda. You are a legend. I honestly wish we had more time. Ladies and gentlemen, the amazing Paul Nyamuda. Hi, Paul. Thank you for checking in.
Thank you very much.
All right, guys. Well, that was an amazing start to the morning, wasn't it? I mean, what a way to kick us off. Speaking about the deep stuff, let's go right in and speak about how we can make our relationships better. Paul, you can go ahead and switch your camera off. And then what I'm going to do is we are going to go straight into our next presentation. I hope you guys are ready. We're going to have a short break a little bit later, but we've got our next presenter who is on the line and she's ready. And ladies and gentlemen, it's the Karen van Zyl. Karen, how are you doing this morning?
Robin, I'm doing really well. How are you doing?
If I was any better, I'd be twins, which would be so awesome. Isn't that corny? So Karen, tell us, instead of me introducing you, tell us what you want to speak about and how you're going to wow us this morning.
Ooh, we are going to talk about hustling. And I'm an entrepreneur, I'm a startup, so I love to hustle. And we're going to talk about how to build your virtual assistant business. So we're going to take your executive role and we're going to make it virtual. And I'm going to show you how to hustle. I'm going to show you how to do sales. Very exciting.
That is so cool because virtual, I want to hear more about this because I know there's lots of people there's ways you can get other people to do stuff for much better prices. So you're the pro on this. Ladies and gentlemen, please could you help me welcome the beautiful, you're looking gorgeous this morning, by the way. Love that.
Thank you.
The gorgeous, the radiant Karen van Zyl. Enjoy, Karen. You've got 194 people who are here at your feet, touching the hem of your garment. Looking forward to your session. Thanks, Karen. Enjoy.
Thanks for that warm intro. Thanks, Robin. Right, so I'm going to bring a little bit of sunshine to your day because I'm sure it's rainy and cold where most of us are sat at. But before we get to the stuff, the fun stuff. Let's do the important stuff. So first of all, do you have your coffee in hand? Got your coffee ready? Got your water ready? And then most important, I'm a little bit old school. So do you have your notebook and your pen ready? Because I'm going to share some insights today that you definitely want to write down. So I'm going to share my screen with you. And I must say, I had a little bit of a panic moment just now because I couldn't access my presentation, but I was like, okay, it's cool. I know my stuff, so I'll just speak off the cuff. But then fortunately, I found my presentation. So thank goodness for that. All right, so we're going to talk about starting a virtual assistant as a side hustle. And this is one of my favorite topics besides sales. So if you know me, I'm all about sales and anything sales goes for me. But I've been doing remote work for at least 7 years. So this for me is second nature. It's the skin that I live in. And I'm so excited that I can share this with you guys today. So instead of taking you through the typical, well, these are the tools that you need and the software and the apps and the whatever, I am going to go through that. I want to take us a little bit through the business side of building a virtual assistant business. So I don't want to just go through the apps and the tools that you're going to need. We need to get your mind right. So if your mind is in the right space, then everything should follow suit. Everything should fall into place. Then we're going to talk about the skills. So we're going to cover a little bit about the apps and tools that you're going to need to become a virtual assistant. Then your 9-day sprint, which is very exciting for me because this is pretty much your sales strategy to get everything going. And then we're going to talk about future-proofing your side hustle. So for a lot of you, you may be in executive role, you could be in a support role for a team or for one person. And because of world events, we have been forced to do a lot of things remotely, which completely play in my favor because that's what I do. But it's opened up our minds now on how business can actually be done, not always from the office. I know some of us a little bit old school. We want to have a support structure right by us. We want to see you, want to have sit down, have a cup of coffee. But the new school way is working remotely and being able to do this effectively, efficiently. So let's talk about getting your mindset right. But before we do that, so I suppose I should introduce myself. Eh? All right, so I've been in the remote working industry since, I say 7 years because that's when the VA Connect brand started, but actually it was in 2008. So I was one of the forefathers or the foremothers, if you will, of virtual assistants in South Africa. And sometimes I've been referred to as the VA godmother because I've been in the industry so long. So back then, we were doing things a little bit differently. So we would print business cards, for example, and we go put business cards down by the hair salon. Then you have all these little stands with the business cards, and then you can select, you know, who you want to do business with. Oh, I need that. Oh, I'd like to do that. So we would get dish out business cards, and we'd pay for advertising in the community paper, and it was very much offline back then. Then things started evolving and we'd find clients on Gumtree and we go to Brabies and, you know, become a little bit more into the modern day kind of thing. So VA Connect has been going since 2014 and I started out as a virtual assistant. It was myself and my mom and my business partner joined us. And in 2014, we decided, you know what, we only have so much time in the day. There's only so much I can manage to do. And let me tell you, at that point, I was working till 3, 4 in the morning. I remember doing work for a lawyer and I was sifting through, man, it was reams and reams of legal documents that I was assisting him with. And I was sitting there 4 o'clock in the morning, like, there has to be more to life than this. So we decided to build a managed virtual assistant agency, which is VA Connect. And we are 30 people strong right now. We entered international markets. We having fantastic conversations with channel partners across the globe. So we're really spreading our wings and we're doing really well. But then I thought, you know, we need to have some form of standard in South Africa when it comes to virtual assistants, because a lot of people, they're charging different kinds of rates and services, and some VAs, unfortunately, gave the industry a little bit of a bad name. So there are a couple of territories in the world that will say, we do not want to deal with South Africa. But fortunately, on a happy note, I would say 99% of the market wants to deal with South Africa. So VASA was born. Now, VASA is the Virtual Assistant Association of South Africa, and that was just to help lay a foundation, if you will, for the virtual assistant industry. And it was also a way to help promote everyone. So, it's not all about me, it's about everyone else. And that was the whole idea of bringing VA Connect to the forefront, was to help find VAs get clients. So I love sales, I love marketing, and my job is to do that. My job is to help find new clients. So the VASA Association is also there just to help set a standard. We founded it 3 years ago, and we do a lot of one-on-one consulting. You have access to RFPs, and it's a nice step into the market. If you're brand new to the whole virtual assistant thing, it's a really nice, easy way to get into the market. VA Godmother. So there was a point where I was doing a lot of coaching, a lot of training for VAs, but then VA Varsity came about. So last year, May, I remember in a meeting that we had with the team, I was like, we really need to get what I'm sharing, my knowledge base online, into something that you can just tap into at any point and extract information that you need. So VA Varsity is really a platform where you're going to learn skills. Again, it's not your traditional online VA courses. So yeah, we'll take you through the apps and the tools that you're going to need. But the starting point is business. So we want to teach you how to be a business owner. And we're going to teach you how to be project managers. We're going to show you how to really learn business skills. So on VA Varsity, you'll also find my 12-week business growth program. And let me tell you, that was fun. Last year, I decided I'm going to put myself completely out of my comfort zone and live stream 12 weeks. So it was a session a week on topics that are very relevant to building a business. Man, talk about failing publicly, because when you live stream, that's it. It's live. You cannot take it back. So, of course, the technical gremlins came in. But you know what? It was a fantastic learning point for me. I learned a lot about myself. I was also very happy to learn afterwards how many people applied the course and the business that they got from it. So that's my background. As you can see, I'm pens and poikies. I'm hands and feet into the virtual assistant world, into remote working. And, for me, this is the way of the future. Okay, so now we're going to get to the mindset thing. So before we start anything, we need to have a foundation. We need to have the cornerstone to make sure that you have a really strong virtual assistant side hustle, which may become your main hustle. All right, so in order to make sure that you have the right mindset, you need to what we call daily mind feed. And for every one of you, this could be completely different. So your mind feed could be listening to podcasts. It could be reading business books or audio versions thereof. It could be something as simple as reading business blogs or following your favorite speakers or your favorite public figures, if you will, on LinkedIn or wherever they are. So if you follow Robin Banks or Vusi Timbukwayo or whoever it is that you look up to, they're going to help feed your mind. So you need to do this on a daily basis. And I want you to actually book it into your diary. If it's 20 minutes or 30 minutes a day, or even 10 minutes, take that time, because it is so important that your mind is in the right space. Do not surround yourself with toxic people. Take a look at your inner circle. And when I speak of inner circle, I mean, who do you have the most contact with during the day? If it's your colleagues and team members, if it's family members, whoever it is that you're engaging with, make sure that it's in a positive environment. Remove all forms of toxicity from your mind, from yourself, because you need to be strong. And I can tell you something, this entrepreneurial journey is not for sissies. Really, you're going to grow a second skin. You're going to become really resilient in business. But if you want to become successful, then you need to be able to deal with the hard knocks. And part of that is to start firing people from your life. go through your phone book and start deleting people from your contacts, people that you haven't engaged with in a year or more, people that just always come back to you with negative comments and break you down. You don't want that kind of person in your environment. You know, sometimes the ego is very fragile, and there are just times that we cannot deal with that. So we have to make sure that we're always in a positive environment. Then I want you to also take note of your thoughts and your words. So when you speak, you breathe life into what you're thinking. So we are powerful beings as humans, and our thoughts become actions, and our spoken word almost sets that in cement. So there's an African thing, and you'll smile when I say it, and you'll also start picking it up because I mention it now. A lot of people are like, I can't do this, I can't do that. I want you to be cognizant of that phrase and a lot more, but let's work on that one for now. And I want you to remove I can't from your vocabulary, from your mind space. There's no such thing as I can't, because nothing is impossible. There's only improbable. So absolutely everything is possible. If you have the right mindset, if you have the right approach, you have the right intention, then things will work out the way that they should. But if you start off with I can't, then you're already telling yourself it's not possible and I'm going to fail. So I want you to be very cognitive of what you say, your thoughts even before you speak it. I want you to take your time when you speak to people, not to listen to answer, but to listen. So take your time to really move yourself in positive spaces. And if it means that you have to withdraw for now from toxic people, just so you can get your mind space right, your mindset right, then do it, because you owe it to yourself. So remember, these are things to help set yourselves in a very good business space. I just saw a couple of comments coming through. Alrighty, so now we're going to go to your skills. So these are more your hard skills that you are looking at. And I can tell you something, when it comes to being a virtual assistant, there's a ton and more of online tools and apps that you can use to become really efficient as a virtual assistant. So before you start with that, I want you to approach everything with an open mind, i.e., you need to be coachable. So find yourself a mentor and go look on LinkedIn and start engaging with people that you want to learn from. So, for example, if you are in the beauty industry and you want to open up a virtual assistant support structure for those who are in salons, for example, you're not going to go to the construction side of things for now and learn from someone. You're going to go to someone who's been really successful in the beauty side of things. I forget her name. I think it's Joanne or Joni or someone who started the Miss South Africa or the Mrs. South Africa pageant. So she's also the director for the ACE models. She's someone that you would want to go engage with because she can teach a lot about the industry and a lot about business. She's very successful. Now, you don't have to have one mentor. You can have 10, you can have 5, and each mentor will guide you in different aspects of business. You cannot do this by yourself. Guys, ladies, you are not an island. Man is not an island. So we need a team of people to help us, an external team, an internal team. We need our families to buy in. They need to support us and to be there with us when we're building this business. We need external input. We need external perceptions when we're doing this. We know we have our way of doing things, and I want us to unprogram a lot of what we think in NLP, but we also need that external stimulus to say, well, you know what, you're going off in this direction, but you're completely missing the mark. So let's guide you back onto the path. All right, so it's very important that you go and find mentors rather. You become the mentee, and you can find a coach. If you're going to look for a coach, you may have to pay for the coach. My recommendation is, if you're going to go the coach route, find someone who's really good in business, someone who has the experience. Are you going to take advice from someone who wants to be a millionaire for you to become a millionaire? Or would you go to a millionaire and take advice from them? So would you get advice from someone who's got the t-shirt and done it? Or would you take advice from someone who's on the path next to you, also trying to achieve the same goal? So again, be very aware of who you surround yourself with, who you take guidance and advice from, to make sure that you make this a success. You need to be proactive. So let's say, for example, you decide to sign up in Vasa, and now you sit back. Okay, cool. I'm now a member at Vasa. So where's my clients? No, I don't want you to be reactive. I want you to be proactive. I want you to say, right, I'm a member at Vasa. While Vasa is doing their marketing and getting RFPs for me, I'm going to do my own marketing as well. So I'm going to go and I'm going to outreach on Facebook or LinkedIn, wherever your target market is, and you're going to actively go and do your marketing strategy in order to get clients for your sales pipeline. And I know I'm using terminology, you're thinking, I don't want to hear that. But guess what? If you're a business owner, you have to start embracing things like marketing and sales. That's how you're going to become successful in this. And that's how you're going to turn a side hustle into a main hustle. Then when I speak of everything online, what I mean is, get yourself so involved into the VA world. Join VA Facebook support groups. Join associations like Vasa. Reach out to people in the industry who, have big teams, who really have been stalwarts, have been part of the industry for long. Reach out to them, get advice and guidance from them. Watch, see what they do online and copy it. Make it your own, but copy their movements online. Okay. Then you need to go and do things like, there's a lot of online courses like VA Varsity, there's Udemy, there's a ton of other places where you can do online courses. So go upskill yourself continuously. Go and find out on the support groups, what are the main invoicing apps that virtual assistants use? What are the main project management tools that they use? Task management. How do they time themselves? So for example, if you're going to bill by the hour, you're going to need an online tool to track your time, because clients who pay by the hour want to see exactly where you spent their time. It's a little bit different to doing a retainer or two projects. So design tools, things like Canva, video editing, social media scheduling tools. You need to understand exactly what tools are out there and what will suit you. And how will you know what will suit you? Well, you need to identify what services you're going to offer. If you are completely executive, then you're going to look at project management tools like Asana, for example. And you're going to integrate everything into Asana. There's fantastic ways of communicating with your client and tracking projects and bringing in documents and tracking those documents in the Asana tool. So something like that would work well for you. If you're going to go a little bit more in the creative direction, you're for sure going to need something like Canva. So that is an online free version, if you will, of Adobe or Corel Draw. If you're going to do even more creative things like video editing and podcasts, well, you need to find the right tools to do the job. So you don't want to walk into an interview and walk into an interview, and the client says, well, I need you to do diary management for me and travel arrangements and that kind of thing, but I also need you to design basic brochures and pamphlets for me. What design tools will you use? And I don't want you to sit there with a mouthful of teeth. So embrace the virtual assistant world. If this is something that you want to do, if this is a side hustle that you want to do, go get involved in the groups and go and find out exactly what everyone else is doing. Don't do exactly the same, but go and learn from them. Go and open up yourself to the different tools and apps, and understand that Zoom is one of the bigger tools that you'll use, obviously, because if you're going to have a virtual meeting with your clients, Zoom is fantastic for that. So really immerse yourself in that world. Okay, now your 9-day sprint challenge. So this part really excites me because it's sales, but we're not going to say that word sales, because I know a lot of you might think it's a dirty word. All right, I love sales, so that's my realm, that's my world. But I want you to change your mindset, your perception of what sales actually is. It's 2020, guys. sales is not this thing where we're going to shove something down someone's throat they don't want it and walk away with an unhappy client. Sales is relationship building. Sales is human to human. So when I speak of B2B or B2C, I want us to bring H to H back into our milieu, if you want. So H to H, human to human. Okay, so write this down. It's a 9-day challenge. And I want you to do this cycle every 9 days. You're not going to be successful if you don't follow the challenge. If you want to lose weight, for example, you have to follow the diet. If you want to become fit and run a marathon, well, guess what? You're going to run every day. You're going to practice every day. The same thing, if you want to be successful in business, you have to follow the challenge. It's got to become second nature to you, if you will. Okay, so the first thing that you're going to do, day one. So day one is going to be an assessment of your LinkedIn profile. You're going to look at things like, what does my image look like? So please, if you don't have a professional photograph or at least a photo of your face and you want to connect with me, I'm not going to connect. I'll be honest with you, because I need to know exactly who is this person. I want to get to know you. I might have thousands of connections on LinkedIn, but I want to have a face to the name. Okay, so make sure that you have a really professional profile image on your LinkedIn profile. Then you have this banner just behind your photo. I like to call it real estate. Make use of your real estate. So there you can promote your services every month, or a different promotion, or a special, or just highlight the fact that you are a virtual assistant, that you're an executive assistant. Whatever the case is, make use of that real estate. Make sure that your title is easy to understand. So, for example, if you're an executive virtual assistant or you are a business owner, I need to know, what are you busy with? So there are two schools of thought on this one. Some people will say, I help coaches find more clients so that they can focus on their genius, for example, as opposed to the older way of saying, I'm an online business manager. Okay, so you need to determine for yourself what works for you. Then the part below that is your bio. So I want you to see your LinkedIn profile as your online sales agent. If you're not there, your LinkedIn profile needs to sell for you. So you don't need to have a website right now, but your online sales agent, aka your LinkedIn profile, needs to speak on your behalf. So when you're sleeping and Robin comes to your profile and Robin checks you out, it's like, hey, well, Susie looks absolutely amazing with travel arrangements. She's got so much experience and she uses the latest technology and she's got amazing reviews from her clients. I definitely want to engage with her. Okay. And Susie's not even there. She's sleeping. The next day she gets a message from Robin saying, you know, can we connect? I really want to chat to you about your service offering. It looks great. Day two is to connect. So now we have gone and done an assessment of a LinkedIn profile. We've pumped it up. We've used the right kind of hashtags and keywords. So now we need to start reaching out to the people that we want as clients. So this is specifically a sales challenge. Your connections could also be people that you want to coach you, to mentor you. It could be people that you want to train, for example, a myriad of things. So you could use your LinkedIn profile for a lot of different marketing strategies, but this one specifically is to connect with prospective clients. How do you know who's your prospective client? Well, you need to understand who's your client avatar, which is also your target market, which is also your buyer persona. So whichever phrase resonates with you, you need to know, who's this person? What do they look like? What do they do? What kind of work are they in? What's the industry? What geographic location are they? What keywords can I use that will resonate with them? So you really need to do an in-depth study of who your buyer persona is and then go and connect with them. And please, I beg of you, do not use the standard LinkedIn, hey, I want to connect message. Go and write your own. Personalize it. Take 2 minutes and read that person's profile and really personalize the outreach message to them. Because I can tell you what, people are spammed on LinkedIn. So if you just use a standard connection message, you might have lost a connection there. Okay, so you really want to take a little bit of time and personalize that. Day 3, mind feed. So mind feed is a daily thing, but day 3, I want you to focus on mind feed. I want you to take a little bit of a step back, go out in nature if you can, go sit under a tree or drink a cup of coffee and stare at the ceiling and listen to binaural beats or a podcast or something, but just feed your mind, get your mind back into the business space. Boosters and breakers on day 4. Boosters is things that uplift you. It's positive engagement. It's things that you really want in your environment. And breakers is the negative side of it. So it could be people, it could be your behavior, thought patterns, whatever it is. Write it down. Make yourself aware of it. Okay, because the more aware you are of it, tongue twister, you will start removing yourself from the toxic side of things, and you'll start engaging a lot more in the positive side of things. On day 5 is building brand awareness. So guys, please, when you do social engagement, don't post things on your feed just for the sake of being active. Then rather don't post anything. You need to build your brand as a virtual assistant. So again, who's your target market? Who's the Robin or the John or the Mary that you're speaking to? What kind of content would they like to see and engage with? Because now we're going to go into edu-selling. So you're going to educate your audience, but without selling directly. So you're going to inform them. You're going to give them highlights of whatever it is, services that you offer, or your thoughts on certain tools and apps. Really, the sky's the limit here. So you can do what you want, but always make sure that whatever you post is not for you, it's for your audience, because you want them to engage. The more they engage, the more, especially on LinkedIn, your feed will start trending, your post will start trending. So use the right kind of hashtags, those things that are relevant to your service and to your industry, and make sure that it's a case of, well, Robin has checked me out. He's very interested in my travel arrangement skills, and I share a lot of interesting posts and informative posts in the same line. I now have Robin at a point where he cannot wait to see what I'm posting, because, man, Susie's always spot on. She's always on point with what she's sharing with the audience. Day 6 is a productivity check-in. So this really is just taking a step back again and saying, okay, am I on track? Am I busy, or am I productive? So I can be busy for 3 hours and really accomplish nothing, or I could be busy for 25 minutes and, man, I could have been so productive in that time. All right, so I like something called a tomato timer, and you can use your clock on your phone, set an alarm or the timer, and just for 25 minutes, do nothing else but outreach on LinkedIn, for example. I know, guys, you get distracted, and then you see something come up on Facebook and someone messaged you on WhatsApp, and then it's an email and a phone call, and then 20 minutes later, you still only type the first line of your email. Okay, so sit down, 25-minute slots, and be productive in that time. Accomplish something, because that sense of accomplishment is that feeling towards being successful. Day 7 is network. So back in the day, we'd go to networking events and dish out business cards and shake hands and get to meet people in person. Now we do it online. And again, LinkedIn is perfect for this. So start networking. You've connected with some great people now. Start engaging with their posts. Comment. Send them a direct message and say, you know what, I wrote this really interesting blog this week, and I want to share it with you because points number 2 and 4, I thought would resonate with you. And guess what? Human behavior. Oh, I'm so intrigued. What's points number 2 and 4? I'm going to go read the blog. Okay, so take the time to network. Again, if you only start out with 20 minutes a day, that's fine, but do it. Day 8 is healthy body. So you need to have a healthy mind, which is your mind feed, but you also need to have a healthy body. So you need to be conscious of what you consume. And it's not just food, it's data as well, and information that you feed yourself. But specifically, yeah, we're looking at, are you active? So when else have you gone for a walk? When last have you just gone and stretched your limbs and not sat at a desk the whole day or on the couch the whole day? So we need to make sure that we have a healthy body, that we take care of ourselves. Guys, you only have one body. So really make the effort to take care of it. Drink water, get moving. If you're not an exercise kind of person, that's fine, but get moving. You need to Stimulate your body that way, because that will stimulate your mind. And then day 9 is reflect and assess. I like to call it a postpartum, because I think a postmortem is negative. So a postpartum is a reflection on the last 8 days and say, right, my LinkedIn outreach was great, but I realized that I wasn't connecting with the right people, or my messaging wasn't quite converting, or what I thought was lifting me up was actually breaking me down. This worked, that didn't work. Okay, I need to focus more on what did work and then do less of what didn't work. Okay, so, and then we're going to repeat cycle. But every day you're going to do LinkedIn, you're going to connect with people, you're going to do outreach, you're going to network, you're going to feed your mind, you're going to feed your body. It's very important. We are beings that are not one-dimensional. So there's a lot of parts to us that need stimulation. And then you're going to keep on repeating the cycle, because in this way, you're going to ensure that you have a fantastic client base. All right, now on the last part, I don't know how much time we have left, but on the last part, we need to future-proof your side hustle, because it may be that it becomes a main hustle. How do you do that? So the first thing you need to ask yourself is, what does tomorrow need? You're not building for today. You're building for the 22nd century. We speak of the 21st century. No, you need to think, what will the world need in the 22nd century? What does that look like? And I know it's a very abstract question. It's difficult to, where we are now, to really understand what will the world look like in 5 years' time. But you need to place yourself there. You need to start doing things that are futuristic. Remote working is the way to go. A lot of people, and obviously this year has changed a lot, have become more remote workers. Corporates are embracing that their staff work part-time remote or full-time remote. So what does tomorrow look like? How will my virtual assistant business look like tomorrow? I know when we all start out, we generalize. So we offer general services because we want to get our feet wet, we want to get a feel for the industry, we want to see what works, but there has to come a point where you specialize. So you cannot be everything to everyone. You want to be known for that one thing. What's that one thing that makes you amazing and stand out from the rest? I cannot answer that for you. There's a lot of leading questions you can ask yourself to get to that point. And it will come down to, what is your passion? What will keep you going day in and day out? You need to specialize, because you need to be known for that one thing. You need to build value-driven networks. And yes, something that I learned, and hindsight is beautiful. I didn't know it back then. So in 2013, I quit my job, and it was a very uncharacteristic thing to do. And then someone said, well, why don't you join LinkedIn? I was like, what's this LinkedIn thing? Okay, I'll just create a profile. I don't know what it is. And 7 years later, I will place a value of R1 million on my LinkedIn profile because of the massive engagement that I get, the conversion that I get. I get so many leads. I get so many clients from my LinkedIn profile. Why? Because I worked relentlessly on building my profile for 7 years. I write articles. I shared videos. I shared my insights, my thoughts, my failures, my wins. I engage with my connections. And I'm now at a point where my LinkedIn profile is gold. Okay, so that is my network. That is my 7 years of blood, sweat, and tears is on my LinkedIn profile. So what does your network look like? You need to start building on it today. And then there's an Afrikaans expression which I've translated. So I hope it doesn't sound odd, but how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. So, you have a mountain in front of you. How do you get up the mountain? Stay on the path. Stick to the path. Stick to the game plan. Don't start doubting yourself. Don't start questioning yourself. How do you get to the next step? One step at a time. Okay, so Rome wasn't built in a day. Everything we can do in increments, but it's daily action, because the daily action is positive motion towards building a successful business. So obviously, I'm very passionate about sales and working in the remote working space. So if you want to reach out to me and you want to bounce a couple of ideas off me, you want to ask a bit of advice or questions, please link up with me. hook up with me, connect with me on LinkedIn, and I'll be very happy to answer any questions that you have and any questions that you have right now. So thank you for your time.
Awesome, Karen. Thank you so much for that inspiring presentation that took me on journeys I wasn't expecting. I love that picture of you, by the way. What a great picture. I love the colors. So guys, Karen, speaking to us about your awesome virtual assistant, you went on journeys I wasn't even expecting, like LinkedIn and all these khutras and what you're going on walks and stuff like that, which was fabulous. So guys, any questions that you have for Karen, please do let us know there in the chat box. I'm learning my Zoom thing. I now found out where to find the Q&A. So I now know where to find the Q&A, which I'd lost. And there it is. So Karen, and if people want to get hold of you, how can they get hold? Is it Karen or Karen, by the way?
It's Karen. Karen is fine, but it's Karen. And I think LinkedIn would be the best. So search for Karen van Zyl, you'll find me.
So question I want to ask you, and this is a personal question, so I'm taking advantage of the moment. I hope it's not a terrible thing. Are you the person to help us with our own LinkedIn profile if it's not up to standard, or that's not what you do?
Yes, I can help you. It's not my main focus, but I'm more than happy to help with an assessment.
I'm just checking. Don't worry, I won't put pressure on you. So I just want to see if there is a question. Ek moet my brille aansit, Karen, want jy weet ek is nou 50. That's not a question related to you. So guys, many comments for you here, Karen. Karen, I keep saying Karen. I'd recommend, Karen's the American way, I think, Karen. You know, South Africa, that's how you say it. So great comments here. I need a guide on how to update my LinkedIn profile. So it sounds like a lot of people need that. So do you know of someone who actually does do it?
Not at the moment, no, I must say. But I'm sure, again, if you search on LinkedIn, I'm sure you'll find people that make
that can do that very well.
Yeah.
I won't take advantage of you in that regard. So there's some great comments for you here. Please, if we're going to ask you to go and give Karen some feedback on how you enjoyed her presentation. And I also want to thank you because of my groot bek, we were running a bit late, but between you and Paul, you have brought us perfectly in time, very professional. So Karen, thank you so much for a great presentation. We're going to have a break soon, but thank you so much for tuning in. I've got some prizes to give away. Karen, you can go ahead and switch off your mic. I've been told by my host that I need to be sharper and not chat so much, which I do get away with. But I've got a couple of gifts to give away. So we've got some prizes, and we're also going to hear from one of our sponsors. So I have got 5 books to give away by Paul Nyamude. Many of you said you also enjoyed Paul's presentation. I think our first 2 presenters really kicked the event off in a powerful way. So we've got some mind feeds everywhere. So we've got 5 of Paul's books to give away. And I think it's the EQ book he spoke about. So I'm going to ask you a question. And the question I'm going to ask you is, let me know, what was the biggest takeaway you took away from Paul's presentation? The first 5 people to type will get a book. What was the biggest takeaway you took away from Paul's presentation? So we've got Angela Parsons saying, oh no, that's apology to everybody saying that. So we've got mutuality, and that is, that is apology from Angela. Mutuality from, hold on. Okay, it went too quickly. I'm going to leave Dan, the stiller man. We've got a lot of great feedback coming through. So we just had to choose the first 5. There are 5 of you and your names went through so quickly. So Dan, please, if you could let me know after we've interviewed Jill, who our 5 winners are. There are 5 people who are going to be winning. And apologies come up a lot again. Listen, vulnerability, trust, EQ. So there are lots of great answers. But at this stage, what I'd like to do is we have a sponsor. You know, this event wouldn't be made possible without our sponsors. And our first sponsor, who we'll be speaking to today, is from a company called Blue Velvet, and her name is Jill Kabe. But before we bring Jill on the line, we're going to show a short little video about what Blue Velvet does. We want to thank Blue Velvet for helping to make this event possible. We really need them. So if I could ask you, Dan, the stiller man, to put on the video from Blue Velvet, and then we'll hear from our sponsor in a moment.
Hi there, my name is Jill Cabe from Blue Velvet Events. We are an events, experience, travel and gifting business. I'm the owner and founder. So we really believe that fundamental to anybody's success is connection and relationship. That is the foundation of everything that we do with Blue Velvet Events. When we're dealing with a client and we're working on a project, we look at who is the target market, who is going to be attending, and what would be important for them. Our attention to detail is supreme. We take everything into account. It is not just a plug and play corporate event. Corporate gifting is a very important part of what we do as well. We specialize in the executive gifting side because less is more. And rather spend a little bit more and have something that really has a profound impact. Blue Rhino Project is our passion project. We fundraise and we support private rhino ownership and Rhino Connect with funds that are desperately needed for orphaned rhinos to pay for their milk. Contribution from most of the work we do goes towards Blue Rhino Project through weekend conservation experiences, whiskey experiences, and collaboration partners who a percentage of the proceeds go to the Blue Rhino Project. Everything that we do at Blue Velvet has the importance of the relationship as a thread, whether it's an event, an experience, or a gift for a staff member, for management, for existing clients, for prospective clients, and for suppliers. They're all relationship based, and the stronger the relationship is, the better the performance is, the ongoing business happens, as well as continued trust. And we make an experience out of a gift, we make it out of a function, an event, a travel experience, whatever it is. People need to walk away going, wow, that was amazing.
Wow. Well, that was amazing. Hello, Jill Cabe. Am I saying your surname correctly?
No, it's Cabe.
Cabe. Okay. You know, I just thought I have to add some vibe. You know, Jill Cabe.
Yeah.
Jill Cabe. Where is Jill Cabe's surname?
I am
from?
an African, so.
I'm an African, so I can say Cabe. Jill Cabe.
Yeah, that's cool.
So, Jill, thank you. How long have you been? I think you've sponsored Secretaries Day before, haven't you? How many of these have you done?
Yeah, this I think is our third one. Third or our fourth one. And it's actually our birthday today. So we are actually 4 years old. So I think this is our third one.
Happy birthday to you. And thank you for your generosity on your birthday, because as you give, so shall you receive. So thank you for your sponsorship. I believe you've got a prize to give one of our delegates today.
Yes, we do. So our prize today is, executive assistants and PAs spend all their time taking care of everybody else and very seldom take time to care for themselves. So what we've done, we've put together a stunning pamper hamper, which is boxed in an absolutely gorgeous box because everything has to be an experience. And it's to really treat yourself with face mask, bath salts, all sorts of goody things, and of course something yummy from Sadie Williams. So yeah, just take care of you guys.
So is this only for ladies, or do us metrosexuals apply? Because I'm a metrosexual. I love facials and I love bathing.
It's for both of you. You can go either way.
You know what a metro, of course you know a metrosexual.
Of course I do.
A metrosexual, but, somebody said to me, oh, Robin, your skin's well taken up. Yeah, I do facials. I do these. So thank you so much, Jillian, for your support. Anything else you'd like to say before we give our prize away? Your prize away?
Yes, absolutely. So just for 2 seconds, because I know we've got time restraints, but
please, we'd love to hear from
you. So this time has been really difficult with people working remotely, people feeling really isolated, and it's what we've discovered is that companies are starting to notice how they need to support their staff. A lot of people weren't set up to work at home and home offices, so they might not have all the things that make it more comfortable to work at home. So we've had a number of clients asking us to put together, not so much, I suppose it is a care package, but that they're sending, bits and pieces of stationery, that kind of stuff, just to say, we care about you. We still, we still know that you're there. And to actually acknowledge that they're still there. You're used to going into an office and chatting over coffee and that kind of stuff, where people are very isolated right now. So that is something that we've done a lot of. and also to think about what are you guys planning on doing for year end. Year end was always a huge build up to the year end function and gifting for your clients and for your staff, that kind of stuff. So we're happy to talk to anybody that is looking for some ideas in this new way of doing business that takes a look at the budgets, because a lot of companies are constrained at the moment, but also can you actually do in this new world, considering we've got social distancing and that kind of stuff. But yeah, just thank you to all of those amazing PAs that keep the wheels turning. If it wasn't for you, things were very different.
Awesome. So Gillian, what I'm just hearing Gillian saying there is that, guys, you know, there's lots of great ways that we can still give gifts during these challenging times. And I think people have been feeling quite isolated. And so it'll be a great way to reach out. So please do reach out to their company to help get your corporate gifts out there. So one of you is about to win a Pamper Hamper. And as a host, I've just been told I can't apply. I can't put my name. So Gillian, I'm gonna get our man Dan to spin the wheel, and let's see who's about to win a Pamper Hamper all the way from Blue Velvet. And the winner is, it is Kagiso Molala.
Congratulations.
Kagiso, congratulations from Gillian. You will be receiving a Pamper Hamper with 500 Zimbabwean dollars. No, 500 rands. And Gillian, just a quick reminder, what has Kagiso won? She's won a whole lot of things.
It's a Pamper Hamper that's got bath salts and face masks and all sorts of different things and nougat and that kind of stuff in a beautiful box that you'll be able to keep. That'll be a memory box for you.
What a great Pamper Hamper. And so these are some of the gifts that you guys can do as corporate gifts as well when you're sending out to your clients. You know, do remember Blue Velvet. They're doing some great work. Thank you for sponsoring us, Gillian. All the best. Enjoy. Lots of people saying happy birthday to you here. I'm not sure if you can see. But lots of people saying happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Blue Velvet. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Bye.
Cheers. Bye.
So guys, we're about to have a quick little 15-minute break. We'll be back at 11. But before we have the break, I'm going to ask Dan, the Stiller Man, to come on and tell you who has won the 5 books. And also, Dan, I don't understand this thing about links and stuff, so I don't know if you need to tell people. We recommend just keeping your Zoom chat open, and we will be back in 15 minutes. But before we do that, Dan, the Stiller Man, are you there, my brother? Are you there? Because we'd love to know. There is Dan, the Stiller Man. Who are our 5 winners?
So our 5 lucky winners are Cheryl van Niekerk. Cheryl van Niekerk. We got Jasmine Kaysen. We got Angela Parsons. We've got, there's Cheryl van Niekerk again. Doinette Berg and Boitumelo Matabesi. So we'll put those names in the chat. If you heard your name, you are a lucky winner. And I think Paul will probably get in touch with you. We've got your details, and you will be getting Paul's book. I think it's an ebook. It's a Kindle ebook. Yeah.
Awesome. And then I think also just to mention, Dan, if I'm correct, the prizes that people are winning today will be sent out on Friday. So we will be in touch with you to make sure that you do receive your prizes. There's lots of prizes to be received all day. Before we go on our break, Mr. Technical Man, anything that people need to know about Zooming and joining and linking and blinking and allerlei goeters?
Keep it simple. You can just keep your Zoom open, go make yourself a nice cup of tea. If you're in Joburg, like I am, you will be probably quite chilly. So make yourself a nice cup of tea or coffee, and we will be back. It's meant to be a 15-minute tea break. I see the time is 10:48 in Joburg here. So cool. We're back at 12 minutes. Cool. 11 o'clock sharp. We're going to restart.
We're going to do 12 minutes, guys. Enjoy your break. And I want to tell you guys, I'll tell you a story about our winner, Van Niekerk, when we come back. But enjoy your break. I'll see you in 12 minutes. Give us some music there, Mr. Dan Stillerman. I'll see you guys soon. And Adele is ready. Ek sien hy's gereed. So Adele, you can switch your video off so long. We're going to have a 12-minute break, and I'll bring you in just after the break.
Bonangu Mandela Tina Lape Kona Lape Sheli Kona Bonangu Mandela Tina Lape Kona Lape Sheli Kona. Oh, the sea is cold and the sky is gray. Look across the island into the we are all islands till comes the day we cross the burning water. Bonangu Mandela Juna Lape Kuna Lape Sheli Kuna Bonangu Mandela Juna Lape Kuna Lape Sheli Kuna. A seagull wings across the sea. Broken silence is what I dream. Who has the words to close the distance between you and me? Bonangu Mandela Juna Lape Kuna Lape Sheli Kuna Bonangu Mandela Juna Lape Kuna Lape Sheli Kuna. Stephen Biko Bonangu mfowethu thina lape khona la wafela khona. Victoria Mxenge bonangu tati wethu thina lape khona la wafela khona. Neil Agate bonangu mfowethu thina lape khona la wafela khona. Awungithi hey wena hey wena hey wena hey wena in the night. They are the scatterings of Africa, each uprooted one. On the road to Belamanga, where the world began. I love the scatterings of Africa, each and every one. In their hearts a burning hunger, beneath the copper sun. Ancient bones from old divide, echoes of the very first cry. Who made me here and why? Beneath the copper sun. African idea, African idea. Make the future clear, make the future clear. And we are scatterings of Africa, both you and I. We run the road to Belamanga, beneath the copper sky. And we are scatterings of Africa, on journey to the sky. Far below we live forever, dreams of what we were.
All right, guys, just to let you know, we have 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes.
The world is full of strange behavior. Every man has to be his own savior. I know I can make it on my own if I try, but I'm searching for a great heart to stand me by underneath the African sky. A great heart to stand me by. I'm searching for the spirit of the great heart to hold and keep me by. I'm searching for the spirit of the great heart under African skies. Sometimes I feel that you really know me.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I do believe that is our clue. If I could ask you to come back into the room, please let me know in the chat box that you are indeed there by just typing there, I'm here, so that I know you're there. So while you guys are doing that, and before I bring our next sponsor online, I've got lots of years. I'm happy to see you guys are there. So you guys can actually say to me, because, you know, I need you to tell me you're there, because otherwise I might be talking to myself. So you can say to me, Robin, you are not alone. We are here with you. So, you know, if you want to sing to me, I don't mind either. Sorry, I'm very corny. In case you can't tell, I am very, very corny. Thank you for telling me that you are here with me and I'm not alone. Really appreciate that. So, a quick little story I wanted to tell you, which is actually, in fact, no, I'll tell you the story when I introduce our next speaker. But guys, a huge welcome back to you. I'm going to ask you to do something really weird with me. Because we're going to get the energy going before our next sponsor. If we're going to ask you, please stand up, because it's been a break. Please stand up or wherever you are. Please stand up. I need you to know you're getting up. I can see some of you are sitting there going, I'm too lazy. I promise you it'll be worth it. I'm going to teach you a quick little song. The name of the song is called I'm Alive, Awake, Alert, Enthusiastic. I'm alive, awake, alert, enthusiastic. So I'm going to sing it through to you once. Then I'm going to ask you to sing it with me. And if you're alone in your room, even better. If there are other people, let them join in. So the song goes as follows. I'm alive, awake, alert, enthusiastic. I'm alive, awake, alert, enthusiastic. I'm alive, awake, alert. I'm alert, awake, alive. I'm alive, awake, alert, enthusiastic. Please sing with me, and I'm listening. I'm alive, awake, alert, enthusiastic. I'm alive, awake, alert, enthusiastic. I'm alive, awake, alert. I'm alert, awake, alive. I'm alive, awake, alert, enthusiastic. Now for the actions. And Dan, because you put your mic on, you're going to have to do the actions.
I was
now,
about to say, I want the actions. It's not the same without the actions. I remember it.
The actions. So please, Dan, you can do it with me. Guys, I'm dropping my desk. I've got this cool desk that goes up and down, so you can see all of me. So you start by putting your hands on your knees. Now, I know for some of you going, Robin, it's a bit far. I haven't been there in a while. But you put your hands on your knees and you go as far as, Dan, let's see if you can stay in time with me. You go, except there might be delays. You go, I'm alive, awake, alert, enthusiastic. I'm alive, awake, alert, enthusiastic. I'm alive, awake, alert. I'm alert, awake, alive. I'm alive, awake, alert, enthusiastic. So we're going to start slowly and we're going to go faster and faster. I want to know if you've managed to do it. Are you ready? Say yeah! Yeah! Put your hands on your knees. We'll start slowly. I'm alive, awake, alert, enthusiastic. I'm alive, awake, alert, enthusiastic. I'm alive, awake, alert. I'm alert, awake, alive. I'm alive, awake, alert, enthusiastic. Faster. I'm alive, awake, alert, enthusiastic. I'm alive, awake, alert, enthusiastic. I'm alive, awake, alert. I'm alert, awake, alive. I'm alive, awake, alert, enthusiastic. Faster. I'm alive, awake, alert, enthusiastic. I'm alive, awake, alert, enthusiastic. I'm alive, awake, alert. I'm alert, awake, alive. I'm alive, awake, alert, enthusiastic. Thank you. Well done, Dan. Still a man. Thank you. Let me know in the chat how you guys did with that. Did you manage to do it? I see some people saying I'm all over the place. Granddaughters are giving me funny looks. Go, Dan. Shame, Dan. There was a delay. Yeah. I'm alive, awake, alert, enthusiastic, exciting. So I know some of you thought that was weird. But even if it was weird, how many of you felt it lifted your energy? Seriously, most people are so bored. We've forgotten to have fun. So we want to make sure you're having fun. So ladies and gentlemen, before we go on to our next speaker, who you're going to love, you're going to love her, I would like to introduce you to our next sponsor, Adele Bert. I think his name is actually, I know it's Adele is short for another name. It's
Adel,
Adel.
Robin.
His name is Adelbert. Adel, please.
Adelbert.
Adelbert.
Yes.
Please switch your beautiful camera on, my brother.
There you
'cause
go.
Now I'd love to see you. Daar's jy. Hello, Adelbert. Hoe gaan dit?
Lekker en jy?
Ach, altyd goed.
Good to be online.
It's good to be on the line. And you must be excited that we are now in level 2 because your business is now starting to take off, yes?
Robin, yes, it is starting to take off a little bit. It's a lot more exciting than it was under level 3, 4, and 5. But it gave us some time to regroup and get everything ready, and some rest for some as well. And we're ready to take new guests in.
Okay, awesome. Now, Adelbert, I'm going to hand over to you because you've got a great prize to give people, but please just tell the guys what you do. And guys, listen carefully, as Jacob Zuma would say, listen carefully to what Adele does, because he has an amazing business and he's going to tell you about it. And then he's got an amazing gift. And I am really sorry that I can't be entered for this gift. It's racist. It is racist. So Adelbert, over to you, my brother. Tell them what you do.
Yeah, I'm going to, good morning, everyone. And thank you for the opportunity to be able to chat to you for a few minutes. Thank you, Robin. Thank you, Dan and Katerina. In lockdown, some of you would remember me from Leisure Connection from last year and the year before. Leisure Connection has now become Scopic, and it's formed part of the Touchdown Group. We created a new entity called Touchdown Travel Tech, and within that sits Scopic. And Scopic looks after these different properties that I'm going to chat to you today, and then a few others that sits out of the Touchdown Group. But we also created all these new platforms that you will be seeing on the internet pretty soon. Yukio, which is our live website series, and then Escapes for You. So be on the lookout for that, for some really great deals that's coming out. But I'm going to quickly chat to you about Dunkel, Seasons, and Mala, which are the 3 prizes that are available to you guys today and tomorrow. 2 night stays at the Dunkel, which is in Dullstroom, Seasons, which is in Harties, and Umala, which is close to Barberton. Really fantastic products that's not been actively marketed into South Africa for a long time, because they were used by international travel, and then also people that bought houses on these estates and things like that. But they really offers unbelievable opportunities, and they fall in under the Touchdown Africa Group. You've got Dunkeld, Seasons, Mala, and then Shark Bay, which is our new baby that we're opening in I think about 3 days, which is really, really, really impressive. Seasons Golf, Leisure and Spa in just outside Hartbeespoort. Amazing. I didn't know about this place. It can sleep 600. So
wow.
For those of you that are going to organize big conferences, this is where you this is your one stop shop, rather. Just about less than an hour outside of Johannesburg, half an hour outside of Pretoria. It's a proper resort. Where have you seen a spa that looks like this? Wow. I mean, these are the spa rooms sitting on top of the water. It's really unbelievable. They're building new conference facilities that will be able to sit up to 800 people. Really a really amazing effort. A lot of it is self-catering homes that we include in the package. So you would divide your groups into some stay in the hotel, some stay in villas, others stay in some of the 2 and 3 and 4 sleep homes. But the whole resort can be yours. There's all these water facilities. I've got very little time, so I'm going to run through them quickly. Dunkeld is a 1,200 hectare estate outside Dullstroom. This is part of the equestrian side. Horses that walk around freely, and lots of activities around horses. We've got a trout hatchery here where we actually trade in trout eggs that we distribute the world over. We're actually they're actually a very big exporter of trout eggs. And then you've got these different houses again. There's a hotel. There's again 600 people can sleep, and we're building a huge conference facility here as well. You've got quad biking, walking, the game experiences, the mountain bike trips. There's a mountain on to the right of this building here where we go and do sundowners. It's really a fantastic opportunity. And then of course, with the whole fly fishing experience as well, we stay very close to that route. This is the main restaurant that we have. Really amazing facility. So please contact me if you've got any requests coming up or any questions that you have with regards to those. Umala is one of the best kept secrets ever. It was used by a DMC every day of the week that brought in American tourists. And now that American tourists can't come in, they've realized that there's actually a huge potential with the South African market, and we're going to keep it that way. It's a 50,000 hectare estate. Okay, that's your views. I was completely blown away. I had the privilege of going to stay there for one night. About 4 hours drive out of Johannesburg. There's no other camps. It's 50,000 hectares. The animals come through the camp. They've got over 200 elephants there. Really, really amazing experience that very few people knew of. The rates are very competitive. So please drop me a line, and I will give you a lot more information on this. This is what the rooms look like. Solid structure, but it's got the tented sides. And then the one that's opening in 3 days. I mean, look at that. Right on Langebaan Lake, or Langebaan Meer, towards Churchhaven side. That's the hotel. And then we have these villas, which are 3-bedroom villas, 5 of them as well. Really, really amazing. We haven't got that much more pictures of this. We're also opening a new hotel in Joburg called Bel Maroc. That will be open at the end of September. So lots of things happening. Last product that I quickly want to discuss with you is the Focus Room. Focus Room's in Limbo Park in Sandton. We had a launch again there, a relaunch there yesterday, as they opened just before COVID hit. In the new venue, we can host up to 800 packs in the main auditorium, and then there's another 16 rooms. But under COVID regulations, we are even allowed to take between 150 and 200 packs. So there's nowhere else where that is allowed. It's been signed off by all kinds of councils that needed to come and inspect it, because we've got different doors. So you can have bigger events and social and conferences there. And we do have streaming facilities so that you can then stream the conferences across the globe. That's all for me. Thank you so much.
Wow, that is amazing. Thank you so much. I've got quite a few of the panelists up here saying, I also want to enter this draw. Why can't I enter this draw? So, guys, what we'd like to do, I don't know, Dan, the Stiller Man, if you can just put the videos on, or the wheel. What are you going to be giving away? Apparently, you've got an amazing prize for one of the delegates to win. Albert, Adele, what is that?
Yeah, I think it's the 2-night stay at Humala, which is our flagship up here in the north.
Valued at 12,000 rand.
Bed and breakfast basis at Humala Lodge, and it's valued at 12,000 rand.
I know. Who'd like to win the prize? Let us know in the chat who would like to win this prize. People are going bossies over here. Alachan bossies. Dan the Stiller Man, please, if you could spin the wheel. Somebody is about to win an amazing prize, and you have to take me with you. It's for 2. And the winner is... Drum roll, please. Chuene. Is it Chuene Mobacha? Chuena
Mobacha, congratulations. We look forward to hosting you, and I'm sure you're going to have a wonderful time.
You lucky fish, Chuena. You and I get to go to I'm just joking. I think your husband will kill me. So a huge thank you to Adele. You've been here before. Many people recognizing you. How long have you been working with Secretaries Day conferences?
I think it's my third or fourth year, Robin. Yeah, I really enjoy this, and it's been good for business as well. And I put my email address there. Please feel welcome to use it. Look forward to assisting you with all your requirements.
Thank you so much. And so please, guys, do support Albert. I think this is an interesting time in the hospitality field. We wish you incredible strength in the journey ahead. Thank you for all you do for our economy and making sure that the country keeps working. We need people like you. Thank you so much,
guys.
Adele.
Thank you so much.
Go well. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, awesome. Mr. Stillerman, was there something I needed to do before I introduced our next speaker? I saw that something came through, but I haven't been able to check all the WhatsApps because is there anything, or am I going straight on to our next speaker?
Straight on, Robin.
Awesome. That's what I thought it was.
On.
Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, am I excited to introduce you to our next speaker? Oh, wait, there was something. I knew there was something. Sorry, Dan, you didn't know this. I knew it. I saw that there were quite a few people in the Q&A section and in the chat box who said that they really need to get hold of Karen van Zyl. So please, if I could ask you, Dan, if you could put Karen's email into the chat box. I've actually got it here. She did send it to me, but we had quite a few people asking and said want to get hold of Karen. And so her email address is, do you have it there? Yes, it is. You can get hold of Karen. It's in the Secretaries Day chat, and Dan will put it in, but it's basically www.linkedin.com. Anyhow, I'll let Dan Stillerman put it into the chat box. But those of you who need to get hold of Karen van Zyl, if you needed it in our WhatsApp group, the Secretaries one, Dan, you can find it there, and you can just plug it in there. So for those of you who need to get hold of Karen, you can do that. Yes?
Yeah, just before we hand over to Tracy, we're also going to post a link to a download of the delegate pack. So that's an info pack. It's got the agenda, the lineup, the info, everything you need. And we probably should have sent it to you early this morning, but it's all good. You can download it now. We'll put that in the chat. And then I think we're going to turn off the chat, Tracy, for your presentation.
Cool.
Awesome. So guys, that download, I knew there was something. I was supposed to mention that to you earlier. It's my fault. Blame me. So there is a delegate pack, which tells you everything you need to know about the upcoming event. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, our next speaker is a lady by the name of Tracy van der Schyff. But I've got a song that I use for Tracy. Some of you may have heard the song. Let me know in the chat box if you've heard of the song. When people zol, they put saliva on the paper. And then they share that zol. So I think most of the South Africans will know who I'm referring to. We have one of our ministers, which is Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, who used that. And for those of you who don't know, scaife actually means smoke. It's a nickname for scaife, and Tracy's surname is Tracy van der Schyff, so I call her Tracy van der Zol. When people zol, they put saliva on the paper. And I am excited about Tracy's presentation. Couple of highlights I want to mention that is in her bio. I won't mention all of it because trust me, you will feel her energy anyway. But I love her mission, or well, this isn't her mission, but I love that one of her things is to facilitate the evolution of human capabilities. How beautiful is that? To facilitate the evolution of human capabilities. Tracy's passion is to empower people, and therefore training and change management lie close to her heart. Her mission is to positively impact what and how people create, as she believes that what we design, creates us back. So she's going to be speaking to you in this session about how you can make PowerPoint your best friend, whether you are a novice and know nothing about PowerPoint, which is actually me. For somebody who uses PowerPoint, I'm looking forward to this presentation because I want to hear more about how I can make PowerPoint outstanding. And for those of you who already are PowerPoint boffins, how you can become even better. So there was more I wanted to say, but I have to watch my time. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next half an hour, please help me welcome Tracy van der Schyff. Welcome, Tracy.
You are so crazy. You are crazy, crazy. Anyway,
Takes
thanks
two
for
of us.
that. It definitely does. And normally my sessions are quite crazy, but after all your intros so far, I think it might up ending being a little bit boring. But I'm so happy to be here today. And I think important also to just remind everyone, I mean, this wouldn't be possible without the speakers. So thanks to everyone. You're also a crazy bunch of people. And then, of course, also to the sponsors and the organizers, they've just done an incredible job. But always remember that the most important person is actually you attending this conference, because without you, none of this would even be worth it, to be honest. So, so welcome, and let's have some good fun. And let me tell you some awesome things. So firstly, my favorite saying always is that I don't know everything, but I know everyone who does. So remember that in life. You don't need all the answers, just reach out, and there's always people that's there to help you. And as you can see, I've got 101 tattoos, and a lot of them are Microsoft tattoos. I've even got a SharePoint and a PowerPoint tattoo. So I'm sure that makes me a little bit crazy. Okay, so for today's session is about PowerPoint, and I can fill books and books full of very, very amazing things, but I cannot cover them all, and I'm going to cover some of them with you. But don't despair, I will share a resource where you can go and find a blog that I've written that's got 18 5-minute video clips in it, where you can, in your own time, have a cup of coffee or a glass of red wine or something and teach yourself some cool skills. So sit back and enjoy. And I do think that you're absolutely going to love this. So let's take a look. First things to remember, though, is that we have different versions of Office. So it depends on the version of Office that you use. Most of these cool tips and tricks that I'm going to show you will be related to the latest version of Office, or Office Pro Plus, or the Office Online, if that makes sense. So if you don't see it in your Office, it might be that you're on an older version of Office. Now, the first thing, how strange is this? I'm on a Zoom call, but the feature that I want to show you is actually the Zoom feature that is in PowerPoint, which I think you're going to love. And to make this easier, I recorded short little video clips to show you these, which just will really, really make it easier to start watching it. So let's go through this. Zoom is similar to Prezi, by the way. So it's a setup that you do that actually shows you how to navigate through your PowerPoint presentation. So in this example, I'd love to use a map and then drill into different areas like Cape Town, Durban, Johannesburg. And what you do is that you'll go to the Insert tab on your ribbon at the top, and you can actually bring in a zoom functionality. So you'll see that there's Insert Zoom, and the first one we're going to do is Insert Slide Zoom. And this means that I can navigate through to different presentations or parts of the presentation. What I do is that I make the slides slightly smaller so that they're actually a small clickable little icon on your presentation. So it works like a magic button, if I can put it that way. So there's just me making the slides a little bit smaller, and then I can position it on my slide or on my background image. Now, once that's done, we'll just give me a moment and just catch up there. So there's Johannesburg, and I've put Durban and Cape Town in place. I can then go into presentation mode and have the ability to navigate to different slides. Now you see that I'm doing a trick there. I'm actually turning my slides upside down, and you'll see now exactly why. So let's go into presentation mode and see what that looks like. Now, of course, I can click on those little slides, and that's the whole idea of this. So there we go, zooming into Cape Town. I mean, how incredible is that? And because of that turning, it actually turned the slide. And there it then goes to Durban. And then, of course, the next one, again, if you've spoken through the slide, is that you can then go into Johannesburg slide. Now, as mentioned, that is just a very easy way. Now, another way is inserting summary zoom. Again, it brings me up my slides on the page, and it allows me to zoom in and out of the slide. So there you can see I can click, and when I click out, it goes into the next slide again. Looks very impressive, doesn't it? And PowerPoint does that, believe it or not. So in the latest PowerPoint, you'll be able to see that. The last one that I'll do there is to insert sections on that PowerPoint. So you can have different sections with information. And that means that as soon as I've inserted sections on this PowerPoint slide, I can actually zoom in and out of different sections. So again, we will be setting it up. So once we've added that last section for Johannesburg or for Josie, we can then set it up and say that we want to insert a section zoom. So there we go, insert section zoom. Again, I'm choosing the slides that I want to navigate to. So let's take a quick look. We're going to make it smaller again so that it's little clickable buttons on my screen. And that's why I brought the world map in at the background, because it kind of creates this very, very cool illusion. So we'll just move it quickly, and then I am going to again go into presentation mode and show you what this actually looks like. So let's take a look. Presentation mode. Hold on to your seats. So there we go. I can click on Cape Town. I can talk about Cape Town and the content that I'd love to share. And then I can click on Johannesburg and talk about Johannesburg. And then, of course, I can go to Durban as well and talk about Durban. So that's the Zoom functionality. And all you have to remember is go and research Zoom and you'll find exactly. But it's the Microsoft one. It's how you actually zoom through your presentation. So I hope that you love that idea. The next one that I do want to share is design ideas. Now, you might have seen this already and it's popping up and you're not sure what it's supposed to do. But with design ideas, I can add some images on the slide and build a whole new graphic, which is pretty amazing. So there you can see, I've actually got my file explorer open and I'm going to select 6 images and just drag it onto my PowerPoint slide, and then show you what Microsoft and AI, artificial intelligence, is going to do in the background. It's going to build incredible resource for you. So there we go. Give it a second. And then on the right-hand side, you will see design ideas. So there we go. How fast is that, people? It's just unbelievable. So this little machine of mine becomes my little robot that does things for me to free up my hands to do other things. And that's the incredible thing about technology these days. You can then scroll through that and choose the specific design that you like or the design that you want to use. So that's design ideas. Don't be afraid when you see it popping up in PowerPoint, and use it to your best advantage. So design ideas means that I can drag images onto a slide and then have the ability to create cool graphics. And that is pretty cool, right? That's called design ideas. So keep a lookout for design ideas. Then next up, I want to talk about morph, icons, and rotation. Again, I've done a short little video clip to show you how this works. Now in PowerPoint, we have something called animations, and that means that we can actually make objects move. But with Microsoft, we can now use morph. So what I'm going to do is I've added images on the slide, and you'll see I've actually got the same image there, and I'm just rotating it, and I'm going to make it slightly smaller, and I'm even going to use the crop function to make it narrower. And once I've got it on the slide, I can then actually look at text and things that I use. So there we go. I've got some text on the first slide. I'm going to copy digital literacy across to the next slide. And I'm going to just make it look a bit different. Maybe change the font look as well. And don't make a mistake. I'm not a fan of word art. So clean up your text. Don't use those standard templates that they give you. I don't necessarily think that that's pretty. So we're just going to increase that slightly and start building a slide. So imagine using a similar icon on different slides, or repeating specific words, etc. So now on this slide, I'm also going to show you a new thing that Microsoft has brought out, which is called icons, being able to insert icons or online images, etc. Now there you can see it's looking at stock images. So it actually has stock images that we can use. It has icons, which is very high resolution vector icons. It also has cutout people, which I think is pretty cool for presentations. But let's insert an icon. So I want to find an icon that I can use. And I want to show you that you can change the color on icons as well, and their size, etc. And then also, I want to show you what this functionality is going to do with your PowerPoint presentation. So I'm going to just change the color on that. And then again, I'm going to repeat that icon on another page to show you what morph is going to do. Now, morph is a type of transitioning tool. So that's the thing that happens between the slides when you go to the next slide. So don't use those curtains and the paper airplanes, because that's pretty boring, okay? That's like 1980s, okay? We don't use that anymore. So if I then go to transitions, you'll see that I can set it to morph. So I've selected all the slides. And then I'm also going to set the effect options. I'm going to say I want it to morph onto word level, so not characters. And let's take a look at what that looks like. So hold on to your seats. This is going to be pretty cool. And then, of course, remember, we're going to set it into presentation mode. And also, there is 0 animations on this presentation. So as soon as I click, see how the image actually follows itself to the next slide. And then look at what happens with that icon. Now, that's not something that I did. That's something that Morph actually does. So go play around with Morph and use similar objects on your slide and see what it does to your slide. Now, the next one I'm going to do is going to be a lot of fun. Now, I have not told Robin about this, so I'm going to go out of presentation mode, and I just want to go back into my presentation. So I'm not in presentation mode anymore, and I want to show you what I'm going to do up next. So this is a backstage image, but behind this backstage image, I actually have two photos. There's me, and there's Robin. Okay, now the sad thing for me, because this conference is not in person, is that I'm a very big fan of Robin, and I really wanted to meet him, and now I don't have that ability to meet Robin in this conference, but with Microsoft I can still make it work. So I'm going to select the image, I'm going to go to picture format, and I'm going to remove the background, and you'll see it's going to ask me which are the pieces I want to keep. So I'm going to just drag a line through Robin to make sure it keeps his hair as well, because I'm sure he'd like me to keep his hair in the photo. And I'm going to just draw lines through the bottom there. So let's just add some more there. And you'll see his image has lost some hair again. So let's just add that hair back. There we go. And little piece of his shirt. And I think I'm happy with that. I'm going to now do the same with my photo very quickly. I'm going to go remove the background. It's lost my teeth, which is really concerning, but I'm going to just drag a line through my face to make sure and that it keeps all my tattoos and my shirt and everything. And let's see if that'll work. We just color in the hair a little bit as well. So I'm just using a pen to say which parts of this I actually want to keep. And let's see if it's better now. Hair is still a little bit untidy, but we'll make it work. And there you can see, so it's kind of keeping parts of my image, but now I can actually take this image and I want to show you what I'm going to do with it. So this means that in this virtual world of ours, I can now have a selfie that I can take with me and Robin at the conference, even though we didn't see each other visually. Okay, so how cool is that? That's the ability to cut out images. And don't worry, Robin, tell the love of your life, I won't go post this on Facebook. Everything's still cool.
I love it. It's awesome.
So from now on, Robin, don't ever trust anything you see me post on Facebook, okay? Because I can do a lot of cool things with PowerPoint. Then let's take a look at the next ones. And as I said, I'm not going to go back into a presentation mode. I just want to share you a couple of things that you can do with PowerPoint. Now, by the way, this cutting out background images has been available in PowerPoint since 2010. Just putting it out there if you didn't know that. The next thing that I want to talk about is using the recording function in PowerPoint. Now, it's possible if you have the latest PowerPoint that it doesn't actually show in your ribbon at the top, and you'll see there is my recording button. If it doesn't, you just need to go to the file button, go to options, and under customize ribbon, you will switch it on. There's a little tick box. And remember, you'll get these resources afterwards, and I'll put blogs as well that tells you how to set that up. Now, as soon as I've switched it on and I have recording in PowerPoint, that means I can then actually start a screen recording, and it gives me the ability to record audio, mouse pointers, I can select the area, but PowerPoint is the tool that I use to do the recording. So I can record any other software as well. Maybe you want to make small little video clips for training, and those little video clips that I just played you in the presentation is exactly the reason why I use PowerPoint recording. And once it's made it the recording for you and put it in PowerPoint, you can then right click on it and save it as a media file, which is pretty incredible. And you can then share it with people for training objectives. Then the next thing, and I know it's already been 1,000 of them, okay? So just remember those words, and I will share a resource with you. So get your phones ready. You can just take a photo. I will share a resource with you where you can get all these little videos to help you. The next one I want to talk about is eyedropper, using cropping, which I've already showed you, and alignment of shapes. So if I look at this image of mine, I mean, how many times do we want to align shapes to be exactly in the same position and the same width from each other? Now, with these little red lines it does lately, of course that's possible, but there's a much easier way to do this, because firstly, I'm super lazy, okay? I want to save time, and I'm a perfectionist. So if I'm in PowerPoint and I click next to the slide and I kind of like draw a block around those shapes, it then selects all 4 shapes. And when I go to file and the shape format at the top, you'll see that there's buttons there called align, rotate. So I can even rotate shapes around. I can then go to align and say, I want you to align all these blocks to the left. And then I can go to align and say, please align it for me vertically. And look at that, not horizontally, vertically. So I can now select them, and how quick was that and how perfect is that? the last thing that I do want to show you here is if I go to shape format, if I want to change this color to one of these paper clips, now I reckon that I'm quite creative, okay? But believe me, to pick a color manually is very difficult, and it always tends to look different when you print or when you show it on a screen somewhere. So it's better to just eyedrop it or pick or color it. So if I select that block, I can go to the shape fill. I can go to eyedropper and say, I want this one to be that pink. And then I can go to the next one and say, this one, I'd like it to be that nice, crazy green. Oops, I picked the wrong color there. Shape format. Let's try that again. We want this to be the nice green. I'll just do another one to just prove my point with how awesome this is going to look. And wow, I'll go for this bright yellow as well. So there you can see how easy it is to pick colors from these. And in some instances, you might want to make the shapes transparent as well. So if I right click on a shape and I go to format shape, you'll see that here under fill is transparency that you can set. So sometimes I set transparency to actually still show the background of the image through the specific shape. So that's quite a pretty cool thing that you can use to make your life easier. While I'm on this slide regarding the shapes and aspect ratio is always difficult for people. So if I had to insert a circle on the shape, believe me, the human eye is not great at making things perfectly round or something, okay? So this is just an old trick that I can teach you, is that when you insert shapes, you can keep your shift button in when you draw the shape, and it will always keep aspect ratio. So if I keep shift in, there we go, perfect circle that it brings in. And the same is for using squares, for example. So if I pick a square, again, perfect square that it draws, it doesn't lose aspect ratio. So that's looking at inserting shapes just to make things a lot easier. And then let's take a look at another thing, which I think is going to be unbelievably helpful for all of you. Now, Microsoft brought out dictation in Office quite a while ago, I think in 2016. And that's available in PowerPoint, in emails, in Word. It's just incredible, okay? So let's see, and let's hold thumbs if Zoom's going to be forgiving for me to use my mic for the dictation as well. So I'm going to click in this text box, okay? And then at the top of my PowerPoint on my ribbon, I've got a button that is called Dictate. Now, I want you to also look that I'm not going to be using my hands when I do the next thing. So I'm going to click on Dictate. And you can see my hands, full stop. So this means that while I have a glass of wine and I'm cooking supper, I'm lying, I don't cook. But I can then actually dictate something to my computer, which it then types out and gives me the ability to go back, check my grammar, check my spelling, and fix up the document, full stop. New paragraph. How incredible is that, people? Isn't that the winner of the day? Stop.
Yo.
How amazing is that? Dictation is an incredible tool to use in Office, people. It's available everywhere. You have to speak a little bit slower. I speak very, very fast. So sometimes I have to go back and go fix up things. But man, my computer can stand in the corner of my kitchen while I'm doing whatever, and it's going to just type away. So this is my little robot, and this is the thing that does very, very cool things for me, okay? So if you think of PowerPoint, the best way to learn, and again, I'm talking about the latest Office, okay? So if it's a much older Office, you might not have all of these. The first thing I want you to know is that I might have shown you this now, but the most magical thing that you can do is to go and teach yourself further. You are the greatest investment you can ever make, is to invest in yourself. So in Office, you'll see that there's a What's New button, and What's New will tell me what all the latest features are that's been released for Microsoft, okay? So you might not even know about the incredible features. Then also under Help, there's also Show Training, which means if you remember the word that I just gave you, Zoom, so if I search for Zoom, Microsoft is going to tell you exactly how to do it. You don't have to know everything. You just have to know everyone who does, remember? So use the Help and for the What's New, as well as the Show Training in there. And then something that's very important for me in closing, okay? I did shorten this slightly, but I am giving you resources. that's the best blog you can ever go to. So there's my blog address as well. I'll give you a minute to take a quick screenshot if you want to, and I can also ask that we share it in the messages. But if you go to my blog, I've done a crazy thing where I wrote an article every day for 2 years, okay? Because I don't have kids and I get bored easily, okay? So I wrote an article every day. So there's a couple of thousand articles on there, believe it or not, and loads of videos. So this specific blog, my 16 favorite PowerPoint tips and tricks, has 18 video clips in it of 5 minutes each that you can go and watch to learn all these skills that I just told you. And it'll make you an absolute PowerPoint rock star, okay? So please invest in yourself. Take 5 minutes every day, because for interest's sake, 5 minutes every day adds up to 3 days in a year. And none of us has time to sit in 3 days training anymore. So spend 5 minutes every day and learn a cool new thing. And if you don't know where to get started, head over to my blog. There's loads of videos. If you like my crazy nature and the crazy creative stuff that I do, just go and search for PowerPoint and you'll definitely find it. And then also very important for me is that the Microsoft training material is also available. So there's the address as well for the Microsoft training, and I will post it in the chat as well for you afterwards. Please go and check out the training that's available. We need to change our cultures where we used to wait to be trained or spoon-fed, okay? Invest in yourself. You're the greatest asset in the world, okay? Invest in yourself, and please promise me that you'll keep on learning. Every day you have to learn, because if you went for an Excel course a couple of years ago, you're already outdated, okay? So please keep on learning, and please remember to invest in yourself. I think that's super important for me. I know that I shared a lot of crazy things with you. So here's the words I want you to remember. And if you're making a note somewhere, or maybe you're a geek like me and you have a OneNote digital notebook, Zoom is the first thing that I showed you. That's pretty cool, okay? And the one in Microsoft. Morph is another incredible thing that you can go and look out for. And I don't know who's old enough to remember who Morph was, but I am. And that was Cody Hart and that little clay man. Do you remember him?
I remember him. I remember him.
I still remember the music in my head whenever he came onto the stage. But anyway, so Morph is another cool thing. Remember that you can use PowerPoint to record videos, okay? If you don't have a fancy pants tool to do it with. Then the color picker is incredible. Using design ideas, I mean, it's just unbelievable. And then, of course, that fan photo that I did. I mean, let's just go back to that. Check this out, people. I got a fan photo. I got a fan photo. No one can tell me I wasn't there, okay? I'm going to just put that on Facebook and say, that's me. That's me and him. I'm the fangirl. So I think that kind of brings me to the end of my session. We've got another minute or two to share. And I just want to say thank you so much to everyone. In the background as well, Katarina and Dan has done such an incredible job putting this together. If you don't know, I arrange a lot of conferences as well, and I speak at a lot of conferences, and it's such an incredible experience to be on a conference where everything just runs like clockwork and everything works well. But remember, you are the most important people in this whole conference for us. So I hope you have an incredible conference, and I hope that you enjoy it and that you learn loads. And don't forget that you are the most important person. Couple of favorite words of mine, ikigai, which is my purpose of being. That's why I do what I do, and that's why I get out of bed every morning. But the second one is the word Ubuntu, and Ubuntu is a Bantu African word that means I am who I am because of who we all are. And don't you ever forget that. I'm only as strong as the people that I surround myself with. So that absolutely brings me to the end of my presentation. So I do hope that you've absolutely loved this, and that you got a lot of benefit from it. Did you learn something?
Jeepers, guys, please do comment there in the chat box. I don't know if you've seen the chat box, Tracy.
I haven't.
Crazy. People are blowing away, as they say in New Zealand, blowing away. I always tell the Kiwis, there's no E after the W, it's blown away. Well, Robin, I was blown away. So I want to say personally, from me, I was blown away because I need to spend some time with you, because my PowerPoint is so bad. It is so boring, and it just makes me look bad. And I couldn't believe the stuff you just made PowerPoint do. But my biggest challenge, Tracy, is that you went so quick, because you see, most of you guys here, the EAs and PAs, you're just by a slim. I got 46% for matric, 46. And in case you don't know, that's an E for enough, because the F is a fail. They say you can go. So I got an E for enough. So I'd love to spend more time with you. So guys, if you have any questions for Tracy, please do ask them now. I promise I now know where to find the questions. Tracy, also want to thank you for something amazing. Tracy was supposed to speak for 45 minutes and one of the speakers spoke much longer than he was supposed to. And so she trimmed her talk down and we are now spot on time. I won't mention which speaker because otherwise you'll know his name is Robin Banks.
It was you. You know that. It was you.
It was me. It was me. So we do have a question from Molefe. Can we get all of this on Microsoft PowerPoint or on Zoom?
So the stuff that I just showed you is Microsoft PowerPoint. The platform we're using to do this conference is called Zoom. That's two different products. The Zoom function that I showed you in PowerPoint is a PowerPoint feature. So all of those features that I just showed you is part of Microsoft Office PowerPoint, and it would be in the latest versions. Some of them are available in older versions, but most of those are available in the Office 2019. That's my timer. How on time am I? Look at me, winning it live. I'm winning it live. So, but I'm going to share some resources with you as well. And yes, and maybe just a last note, because now I am running a minute over. I'm more than prepared. So Katarina, make a note of it. I'm more than prepared to do a free, 2-hour little training session on PowerPoint. We can arrange it again on a little call somewhere. So maybe I'll do a Teams webinar or something. So I'm more than prepared to do it. So if you guys are interested, I'd love to.
Well, they get lots of people saying yes, much appreciated. Tracy, you've been absolutely outstanding, which means you stand out, but you know that. And I love the way that you put your glasses to match the flower in the background. It's also well coordinated. So guys, a huge thank you to Tracy for being an absolute legend. You've been a star. I knew you would be. And so we look forward to hearing more about that 2-hour event. You've just made a promise and I'm going to be there no matter what. Bye, Tracy van der Zol. Bye. So guys, that was Tracy van der Schyff, but we've got so much more coming up for you. And would you like to win another prize? I mean, like Katarina, how many prizes are we going to give away today? Could it get any better for you guys? Because we are about to give away yet another prize. And who's our next prize from? One of you will be winning some flights, a free round-trip flight. I think it is between Joburg and Cape Town. I'm not sure. Maybe you can choose depending on where you are, but I think it's Joburg and Cape Town. But let me introduce you to Michelle Green. And before we bring Michelle on camera, we are just going to tell you a little bit, and there's a bit of a slide presentation, which Dan and Avi will play in the background. But she said we can introduce her as Airlink, a former franchise member of SAA, but is now operating privately and owned by an independent airline. I actually didn't know that, Michelle. I knew it wasn't associated, but I didn't know that Airlink is now an independent airline flying under its own unique 4Z flight code. Michelle, you're going to have to tell us what a 4Z flight code is. I have no idea what a 4Z flight code is. We are giving away return flights on Airlink, and there are 2 tickets for one of you and me. No, I'm joking. 2 return tickets from Cape Town to Johannesburg. But before we spin the wheel, Dan, I do believe we have a presentation that you're going to be showing, yes?
Here we go.
Awesome.
Okay, so hi everyone, my name is Michelle. I am from Airlink, and yes, we are an independent, privately owned airline, former franchisee member of SAA. So you must probably have flown on us, but we've now changed, and the reason why it's 4Z is previously our flight number on your flight ticket used to read as SA8. We are now 4Z, so that's our unique flight code and will appear on every ticket you purchase for any Airlink flight. We do have over 60 routes, 37 destinations, and 50 aircraft. So in that slide, you'll see that that is our E190 flagship aircraft, and I will talk you through that. We can now move to the next slide. So, as I've mentioned, we are a former franchisee of SAA. We offer a comprehensive network system in Southern Africa where we connect local and regional cities to smaller towns throughout Southern Africa. We can move on to the next one. So flying under lockdown level 2 has been challenging for everyone in the sense that people aren't too sure what they need to do, but it's gotten better. And so now you can go onto www.flyairlink.com onto our protocols. All you need is that domestic health questionnaire, and you fill that in, and that's simply so that you don't waste time when you're at the airport and you don't have to touch anybody else. So you come prepared with your travel questionnaire. Please make sure that you always have your face mask on in the airport and on board the aircraft. And then we've, of course, removed loose items. So your magazine is now digital, so you can download it prior to your flight and have it on your phone. Your safety really matters to us, and that's why it's so important that we keep you safe even on board. So we make sure that we sanitize and keep the aircraft clean. So after each flight, so if you're traveling from Johannesburg, you will hop onto a sanitized and clean aircraft. When you land in Cape Town, it will be cleaned again, sanitized. For those who are returning, we have HEPA filters on board, which are known to block and remove viruses up to 99.9%, including the coronavirus. So it's good to know that we're trying our best and doing our best and making sure that we keep you safe on board. Moving on to the next slide. We do have new routes. So before, we never used to fly directly between Johannesburg and Cape Town. We do now, and we have business class on board. So we have 6 business class seats. Yes, we do.
Wow. I'm there like a bear. I'm there.
We have the best part about the business class, which I'll share later. So just listen out for it, is about the seats, by the way. So from the 7th of September, we are reintroducing routes that have always been there, but were just not operating due to the fact that there weren't as many people traveling. So from the 7th of September, Johannesburg Mthatha resumes, Johannesburg Hoedspruit, Johannesburg Pietermaritzburg, Cape Town Uppington. Oh, whoa, I forgot about letting you know that Bloemfontein and we now fly from Bloemfontein to Cape Town as well. So you can just purchase an Airlink flight. Generally, that route is used by a lot of business people and lawyers because of the court down there. And then, of course, as we continue, we will have more routes turn on. So from the 17th of September, for instance, it will be Cape Town International to Kruger Park. Okay, so why should you choose Airlink? I think that's the big question for any person who wants to fly. Everybody is asking themselves why? Because one, we want value for money, so we offer you affordable fares. Also, we are very customer focused. We won't leave you hanging. So we want you to have a good experience. So that means the communication with regards to if there were any flight changes, we will be in touch. We'll call you and do everything to try and get a hold of you to ensure that you know that. On-time performance is a huge thing for anyone. If you're flying, be it for business, be it for leisure, you want to know that you will depart at the time that you were told you're going to depart, and you will land where you are flying to at the time you expect to land. So our on-time performance is currently at 95%, which is really awesome, but we're always working on getting it beyond 95%. And then make sure that you subscribe to our newsletter, because we like keeping you updated, and seeing as there's so many changes at the moment, as long as you're on our newsletter, you'll always pick up on the latest news. Benefits of choosing Airlink, right? So if you're flying with Airlink, you have a choice of business class, premium economy, and economy. If you're in economy, you've got 20 kilograms free checked-in luggage, so you don't have to pay for it, and the 7 kilograms free hand luggage, which you can just stow overhead. And then if you're flying business class, you get 30 kilograms of checked-in luggage. Moving on to the next slide. Now, why do we love the E190? Airlink has single aisle aircraft. With the E190 and the E170, you just have a window or aisle seating. And with COVID, a lot of people don't want to be stuck in the middle seat between two people. So they prefer window or aisle. We offer generous leg room and seat pitch. Now, this is the part that I was mentioning. A lot of people don't like small seats. So on an average Boeing, like a 737, so those are some that are used by some of the low-cost carriers. The seats are a bit smaller. We have 20-inch wide seat in business class and 18-inch in the economy. And we have the seat pitch, which means the depth of your seat when you are seated is 30 inches, and then 32 inches in economy, 38 inches in business class. And then, of course, we've got a complimentary onboard catering, bar service, and your in-flight magazine is digital. We can move on to the next slide. So how do you book Airlink? You've got two choices, really. You can either visit, moving on to the next slide, www.flyairlink.com. On there, you can book your flight to any Airlink destination, and there are multiple different payment options. So we take Visa, MasterCard, Diners, and soon to be Amex. On the GDS, which means if you are using a travel agent, they are able to use Amex, Diners, Visa, MasterCard, all the various payment methods that are available. The online, which is www.flyairlink.com, Amex should be ready within the next 2 weeks. And we can move on to the next slide. So I wanted to just take you through to our website so that you can see our business class. So if you can just scroll down, that is the cabin. You can see there's plenty of overhead storage, window aisle seating.
Nice.
Yes, and the food looks good. It's all plated. And of course, you get cutlery and glassware in business class. And that just gives you a clear view of the aircraft. So single aisle, business class is the only area where there's a single seat on one side. The rest are all window aisle seating. So for any questions, you can contact me at mthompson@flyairlink.com. But for flight protocols, please, for any other information, booking a flight, please visit our website, www.flyairlink.com.
Wow, Michelle Green Thompson, you are like an energy bunny. Tell me you're in sales. You must be in sales. You are in the right job. You have chosen well. And I love the passion you feel for your company. So we're running out of time, so I need to do this quickly, but what a great presentation. I believe you've got a prize to give away. What is the prize? Will you tell them the prize?
I do have a prize to give away. The prize is 2 return tickets to any Airlink domestic destination.
I think you're going to make someone very happy because I see that Pelisa says you've got my hometown Umtatas there. So please give us, spin the wheel for us there, Dan. Drum roll. Who's going to win this prize? Who's it going to win? Who's going to be? And our winner is getting closer. Our winner is getting closer. It looks like Debbie. No, it's not Debbie. It's Daisy. Daisy Macholejo. Daisy, congratulations. You have won 2 free tickets. Return to any destination that Airlink flies. We will get in touch with you so that you can speak to this powerhouse, Michelle Green Thompson, and make sure that you win your prizes. Michelle, thank you for your generosity. Thank you for representing your company so proudly because it's got my favorite name in it, South African, so which is awesome. So thank you very much, Michelle, and good luck with the business. May you fly high and fly strong. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone. Bye, and see you on board.
Bye, bye. So guys, that was Michelle Green Thompson checking in with us. And what an amazing, amazing gift. Daisy, there you go. You've won yourself an amazing, amazing prize. And we are going to move on to our next speaker. And boy, we've got a lot going on today. I've been busy. In fact, I want to hear more from the speakers, but there's so much happening behind the scenes that I need to be doing with you guys. So let me let you know. I'll tell you that our next speaker has two things in common with one of our former first ladies. She has two things in common with one of our former first ladies. The first thing she has in common is her name is Zanele. And you might remember that one of our former first ladies was a lady called, which was her surname? Let me know in the chat box. Which of our first ladies had a surname? What was her surname? Her first name was Zanele. Come on, Mbeki. Thank you, Zandile. Well done, Zanele Mbeki. But this is Zanele Njapa. And I hope I've said that correctly, Zanele. Nazela Njapa is going to be speaking to you about navigating transitions for PAs and EAs. And boy, do we need to know how to navigate transitions right now. But I want to read a bit of her bio because I want to see, there's a second thing she's got in common, and I'll mention that to you a bit later on. But she says Zanele, or as her clients call her, the unlearning lady. The unlearning lady began a career as a primary school educator and had to do what we're calling today pivot or transition. She had to do her own pivot or transition, drawing from key insights around how people learn, adapt, and transition. Zanele now works with Tomorrow Today Global and as a transitions facilitator, and has since assisted clients such as ENS Africa, Standard Bank, Rand Merchant Bank, and the Discovery Group, names you know well, to approach an uncertain future. Now, guys, listen to this. To approach an uncertain future with confidence by cracking the unlearning code. I'm really looking forward to this, Zanele, to successfully transition from one normal to the next, because I promise you, after the coronavirus, there's going to be another crisis. We are going through incredible crisis. We are going through change on this planet, and we need to be able to cope and deal with change. So I think what you're going to speak about is so perfect. In 2019, she was recognized by Advanced Media as the 45th most influential young South African on the final list of 100 South Africans. In the same year, this is the second thing she has in common with our former First Lady. In the same year, Zanele became the winner of the Professional Speakers Association Speaker Factor competition, making her the first speaker to attain this word in South Africa. So there's the second thing. She's a first in that regard. In 2020, she made the Junior Chamber International Essays list of 21 top outstanding young persons. I didn't know that. How cool is that? She now serves fellow speakers, coaches, facilitators, and trainers as the KwaZulu-Natal chapter president of the Professional Speakers Association of Southern Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, please could you help me welcome a graceful woman. She's graceful. She is a first lady energy. Please could you help me welcome the one and only, the gorgeous, the amazing Zanele Njaba. Zanele, are you there? Hey!
I'm here. Hello,
How
Robin.
you doing, Zanele?
I'm
Wow.
well, thank you. How are you?
I am so excited. Look at your background. That is amazing. Is that your presentation behind you?
Yes, this is my presentation. That way people don't have to miss the space.
I'm looking forward. So ladies and gentlemen, because I don't want to steal too much of your time, Zanele, so excited to have you here. We've got a great crowd. These guys are really interactive. Enjoy your presentation, and I'll see you in 35 minutes. Bye.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Robin. And hello to everyone who is joining us. Just a big thank you to the team that's put everything together. I'm excited for my presentation, and we're going to zoom past everything because I've got so much that I want to share with all of you. So as Robin has mentioned, I'm a transitions facilitator. I help individuals and teams to actually transition through whatever it is, whether it's a life transition, a professional transition, a team that's merging, whatever it is, I come in to help to facilitate that transition. But what I'm going to do today is I want us to really look at this presentation as a twofold. So I just want to encourage everyone to go to presenter view, or to rather make my speaker. There we go. Awesome. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to encourage that we look at today's points and everything I'm going to share as things that we can apply in our personal lives, because we're all transitioning in our personal lives as well. As much as we've got all of these professional transitions going on, we're sort of juggling both, and I'd love to hear a little bit about that. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to help you understand what it actually feels like to transition. So have a look at the image that I have on my screen now. And then tell me, what do you see? Do you see a man that looks like he's sad? And I'm going to keep an eye on the chat box so we can get some great interaction. I think as someone who used to be a teacher, I know that sometimes you have to stop. If a child pees in their seat or something happens, you have to stop on the fly and work on that. So have a look at the image on the screen. And you most probably can see a man who looks somewhat sad, right? And then just let me know in the chat box if you can see him. Take a few seconds. Now, I want you to let me know if you can see in the exact same image a man who actually looks like he's angry, an angry looking man. And usually when I ask people for this, I get turning of heads, I get people who close one eye, and it's usually quite interesting. But here's what I'm going to help you with. I'm going to cover this eye, and then I'd like you to tilt your head to the left and tell me if you can see the angry man now. So what used to be the other man's ear is now his eye, is the other man's eye. Then let me know if that's getting a little bit easier to see the mad or angry man. Let's see what everyone's saying in the chat. All right, good. I love the interaction. I love that people are coming through with all of that. So this is the point that I want to make with this image, is that any kind of transition that you and I are going through at the moment, it's crazy at work. I mean, so many of us have to sit with children on our laps to actually facilitate meetings. We have to work on this, work on that. You've got the dog climbing onto your lap as well at the same time, and all sorts of things happening that unless you understand how to transition successfully, you're going to find yourself in a very tricky position. And as one of the stats that I think most of us have become quite aware of the 70% of any transformation initiatives or transitions actually are doomed to fail. It means they don't succeed or they fall flat on their faces. And one of the biggest reasons that happens and where I come in is that a lot of the time as organizations and as individuals, we put results before engagement. So we prioritize how much results we want to get. Oh, I want to unlearn this habit. I want to get better at this. I want this result, but we forget how to actually engage. And what I found is actually exciting is that any kind of transition, if you think about a trapeze artist, so an individual who swings in the air and then lets go of the swing, catches another trapeze artist's hands, they are involved in actually two things. So they have to start with letting go and then eventually grab hold of something else. So I don't know about you guys, but on my side, I am not about to let go unless I know that there's something on the other side to grab a hold of. So if you think about a transition in that way, it's going to really assist you as we go forward now with my presentation, that it's made up of ideally two of those. It's that letting go and that grabbing hold. Now I'm going to invite Dan just to share a link of a survey that I launched some time back, where I wanted to actually find out a bit more from my clients, individuals that I met up with, just how much they engage in transitions and what they find, what you find. And I'd love to hear from you in the chat box now. What are some of the most difficult parts about changing, about letting go and then grabbing hold? And here's what I found is that 100% of individuals that gave feedback on any transition, it could be at work, it could be personal, getting married, moving houses, etc., they said that letting go was actually the hardest. It's hard to let go. And that's the challenging part that most people like you and I are finding actually sort of blocks us or causes some kind of lag in how quickly we can move on. And we know that it's the organizations, it's the teams, it's the individuals that can unlearn the best and move from one normal to another rapidly, but also smoothly, that are the ones that we can expect to see in the next 20 so years time, that are resilient and have all of these qualities of people that can shift between different futures and different scenarios. And that's what we want to become. We want to be adaptable, we want to be agile. And so really the crux of any kind of transition is there. And that's why I always start there. I always start with helping clients to unlearn, because we learn so much, right? We always take on all sorts of things and then we forget. that unless you empty your cup at one stage, you can't keep filling it because you're going to overflow, right? And just a few examples of organizations that have had to unlearn some of their principal identities or who they thought they were. Just a few examples. If you look at the top there, most of us would think that Volkswagen's best product is actually a car. It's actually not. One of their best performing products is actually a sausage. And at the bottom here, you'll see Colgate actually explored frozen foods. And Bic, don't even get me started with Bic and when they did the ladies' pen. But that's okay. And that's what unlearning is about. Now, as I introduce the concept to you, that's what unlearning is about. It's about understanding that your identity is not always set and being open to that change and understanding that you, just like any other individual or any other organism, are subject to change and that that's okay. And not just okay, but it actually works in your favor. And so that's what unlearning in essence is actually about. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to help you understand that in any unlearning process, as you now work through your transition, and we start with that engagement, remember we said that the crux of any results-based process is how much we engage in it. So we're going to start with understanding where we are. So understand where you are personally, understand what the transitions are that any kind of EA, PA, administrative assistant is going through at this moment. Understand where you want to be. Where do you see yourself becoming? What does the future of your industry, the future of you as a personal individual? And I think we really need to see it in two parts, because we're not just who we are at work. We're not just EAs and PAs, we're individuals. We are people, we are holistic individuals. So after that, then we're going to right at the end look at how do we get there. I've got a really great framework that I'm going to teach you that you can apply if you're unlearning any habit. So if you've got a habit, I know so many of us have picked up habits. I don't know about you, Robin, and everyone else that's on the line. We've picked up so many habits during lockdown that we want to unlearn. So we were looking at, oh my goodness, I've noticed I do this thing every now and again. How do I break out of that habit? So my framework that I'm going to teach you later on is actually going to help you to unlearn any habit and unlearn any kind of identity. I like to call it unlearning an identity, because we come to associate these things with who we are. So in true futurist form, I'm going to start off with having a look at just a few little trends that we can start to have a look at that you can apply both professionally in your EAPA work and then as an individual as well. And you'll see how I've struck that balance. I think I can say I did justice to that one. So the first thing I like to start off with is awareness. Understanding where you're going. So who you are, where you're going, and where you are at the moment. And I think that that's the most important thing. Because unless you understand what it is that you're taking into your future as you transition, then you stand a lesser chance of actually being successful wherever you are. And I think so many of you have probably had positions where you've shifted jobs, you've changed partners, whatever it is, you've undergone some transition. But it's important that you start with awareness, understanding what it is that I take forward. What can I bring with me that's going to enrich the future and make it even better? So I'm going to just tell you a quick story, keeping an eye on my time and making sure I'm still okay. If we think about the ice industry, that's why I've got a picture of ice behind me. The ice industry started off quite a while back, and any kind of ice, what can we call it? Any kind of harvesting of ice started off with individuals living up in the north. So they would go all the way up to the north and live there just so that they could cut blocks of ice for people and then bring those blocks of ice back and sell them to communities so people could keep their food cold. Any kind of innovation at the time was in the form of maybe a sharp saw, a stronger horse, or just thinking creatively, but very much in that framework. And then if we look a few 30 or so years down the line, we started to have our ice factories, and then individuals could then store all of this ice in these ice factories. 30 or so years down the line, we had our refrigerators. So we didn't need to go up to the north. We didn't need to do all of the things that we needed to do before in order to actually keep our food cold. Now we had our own little ice factories in our houses. Now here's the thing that I want us to learn from this story. It's that none of the individuals that were running businesses in any of these industries or any of these three parts of the refrigeration industry actually carried over. So none of the people that were cutting blocks of ice as businesses actually created refrigerators. And the sad part is that sometimes we actually restrict ourselves around what we do. So what those businesses probably said is that we cut blocks of ice. That's what we do. If you want blocks of ice cut, we'll do that for you. instead of understanding that actually their job is to help people keep their food cold. If that was the mandate they had before and they understood, then whatever keeping people's food cold was 30 years down the line, 50 years down the line, then they could respond to that. So I want us to start here. Have an open awareness around what you do. And what I find works really well here is aligning everything to your values. Have a nice big picture of who you are, what you give out, and where you are at the moment, and then align everything to that. It just helps to make things that much easier. And I think one of the best ways to do that is to ask the right questions. We're too afraid to ask questions, unfortunately, as individuals, but I think there's power in asking all of the right questions. And in the spirit of that, I'm going to now speak just about 4 little trends as in true futurist sense. But as I said before, I'm going to relate these trends to you specifically, personally, and then a little bit to how you can apply them as an EA and a PA. So the very first one, and Tracy, you spoke a little bit on this just now, which means that I don't have to do too much. But the really important thing about understanding AI, and it's literally been overdone, artificial intelligence this, artificial intelligence that. But what a colleague of mine really brought to my attention is that if you and I start to view AI as IA, intelligent assistance, it changes the game altogether, because it's no longer intimidating and we no longer get frightened, but we rather start to understand that this particular system or this particular tool only exists to assist me. It only exists so that I can leverage off of it. And if we think about it, whether it's in our professional sense or even personally, there's so many things, whether it's a swivel chair stuff, you swivel on this side, you type in, then you swivel on this side, you file, then you swivel there and you put things away, and then you swivel back. All of that are functions that are starting to be outdone because we've now got intelligent assistants that we can delegate certain tasks to, so that you and I can be more productive and do more of the human stuff. So it's our task actually to start to find what are those things that we can then delegate to intelligent assistants, and then actually give the stuff that needs most of our attention to it. And the next one is data, whether it's small or big data. All of you, I think, are quite aware of how to manage and be quite systematic around how you work with your data and your organizations. But one of the ways that I wanted to think about it in a personal sense is to track. We do so many things as we start to unlearn and change that we forget to track data. If you're putting in a new habit, you're trying something new, go back every now and again and have a look at how things are going. How much of a difference has it had? And then once you can understand how to track that data and understand your numbers, and I think now more than ever as PAs and EAs, you are expected to be the person who knows the company's numbers, probably better than anyone else. So you understand the vitality of understanding what your numbers are. And if I was to ask you then as an individual, what are your numbers? What's the time that you put into every day? What are your numbers in terms of what you'll give to any project? What are your numbers in terms of how you execute and what you give your time to? So it's understanding all of those numbers when it comes to yourself personally, and then tracking the data. If you put in something new, understand that all of those numbers will feed back and give you a better idea as to how you're doing. The next one are relationships. PAs, EAs, administrative assistants, more than ever today, are needing to be relationship experts, managing relationships around other people. But what I want us to take from this is becoming a connector. As much as you can manage relationships, help people to connect and all such things, it's more valuable if you can be the person that people can go to connect with other people. We live in a world that's now interconnected and people value those relationships. How much more of a value can you be when you are someone that assists individuals to connect with each other based on values, interests, any kind of alignment that you may see? People value individuals who will go, oh my goodness, wait a minute, you're in IT. Wait, I know someone. And then they connect you and they sort of create this entire web that actually what we find over time is that it ends up serving you in the way that you've sort of coordinated all of that. So relationship management, I think, is actually a very, very great tool. And then the last one is being the all-knowing. I thought this image was quite cool. It's a light bulb with a brain in it. It's a little bit creepy if you look at it too long. So I'll stand here, but otherwise I thought it was quite cute. It's this idea of being the all-knowing. And each and every individual that I've spoken to in this field has said there is so much pressure to know everything. Who does what? When is that getting done? Who's out? Who's not? Who's here? Who's there? So you feel like you consistently have to be the all-knowing. And here's what I advise, is that know a little bit about as many things as you can, but understand and make sure that everyone else understands what your area of expertise is. And this is both in your professional life and in your personal life. Know what you do that no one else can do as well as you, and then make sure other people know about it so that that's your thing. Last thing you want to be is a jack of all trades and master of none. And when you come across as someone who's an expert in one particular niche, it comes across well, and then it also executes your brand, because outside of the organization you work with, remember that you yourself are actually a brand, and that needs to communicate consistently. All right, now I'm going to ask, and luckily we've been 16 minutes in, and as someone who works a lot with neuroscience, I know that your brain is probably just thinking, oh my goodness, shoot me, this girl has been speaking for so long. So I'm going to ask you to cross your arms, just regularly like you usually would. And I'm going to have a look at the chat box now to hear what some of your inputs are around this. Cross your arms, and then uncross them. All right, then cross them again. Now I want you to uncross your arms and cross them the other way. So the not normal way, as we can call it. How does that feel? Let me know in the chat box. How does that feel to cross the way that you're not used to crossing? Awkward. I love that. It feels weird, right? Okay, now uncross and then cross the normal way. This is now where your brain is going, whoo, that feels so much better. I love this. Okay, come out and I'll cross the not normal way. Can you feel that that actually feels better? Does it not feel better the more that you do the normal or awkward or weird, as some of you have called it in the chat box, way of crossing your arms? Feels better. Erica, I see that. Relief. Oh, so you feel relief when you go to the back to the way that you're used to. But here's the point. And as we go a little further with my presentation, I'm almost actually closing, is that with any kind of transition that you and I make, and if there's anything that you take away from this, let it be that exercise, I guess, that the more you repeat something, and this is fortunately how your brain works, the more you build those neural pathways and they fire together, they will eventually hardwire. You will get there. You will get to a point where something becomes automatic, but it only feels comfortable and it only feels okay because you've done it for so long. Now, I'm going to take you through my LEAP principles that I spoke about a little earlier. And these are the principles and little tips that you can apply as you start to unlearn at work. Maybe you've installed a new program, you're struggling to use it, whatever it is. There's been a merger in the organization and you're sort of just struggling to make everything work. Or it's in your personal life. You started a new habit, it's not going so well. You're falling off the wagon a lot. You said you were going to go to gym. You said you were going to do 60 push-ups every morning and it's just not working out. Here are our principles that I've called my LEAP principles, and that's an acronym that you can apply as you lead yourself through transition. So these are principles that I teach to teams that I work with who are walking through any kind of transition. Now let's start with the first one. The first one is a live vision. So this is L. L is for live vision. Now I'm going to just tell you this, that a lot of organizations unfortunately find themselves in the trap of not understanding that because human beings are complex, you cannot, unfortunately, just apply one idea of where we see the company going and then say, all right, everyone, climb on board. Because if it's not alive for me, then I am not climbing on board. Remember we said that idea of the trapeze artist, letting go and grabbing hold? If it's not alive for me as an individual with my own specific needs and a grandmother at home to feed or a dog that's dying or whatever it is, there is no ways I am going to transition. So this is the first thing. It's making sure that the vision is alive for you. And here's how you do that. It's to understand what it means for you. What do you stand to lose as you change, as you transition? What is it that you might lose? Remember we said that one of the biggest things is letting go. It's because there's a loss associated with that. Think about moving house. How traumatic is that? Because you've got so many memories entrenched in that home that now you're going to lose. So understanding what it is that you're losing, and then understanding what you stand to gain. If the gains are high enough, and I think so many of you will know this in many contexts, if the gains are high enough, anyone will jump. But if they're not, and this loss is a lot more than what I'm gaining, then nobody's going to jump. So let's make sure that any kind of vision we set before us, we start to give it life, and we make it nice and clear, because fortunately our brains support and they'll fuel any image that's nice and clear. So if you've got a nice image of where you want to be, where you're going, what your desired destination is, make sure it's nice and clear, because then your brain can support you. Doesn't like us being vague, unfortunately. Just like me, I don't like vagueness. So that's the first one, that's L. And then the next one is E, and this is easy steps and chunks. I know most of you have probably applied this in so many things that you've done. How do you eat an elephant? Obviously one chunk at a time, because you can't just shove an entire elephant into your mouth. And that's how any kind of transition or habit creation also works. It needs to be broken up, because it's a process. And once we break it up in that way, it makes it that much easier for individuals to transition. And within that breaking up, it can be steps. It can be little rolls around what needs to be done, but it makes it that much easier for your brain to process. Because if I go, okay, Zanele, you need to lose, okay, well, maybe, yeah, not much, right? Zanele, you need to lose 20 kilograms by end of September. My brain is going to go, oh my goodness, really? But if I actually break that down and I go, okay, end of the first week of September, we should have lost about 5 kilograms. And here's how we're going to do that. It makes it that much easier. And I found that within working with organizations, using things like Gantt charts and any kind of outline that makes people a lot more aware of where they are, so that every now and again they can do the next thing in the LEAP process, which is acknowledge, appreciate, and announce. Unfortunately, we don't do enough of this, especially the second one of appreciation. When you've broken down any transition into little chunks that you can manage, that you can easily ingest and put into your mouth, remember to acknowledge, how far have I come? We spoke about asking the right questions. How far have I come? What hasn't worked? Yes, hello. You need to acknowledge what hasn't worked, because that's important. And then the next one, appreciate. Be good to yourself. I say this so often to individuals, because we live in a time where we're consistently competing and consistently on this hamster wheel, that we don't take enough time to appreciate how far we've come. Just look at you. And tonight, I think I advise each and every person on this call to jump into a bubble bath and do this, the second one, or all three of these. Acknowledge how far you've come, what's worked, what hasn't. Appreciate what you have done, what you have put into place, and the potential that you have. And then the last one, announce it, speak about it, the power of words. And in any transitioning team, or as you transition in your life, speak about those things. Speak about what's gone right, speak about what's gone wrong, and understand that any kind of ambiguous language or being sarcastic with yourself is not good for a transitioning brain. It's also not good for a transitioning team. If the boss stands up and says, oh, do we really think we're going to get there? Because then everyone goes, okay, so if he doesn't think we're going to get there, or if she doesn't think we're going to get there, then how are we actually going to get there? So the right language is really important, and the brain thrives on any kind of language that we associate with any kind of change that we do. So watch that language, but remember to acknowledge, appreciate, and announce. And then the very last one, I think I'm doing okay for time. And then the very last one is participation. Let me just tell you a very quick story, and I want you to guess the key line in the story, or the hook in the story. So there was a family of rats, and the family of rats lived in this house. Obviously, they called it their village though. So they lived in a village, and every now and again, the family of rats would lose a family member. So one of the rats would just disappear, because there was this cat that would come into the village every night and then snatch one or two of the rats and leave with them. So this was horrific, right? Horrific. And so all of the rats came together, and I see someone says they can't see the quotes. Don't worry, I will share this presentation. So you'll be able to download my presentation and then have a look at it. So please don't stress too much about copying what's behind me. I've got you covered. So this family of rats, as I was saying, got into a meeting, and they said, okay, we need to devise a plan. We need to do something. It's getting really hectic. We're losing family members. And then they sat together and they said, all right, let's have a committee. So all of the leaders and then more the elderly rats, if you can think about it like that, all sat together and they came up with a plan. And they announced it was the day of announcing it to all of the other rats, the entire rat community. And the leader rat, she stood up and she said, all right, everyone, here's what's going to happen. We've devised a plan that this is how we're going to make sure that we don't lose any family members as we go on. And she said, we've decided that we're going to hang a bell around the cat's neck so that every time the cat comes around, we know, we hear the bell and we go, oh, let's all run. And then we run away. And that's how everything is going to be okay. And then everyone stood up and they started cheering. It was so exciting. The entire rat community, you could see tears coming, streaming down their fur, and it was just so exciting and so emotional. And then the elder rat, you can imagine the elder rat is the one with a long gray beard and the walking stick. He stood up and then he asked a question, something very wise. What do you think the elder rat asked? Something wise that he could potentially ask at that point in the conversation or at that point in the meeting or the announcement. What do you think he might have asked? Now, looking forward to seeing that in the chat box. I usually get very interesting answers here. I think people get a little bit excited about the concept of rats and cats like I do. Who's going to do it? How are we going to get the bell on the cat's neck? Excellent. Excellent. Well done, everyone. I think, I got a really good group today. Nick, really? Who's going to put the... I like that, Nomtandas. So yes, that's exactly what the elder rat asked. Who is going to hang the bell on the cat's neck? And then there was silence. There was complete silence because no one had thought that far. But I don't want that to be you. As I end off today, I don't want that to be you because participation is actually one of the key parts of any transition. It's about putting skin in the game. And if unfortunately at this stage, you're still not a skin in the game kind of person, you can't expect to successfully transition through anything. So participation is all about getting people on board after we understand that the vision is alive for them and then making it work together. But everyone needs to put skin in the game so that everything works out. And then I'm going to end off now. I did say a little bit earlier that this slide is a little bit all over the place, but I did say a little bit earlier that I'm going to end off with helping you to make it stick, helping you to make it work and how to get there. And this is a question that I get a lot of the time when people go, Zanele, I want to come and work with you. I've been working on a certain habit and I just find that I keep falling off the wagon. And I tell them the quick story about when I was a teacher, I used to have a red door to my classroom. And every time the children would close it, they wouldn't close it all the way. And I would always say, just push the door until it clicks. And then it's not going to swing open when the wind comes in or a bird flies past or something. So it's this concept of making it click. How do we make our habits nice and sticky for our brains, but also so that you and I can actually see the results, track the data, as we said a little bit earlier. And this really is all about linking them to a ritual, a habit, and a behavior. Make sure that whatever it is you choose to do as you transition, create new habits, you've stuck them to a ritual, something that you can do that's a little bit more broad, and then a habit. What's one thing that you can consistently put into place intentionally? So rituals are more like taking a bath, so things that you do consistently, but habits are the little smaller incremental parts that are part of it. So the habit could be that every time I put lotion with, let me start again. So the ritual would be putting lotion on your body. We all do that every morning, give or take. And then the habit would be that every time I put lotion on, I always somehow start with my left arm. That's the habit within the bigger ritual. And then the behavior is how you act as you result out of it. So now I'm going to just put the link up to share the slides. So if you go to this link, and I'm going to ask Dan so kindly to share this link in the chat box so you can head over there and download all of my slides, have a look at them. Feel free to reach out. You'll see my details are on there and also on the slides that you're going to receive. Before I open up for questions, if we have a few minutes, I'm going to leave you with one of my favorite quotes, that you absolutely cannot solve any problem with the same thinking that created it. It means you and I are going to need to start thinking differently, but I think this is the time to do it, and I think we're ready. Thank you so much, Robin. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Katerina and the team.
Wow. What a wow. What a wow. I don't know if anyone's ever told you these things about yourself. You are elegant. You are graceful. You are so articulate in the way you speak. Have you ever thought of becoming a public speaker or a professional speaker? Because I really think it's something you should consider.
You think so?
I think you've got the natural skills and the abilities, because I understand now why you won all those prizes. So guys, do let us know if you have any questions for Zanele. But Zanele, for me personally, I just want to say, if there are any questions and while they're coming in, for me personally, first of all, I'm blown away by your presentation, because I'm a presenter, I'm a speaker, and I don't know how to put my screen behind me. This is unlearning I need to do. I found it so weird to twist my arms. It took forever to do it. And I think the message you're sharing with people is so essential because of the changing times we are in. We need to unlearn and find new ways of being. And so I think your message is just so spot on. I've got lots of people saying, agree that you are all that and more. Many people saying that. But Zanele, I think there were so many highlights. Thank you so much for sharing your slides with the group. Any questions for Zanele, please do let us know. And I'm glad we don't have too much time actually, Zanele, but you've been professional and on time and on the money. So you've given the link for people who need to know how to get hold of Zanele. And I personally would like to get hold of Zanele. I've got a talk called Navigating the Crisis. And I found there was such a great link, but I thought I need to say to you that you taught me a lot that I'd like to also be finding ways to make it 10 round nicely. So Zanele, thank you very much for an outstanding presentation. I must say the guys this morning have set the bar high. Yo, I had no idea I'd be learning so much. So huge thank you to you, Zanele, and thank you for being punctual, unlike some of the people. So I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Robin.
Okay, Zanele. Bye, Zanele. Guys, there you go. Yet another outstanding, incredible speaker. I must just say, Katarina, I'm blown away by the quality of speakers on this event. I must be honest, sometimes I am MC for an event, and a lot of the time I'm kind of doodling, but I've actually found it so engaging. So please do let us know how you're finding the conference. Let me know, give me a rating out of 10, how you are finding your conference so far. 1 out of 10 means, oh man, I should be watching days of other people's lives. This is boring. Or 10 out of 10 means that you guys are finding this incredible. So we've got 8 out of 10, 10 out of 10. Wow. Lots of 10s, 11 out of 10, loving it, 10 out of 10, fabulous, brilliant, 8 out of 10, 8 out of 10. Our lowest score is 8 out of 10. Yo. It has been amazing. I must just say, guys, I am glad that you guys are feeling so engaged. And I think what Zanele was speaking about is just so important. Who would have ever thought that we'd be running a conference in this format? I certainly didn't. And so for me, what I'm loving about it, and in terms of what Zanele was saying, I love the thing that Zanele spoke about rituals, what is it, habits? Rituals, habits, and behavior. And I love the thing about putting cream in. Why do we always start in the same way? And what Zanele spoke about was so powerful. And you should look up what neuroplasticity means, that the brain has the ability to rewire itself. So what Zanele is really speaking about is any habits can be reconditioned. It takes work, and it really brings me on to our next speaker so well, because our next speaker is a man by the name of John French. We're going to dive straight in. Oh, before we go with John, I know you've been sitting for a while. We've got one more speaker and a sponsor and some prizes before lunch. And I know you've been sitting for a while, and I really want your energy high for our next speaker. And I will link what Zanele was saying with what he taught me, because this guy taught me an incredible gift. Please, if I can ask you to be upstanding, please be upstanding. Upstanding means you are standing up. And I think it relates to what we are doing here today. I'm going to ask you just do something very simple. Stand and face forward. Stand with your legs, don't stand firmly balanced. And what I'm going to ask you to do is to raise your right hand in front of you. And then all I'm going to ask you to do is turn around turn around and then see how far you can go, and then mark a spot with your finger on the wall or wherever you're seeing. So for me, I'm looking at the earth in this picture. That's how far I can turn around. I can turn around to the globe in my image. So turn around, face the front, and then just turn around and see how far you turn now. Now, I'm going to ask you to please close your eyes, and don't do this physically. Do it in your mind. Close your eyes, and I'm going to ask you, don't do this physically. Visualize yourself raising your right hand. Don't raise it, only do it in your mind. Visualize yourself raising your right hand, and see yourself turning around, and this time you go 20% further than you did the first time. Actually see yourself stretching, and you go 20% further than you did the first time. Like, wow, I went so much further. Okay, now come back again, drop your hand. For a second time in your mind only, don't do it physically, only do it in your mind. See yourself raising your right hand, don't actually do it physically. See yourself raising your right hand, and now turn around and see yourself going 50% further. You turn around so much further. You're like, wow, I didn't know my body can turn that far. And then you come back again, drop your hand. And one last time in your mind only, don't do it physically. Do it in your mind. Raise your right hand. See yourself raising your right hand. Don't actually do your hand. See it in your mind. And now turn around and see yourself turning 360 degrees. So you're literally facing the camera again. You turn all the way around like an owl. You're like, wow. And now come back. And now I'm going to ask you to open your eyes. Open your eyes. And this time, I'm going to ask you to raise your hand and see how far you can go. See how much further you go. So turn around and see yourself going further. And let me know in the chat group, how much further did you go? Please let me know, how much further did you go after you did the visualization? You can sit down and type. Let me know if you went any further. So Dan says he went 30% further, 50% further, says Shirley, 70% says Zakara Bui, very fast says Nomtandazo, 50%, 40%, 25%. I feel like a girl on a Poltergeist movie because I went so fast, says Jasmine. 50%, 75%, 20% further. What? Why? Why? Vision. When you can expand your vision of what's possible, you'll go so much further than you thought you possibly could. And so why I'm saying that is that the man I'm about to introduce you to expanded my vision. John French, I met many years ago in Cape Town. And he helped me to unlearn a behavior. I think what Zanele was speaking about is unlearning bad behavior. I went to go and get voice coaching from John French, and he taught me how to speak properly because I constantly had a sore throat and a sore voice because I didn't learn how to speak from my diaphragm. And it was the hardest, most challenging thing to unlearn an old way of being. But I'm so profoundly grateful to John French because of him, I've been able to save my voice and be able to speak all the time. So I want to just read you a little bit of a bio, and then I'm going to introduce you to a man who's been a major part in transforming my speaking career. So John French is a communications guru, and you remember what guru means, G-U-R-U. He's a communications guru, and he's well-known communication strategist and communication skills coach. Over the last 24 years, he has trained everyone from Robin Banks, that's me, from Robin Banks upwards. What do you mean upwards? It's downwards from there, John. And is known as the Secretary's best friend. John is a unique position of being confidant to both bosses and secretaries. So he understands the relationship dynamics involved and how secretaries can both manage and maximize their relationship with their bosses. In his talk, John will teach you how to manage your boss and their personality type. Very important. This may be the most valuable work skill you will ever learn. John will teach us how to meet and exceed your boss's expectations, manage your boss's shadow side, great gift there, as well as how to get healthy boundaries and manage conflict when it arises. Ladies and gentlemen, please can you help me welcome a man who's made a huge impact in my life, Mr. John French. Hey, John, how you doing?
I'm good, thank you. And thank you for that wonderful introduction, Robin.
It's all true, my brother. Thank you for what you've done. And thank you for that beautiful view behind you. You've just taken us all on a great trip.
Well, you know what? The weather is crap in Cape Town. So you know what? With virtual, I always say virtually anything is possible.
Oh, good one. John, we've got an amazing audience here. I don't know if you've been online, but these people are so engaged. They're so interactive. And I'm sure they're going to love your presentation. So over to you, John. All yours for the next 35 minutes. Enjoy.
Thank you, Robin. And good afternoon. That's afternoon here. Good afternoon to everybody. My name is John French. I'm a communication specialist and coach. And I'm in a unique position that I spend a lot of time training both your bosses, all industries, as well as PAs and secretaries. And I'd like to bring that 24 years worth of knowledge, experience, and insight to you today. My starting point is we're going to have a conversation today, and I'd like to speak to you about a 4-letter word. And not just any 4-letter word. This 4-letter word triggers more people, upsets more people, causes more misery than most other 4-letter words. And that 4-letter word is boss. And you know what? We all have bosses in our lives. And I want you to think about the concept of boss quite laterally here. Sure, we might work for bosses, but you know what? There are hierarchies at every level and sector of our lives. Growing up, our parents are our bosses. Our teachers are our bosses. You get married, you get into a relationship. Your partner may be your boss. You have children. If they're strong-willed, they become your boss. So what we're talking about today is going to help you, hopefully, with every hierarchical relationship in your life, but we're going to be focusing on that one person that can either make you happy or make your life an absolute misery. So I'm going to be sharing my screen over now, just to get us into the presentation. And let's make it large. Yes, so we're going to look at how to manage your boss and make them happy. And just to get us going, I thought, let's get into the mood. Let's get us all into the mood of what the relationship can go, how it can go sour with a boss. This should bring back some memories for you guys and get us into the mood. Let me know if you should have sound.
You have no style or sense of fashion.
I think that depends on what you're...
No. That wasn't a question. There's some reason that my coffee isn't here. Has she died or something? I don't understand why it's so difficult to confirm an appointment.
No, I'm so sorry, Miranda. I actually did confirm last night.
Details of your incompetence do not interest me.
Hey.
Breakfast here. Are my eggs here? Where are my eggs? On the lingerie shoot. On my car. Or on Madison. Get us a reservation for dinner. Thank you notes delivered today. Where is everyone? Why is no one? If you don't have that Harry Potter book by then, don't even bother coming back. Oh, don't be ridiculous, Andrea. Everybody wants this. Everybody wants to be us.
All right, that should bring some memories back for you guys. And what we're going to do now is just to we'll do a temperature check just to see what your relationship with your boss is like. And this is where the poll comes in. So Dan and Avi, I'm going to ask you to set up the poll. But what I'd like everybody to do is just give us a quick answer in terms of what is your relationship like with your boss at this point in time, with your present boss? Do you have a great relationship? Is it average or help? I have a disastrous relationship and this talk is exactly what I need. So I think it would be good just to see where everybody is in their relationship with their bosses. So if you can just give us some scores and then we'll have a look.
Cool, John. So just from my side backstage, so the poll is running. We can leave it up for a few more seconds. And then also just for you to be aware, when you're sharing your slides, if there's anything that's blocking that particular slide, like that poll window or the panel, the floating controls at the top, then just try to get rid of it. Otherwise, it interferes with the slide.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Cool. Okay, you let me know when we're ready to end polling. It's been up for 45 seconds. 60% almost have voted.
All right, let's give them another 15 seconds. It's a simple answer. You should know and how to define that relationship. You either have a great relationship, an average relationship, or a terrible relationship with your boss. Let's see. 5 more seconds.
There we go. I'm sharing the results on the screen.
Okay, this is interesting. Is it 61% say they have a great relationship? Okay, there's 40% room to improve that, but that's a fantastic start. 34% said average, And you know what's quite reassuring to see is only 5% said they had a bad relationship with their boss. You know what? I want to also get across that we've just had a talk earlier today about change and transition and disruption. Is you don't always end up with the same boss your whole career. In fact, that's highly, highly unlikely. So in your next boss relationship, the scores might reverse completely. You might start off, or most people might have a great boss now, but 6 months down the line, a year down the line, 2 years down the line, you might end up in hell, because that is how we grow, through the mirrors in our relationships. So this might help you now, those small percentage that are battling, but the rest of you who have decent or good relationships, this should, just bear this in mind, this should help you going forward, because bosses do change. All right. Quick question is, why is your relationship with your boss so pivotal and so important? In summary, they have a lot of power over you. It's a power relationship. It's a hierarchical relationship. Just remember, if your boss is not happy, neither will you be. If we're not happy, we project into others, and bosses are in a comfort zone of power and control. Thirdly, just remember, your relationship with your boss, it's just not just a personal relationship or professional relationship, it is a contractual relationship. There is a contract, like a marriage contract, in place. And just remember, in professional contracts, people expect way more the whole time than in personal relationships. Your boss can influence your well-being for most of your daylight hours, most of your awake hours. So just remember the power they have. Also, in terms of your career progression, your boss can either accelerate, and when most times, especially if you're a good PA or secretary, they don't want you to go. They can keep you exactly where you are. So in summary, your boss has the direct influence over your self-confidence, your self-esteem, and your personal well-being. So let's start off with, if you want to make your boss happy, what are they looking for? You know, the basics of just delivery on work functions, KPIs, that's absolutely normal. But most of the conflict with bosses comes in because of personality clashes. We all have a core personality type. And from this, we have what I call personality bias. We know the old saying, like attracts like, soort soek soort. So we resonate with people who are similar to our own personalities. That having been said, life is quite complicated because we are living on Earth here in a dualistic realm, which means that there is duality in everything. There's me, there's you, there's male, there's female, there's happiness, there's sadness, there's hot, there's cold. And personality types are exactly the same. You've got two poles, two extremities, and that's where the most conflict arises. And because nature always tries to create a balance, in our relationships, in our close relationships, and it's usually your spouse, your child, and your boss, we usually attract the opposite personality type. And that's where all the conflict in our life usually arises.
John, I'm sorry to jump in here. I don't want to interrupt your flow, but that ugly black box is actually blocking an important part of your slide. So I think if you go to the 3 dots on the right-hand side of that black of those floating controls, and you just say hide meeting controls. Oh, now it's at the bottom. So you just need to hide the floating meeting controls.
I'm just okay, done that.
And sorted. There's a little gray bar in the middle, but I think that should go away any second. There we go, sorted.
Brilliant. Okay, so we said opposites attract. So let's look at personality types to define your personality as well as your boss and see where conflict is likely to arise. As I said, we're living in a dualistic realm. There is duality in everything. And I want you to look at, you know, there are so many personality models. This is my own communication model and influencing model. So if you look at the 2 top quadrants, your analytical and your driver personality types, those are your 2 logical personality types. And they look at life, situation, relationships, people from a very logical headspace. At the bottom, your amiable and your expressive are your 2 emotional personality types. They lead and they come from the heart. And you can imagine there's a lot of conflicts in relationships between logical people and emotional people. Logical people find emotional people completely and utterly illogical, and your emotional people find your logical bosses cold, hard, and insensitive. If we look at the spectrum from left to right, on the left, you've got your analytical and your amiable. Those are your two introverted personality types. The top one, analytical, is introverted and logical. The bottom one, amiable, is introverted and emotional. On the right-hand side, you see your two extroverted personality types, and these are your dominant personality types that take over, hold floor, usually make your life difficult. Your driver is extroverted and logical. Your expressive is extroverted and emotional. And you will have one core personality type. You'll tend to be in one quadrant most of the time. And your bosses, again, because of their comfort zone and power, will obviously lead from where they're from. And depending on who they are, you need to know how to speak their love language. So let's have a look at each type of boss, the 4 different types of boss, and what you need to deliver. And I want you to think about your boss and where they sit. We're going to start off with the analytical boss, introverted and logical, top left corner. I found graphics that illustrate them. Your analytical boss lives in their own headspace. They're deep thinkers, they're introverted. You never know what's going on in their head. They don't trust anybody. It's in God I trust, for everything else give me data. Their main relationship is with their PC, me and my PC. They don't usually give a lot of information. It's all guesswork from analytical bosses. They are timekeepers, they are perfectionists, they can spot mistakes a mile away. If you want to make them happy, it is 3 basic deliverables that you need to be consistent on. Number 1, you need to inform them, keep them informed. They need to understand what is going on. Number 2 is you've got to back everything with fact and evidence. The worst thing you can do is to speculate, make assumptions, not pay attention to detail. Information is their comfort food. The last thing is accuracy. If you have an analytical boss, you've got to be accurate. Spelling mistakes, typos are going to drive them mad, and they will see them and spot these mistakes a mile away. Because they're introverted and logical, the worst thing you can do is show emotion or have an emotional argument. They will say, you can do anything, but don't cry in my office. They want a logical argument, fight with facts, be logical. That is your analytical boss. Your amiable boss, bottom left, which is relationship-oriented, introverted and emotional. You can see the picture on the right. They are your very tactile, friendly, and perhaps overly friendly at times boss, because relationships are the most important drivers in their life. They look for peace, harmony, security. Their big life lessons are all about being more assertive, setting boundaries, learning to say no. And they battle to do that with their superiors and a lot of other people in their life. So you tend to have to manage those things. Because they are very sensitive and emotional, you've got to be very careful of the tone of your message, the attitude behind your writing, the attitude behind your voice. That's what triggers amiable bosses the most. They demand loyalty, they demand support. So it's all about building the relationship. If there is stress, what they look for more than anything is emotional reassurance. The next 2, your dominant extroverts. A lot of you will have driver bosses because they always get to the top. Your driver personality is all about results, profits, success, achievement. Control, dominance are very important to the driver boss. I've said this for a good 10 years. Your Donald Trump is your archetypal driver personality. Wants to be boss, wants the top job. The downside is they are very low. The complete opposites is the driver is the opposite of the amiable, and they attract the amiables. The driver's biggest lessons is about emotional sensitivity. They, like a Donald Trump who has no EQ at all, Driver bosses tend to be blunt, direct, thick-skinned, and what you're going through is your sensitivity is a blind spot. If you want to make them happy, your driver boss is all about goals, targets, achievement. You've got to understand what they're looking for, what their business goals are, align yourself, and show that you're pushing towards those goals. Then they will like you. The worst thing you can do is step between the driver boss and their goals. You can't, you must, you have to. You can't tell them what to do. They will hate it. So you've got to use their goals as your carrot. With them, you've got to set strong boundaries, because drivers push boundaries. They will walk all over you. They will push you. They'll want you to work late. You've got to fight with logic. You've got to set boundaries, but it's all about the goals. The last one is your expressive boss, extroverted and emotional. Edina Monsoon, absolutely fabulous, that type of personality. Very creative, great visionary, great with ideas. They show people, they love attention. At the wedding, they want to be the bride. At the funeral, they want to be the corpse. Because they are extroverted emotion, they're either up there, they're having a fantastic day, or they love what you're doing, or they were having a dreadful day and they will hate your work completely. So you never get middle ground. They don't do middle ground. It's either zero or hero, brilliant or awful. Because they're opposite of the analytical, is they're great initiators of ideas, creativity, but they're very weak on follow through. Admin is their worst thing, and that's why they have to outsource everything admin-wise to you. Follow through, you need to follow, you need to micromanage them to catch that side of their lives. The thing they struggle for most is balance. So they're going to be on an emotional roller coaster, great days, really bad days. So the tantrums, the dramas, be careful of that. And what I am doing is I'm speaking about the extreme in each personality so that you can recognize it. So those are your 4 bosses. So the big problem is that we tend to attract our opposites. If you are amiable, then you'll probably have a driver boss. If you are analytical, you might have an expressive boss. And that's where the problem in relationships occurs, because we all have expectations based on our personalities and our personal love language. But the opposite personality gives us quite the opposite. And that's where reality sets in. It's not what we want. It's not what we expected. And that's where conflict and disappointment arise. So how do we get this right? When you go for the job interview or land the boss, and it's never too late to do this, is we need to have a crucial conversation at the beginning of any work relationship about what I call and what is known the rules of engagement. With every relationship in our lives, there are needs on both sides, and we need to understand what our boss is looking for, how they do things, how they like things, especially if we are the opposite personality type. Also, in that crucial conversation about the rules of engagement, you also need to define what you are prepared to compromise on, what your non-negotiables are. Let your boss know where the boundaries are and what your expectations are. Too many people don't do this, and they end up bitching, moaning, miserable, unhappy, internalizing, crying on their friends and colleagues' shoulders because they never got what they want, or they're not treated the way they expected or want to be treated. Have you discussed the rules of engagement in your relationship with your boss? Absolutely essential. In these rules of engagement, what is so important to understand, in every relationship, there are what we call healthy boundaries. There are boundary issues in every relationship. People who are respectful of each other, have a high EQ, respect other boundaries. But conflict only arises when people overstep the boundaries. And for bosses, because of their position and their power, this is so easy to do. So just remember, setting boundaries, it's about creating the distance at which you can love and protect yourself as well as support your boss. You've got to consider both parties, find the middle ground. Very important. The moment you don't set boundaries or you allow boundaries to be overstepped, you are setting precedents, which your boss can say, but you did it last time. You've been working late for years. Why do you suddenly want to change now? So just remember about setting boundaries and creating precedents that will hold for the future. Again, when things go wrong, is don't internalize. If you want things to change and have a better functional relationship with your boss or anybody else, if you're feeling pain, if you're triggered, if things are not working, if you can see your boss is not even happy with you, you guys need to have what we call a crucial conversation or a sensitive conversation or a difficult conversation. What is a crucial conversation? They're often difficult to have. Sensitive topics, hashtag awkward, embarrassing, negative. There are consequences for speaking up, and it can lead to conflict. Why do most people avoid them? Because we all have rank and hierarchy issues. Your boss has that power. We're taught to respect hierarchy and just accept what hierarchy dishes out. Huge issue for South Africans. Most people, especially your introverts, if you're amiable or analytical, most introverts are afraid of conflict. Your amiable person, the relationship, and most PAs and secretaries are probably your amiable, supportive personality type. They hate conflict. They hate to disappoint. People avoid crucial conversations because of lack of self-esteem, a lack of confidence, fearing the consequences, lack of self-worth. Oh, I must accept my lot in life. What did your parents and elders teach you growing up about speaking up, setting boundaries, being assertive, saying no? A lot of people just become what we call the compliant child ego state. And a lot of people just lack the skills to have those crucial conversations. So why are they important? The benefits of addressing conflict, addressing your triggers, speaking up to your boss when needed is, number one, you can let it go. You can get it off your chest. You can be heard. You can create awareness in your boss and the other party. You can only create change or influence once you've created awareness. That's where you can, by change, you can enter both parties into a negotiation process, increase understanding, create the shift, and hopefully get what you deserve. I've covered what I think I can reasonably in this half an hour. What I'm going to do now is, if I can just end my show, and what I'd like to do in the remaining couple of minutes is, can you please let me know if you've got any questions that you would like me to answer? Does anybody have any questions? Josephine says she avoids conflicts.
Yeah, that's come up a lot, John. A lot of people saying they hate conflict. So, maybe just to mention something more on that. I don't see anything in the Q&As yet.
All right, conflict is why most people avoid conflict, is that conflict, again, can break down relationships, can spiral out of control, can be very toxic and negative. And it's usually your introverts, it's your analytical as well as your amiable personality type that tend to fear conflict. Your extroverts, your drivers and your expressive, bring it on. They love the drama, they love the challenge. So it's usually your introverts that fear conflict. But just remember, because there's a difference of opinion, it doesn't have to end in conflict. So the way you handle, or your skills to have a crucial conversation or to negotiate, will determine whether it ends up in conflict or whether you can have a constructive conversation, a crucial conversation that can create the shift and the understanding that you are looking for. You can do a personality assessment to have a look and see what personality type you are. That does need to be done by a professional because it's very intimate, and you know what? Yeah, and there's a lot at stake here, and I think it needs to be handled very professionally and sensitively. You guys can always, if anybody's interested in understanding or learning more about this, you can contact me with absolute pleasure. My details are up here. So if anybody would like to have more knowledge or training, that you can contact me at it's john@johnfrench.co.za. My website is communicationguru.co.za. We do a huge amount of training for personal assistants, for secretaries, for support staff, customer service, writing skills, whatever you need, my business communication guru can help you with.
Awesome. Thank you very much, John French. And I think what John was speaking about there was so crucial. And I mean, John, wouldn't you agree that, I mean, conflict is actually part of relationship? And I mean, I kind of relate to a lot to what a lot of people are saying about the conflict thing. I hate conflict, but I actually think sometimes it's important that, you know, in a funny way, conflict can build a relationship and make you actually better if you actually engage the conflict. And because avoiding the conflict is kind of like putting your head in the sand. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, you know what? No change can happen without conflict. Without conflict, there's harmony, things stay the same. So we cannot grow as individuals or organizations or teams without a certain amount of flux and conflict. So it is a good thing, but it depends on whether you have the skills to manage it, to manage yourself, the other party, as well as those discussions.
Yeah. And I think that's the thing. And actually having the courageous, I think someone's written there, having the courageous conversation, being willing to have that courageous conversation, because even in relationships, you know, the thing I always find fascinating, I don't know if you've noticed this, but I mean, in relationships, in the beginning, you meet someone and I'm willing to do anything for you, baby. I'll open the door. Do you want me to take the garbage out? What else can I do for you? 5 years later, your partner says, please take the garbage out. I would say, do it yourself. And I always find fascinating what happens is that we forget that in the beginning, we were willing to do the work, but afterwards we stopped doing the work. And I think what you were speaking about as well about personality types, I'm big on personality types. My favorite one is the insights one, and I saw that yours was similar. Is there anywhere that you can recommend people can go to do a quick assessment for their own personality type? Because I think that's very important in terms of what you're saying. Do you have a process that can help people do their own personality type?
Robin, yes. I think just to finish off, two things is crucial conversations. I always say crucial conversations are difficult to have, but it's far more difficult to stay where you are in that pain and that difficult situation. So that's number one. The personality profiling is such an intimate, important area of your life. It needs to be handled by a professional. Doing it yourself where you don't understand how the models work is, I think, fairly dangerous and naive. So I would say, yeah, it's more than confusing, is you're not going to get the full thing. I mean, you can't listen to a quick talk on Mind Power and get all that knowledge, all the knowledge that you need. It's so individual and personal. So if anybody would like to do some training or to find out more about their personalities and how to manage other personalities and how to influence them, please contact me. It's john@johnfrench.co.za.
John@johnfrench.co.za.
I want a click, please.
John, thank you so much for an amazing, insightful presentation and for a beautiful view on this very cold day for most of us in South Africa. Thank you so much for that. And we'll be tuning in, guys. You know how to get a hold of John. Please do follow up with John. I think what he's spoken about today is essential in terms of learning how to master yourself and then master your relationships and overcome the beast that conflict is, so that you can have better relationships, not only with your boss, but with your spouse and with everybody else in your life. Thank you so much, John, and we'll see you later. Bye.
Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Bye. So guys, as you can see, we are just motoring along. I am so inspired by our presenters today, and we are about to have lunch, but wait, there's more. We're going to be giving away another 1,000 Rand voucher for Take a Lot. Who would like? Jeez, I can't believe how many prizes. This is not fair that I don't get to participate in the gift. So who would like to win another 1,000 Rand voucher? We've got a lot of people coming up saying me, 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 me. Mr. Dan Stillerman, spin the wheel, Freeze, my brother. Let's see who's going to win our next voucher for 1,000 Rand. Oh, it's stopping. It looks like, oh, I can't see the name. It is Candace Peanut. Candace, are you there? Let us know in the chat box that you have seen that you have just won 1,000 Rand from Take a Lot. And so you'll be getting your voucher soon. Candace Pinar, a lot of people congratulating you there. Candace says, yes, I'm here. Wow, thank you so much. You obviously did the right thing last night. Whatever you did last night, Candace, go to bed and do the same thing. Like, you know, have the same thing for dinner, have the same kiss with your husband, just do the same thing and you'll get more prizes tomorrow. So congratulations. But wait, there's more before we go to lunch. Yane, I am jealous. I've got the jealous because I'm not allowed to enter the next prize. So I want to introduce you to a company called the Safari Guys. What a cool name. The Safari Guys has worked with a great variety of travelers for many years. These travelers range from royal families to corporate clients. The focus with regards to group bookings, big or small, is 5-star for less. 5-star for less. That's their focus. So one of the properties that the Safari Guys work with is the Azura Bengura Island. Now, Debbie will tell you more when you guys go and chat. I'm pretty sure that's in Mozambique or off the coast of Mozambique. Debbie, I hope I'm correct. Azura Retreats will be giving away, wait for it, Azura Retreats will be giving away an amazing opportunity to experience Azura Bengura valued at over 32,000 Rand. It includes 2 nights for 2 people, accommodation only. So I really want to emphasize it's accommodation only. You need to pay your own flights, and there might be a boat ride or a helicopter ride to get there. So you have to pay that part. But what you're going to get out of it is to go to the Bengura, Azura Bengura Resort. To get your name into the prize draw, you're not automatically entered into this. To get your name into the prize draw, you will need to watch their video and answer 3 easy questions. So there's a link that's coming into the chat box right now. So there's a link. Geez, how amazing is the team, the guys behind the scenes. Thank you, Avi. Click on the link during the break and go and watch the video, and you have to answer 3 easy questions. Then your name will be entered into a draw, and we will be letting you know who wins by the end of tomorrow. So I also want you guys to know that there's an opportunity for you to go and meet with Debbie during the lunch break. And she'll be discussing with your exco an incentive travel and bosses private travel. So she wants to tell you guys more about what they do. And Debbie will also have some great deals for all our sponsors. Deign to provide the Zoom link in the chat box. So there's another link coming into the chat box right now. That is for those of you who want to go and join during lunch. Go to this link, and you'll have about 20 to 30 minutes with Debbie. And she'll be telling you more about what you can do, in terms of making this deal available to your client, your bosses, etc. And so please, you can go and do that, but you need to come back into this room at 2:15. Is that correct? 2:15, we will be starting. So we have about 57 minutes for you to go and have your lunch break, but you also please go and spend some time with Debbie. Make sure that you watch the video and you answer the 3 easy questions so that you can win the prize to Azura Bengura. And I hope I'm saying that correctly. Guys, I trust you've enjoyed your morning. We've got some outstanding speakers after lunch. It gets better. Our next speaker is tuning in all the way from the United States of America. The United States of America. And so she will be there. Maybe, and so if you have any questions, let us know in the Q&A section. I see there's some questions here. Hold on, just before everybody goes. Okay, I've got some questions here for you, John French. I'm not sure if you're still there. And I want to make sure we ask people's questions. I've got 2 minutes before we go to lunch. John, are you still there?
I'm here. I've been answering questions. I think I've answered them all, Robin.
In the Q&A section?
Yes, I have.
All right. Anything you want to mention, because other people might be interested? Anything you want to summarize in 2 minutes about what you've answered that people have asked? Because I haven't read the questions out loud. Sorry.
Well, a lot of people have been asking about dealing with conflict, not having the confidence, not having the skills to manage conflict or to deal with dominant personalities. They're not sure about dealing with bosses, and they've acknowledged that their bosses are completely the polar personality types to them. As I said, this is not a quick fix. You need to actually go on a program or get support from a company like myself or another company that can teach you about how to maximize your personality, how to make up for the shortfall areas in your personality, but also learning about your boss, their personality type, why they behave like they do, how to give them what they're looking for, how to control and minimize their shadow, destructive personality side. So once you've learned the skills, it's like mind power. Once you've got it, it's easy. You can't unsee it. You can't unknow it. It will revolutionize every part of your life. It is your navigational tool through relationships, conflict, and everything else.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. John French. Well summarized. It is exactly 13:20. You should be a professional. You're really good at it.
I'm trying my best. Now, can we go and have some lunch?
You need a microphone. Your sound needs a little bit of, so just if you remember for future, some people said they couldn't hear you. I said they must turn up their sound. John, thank you for an outstanding presentation. Enjoy your lunch. Bye.
Cheers.
So guys, we'll see all of you at 14:45. Our first speaker will be Joni Petty, or is it Johnny Petty? And then Nadia Blichek.
Whoa, Robbie.
Yes, Dan.
14:15, not 14:45. 14:15 sharp.
I was just checking if you guys were listening. Yeah. 14:15 is what I said. So 2:15. Thank you, Dan. Still a man. 2:15, and then please go and join the other lunch group, and you can find out more from Debbie about the Azura Prize. Thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch. Thanks, Dan. Bye. Dan, your music preference is completely up to you. We love your music, my brother.
Thanks, Robin. I'm on Spotify here. I've got some South African classics coming up, a little playlist.
Awesome like a foursome.
very important song that I found in South Africa about the end of apartheid. It's especially important in the world we live in today. It's a song about peace, a song about change, and a song about hope. I knew a man who lived in fear. It was huge, it was angry, it was drawing near. Behind his house, a secret place, was the shadow of a demon he could never face. He built a wall
when I'm searching for a great heart to stand me by underneath the African sky. A great heart to stand me by. I'm searching for the spirit of the great heart to hold and keep me by. I'm searching for the spirit of the great heart under African skies. Sometimes I feel that you really know me. Sometimes there's so much you can show me. There's a highway of stars across the heavens. There's a whispering song of the wind in the grass. There's a rolling thunder across the savannah. A hope and a dream at the edge of the sky. And your life is a story like the wind. Your life is a story like the wind. I'm searching for the spirit of the great heart to hold and stand me by. I'm searching for the spirit of the great heart under African skies. I'm searching for the spirit of the great heart. I see the fire in your eyes. I'm searching for the spirit of the great heart that beats my name inside. Sometimes I feel that you really know me. Sometimes there's so much you can show me. I'm searching for the spirit of the great heart. Who comes in my sana when you see them? I'm searching for the spirit of the great heart. Who comes in my sana when you see them? I'm searching for the spirit of the great heart to hold and stand me by. I'm searching for the spirit of the great heart under African skies. I'm searching for the spirit of the great heart. Who comes in my sana when you see them? I'm searching for the spirit of the great heart. Who comes in my sana when you see them? I'm searching for the spirit of the great heart.
Way back go Fifi, Helen Town, way back go Fifi, Sophia Town, way back Selborne, Wellington Square, Marabelstadt, Bugle Hall, way back Hellfire. getrekt me black. The way you want to let Gina Bankas planet. So Firetown and Selbon and Maradi, of course. Now when you want the real foot in the Gina Marks.
There's a song called Hellfire, that everybody plays, striking chords of memory in so many different ways. Your love burns me like a hellfire. Your love burns me like a hellfire. I've been singing in the rain, Jabulani. I've been holding hands with you, Jabulani. Jabulani. The people sing and dance, Jabulani. There's always just a chance, Jabulani, for you to find romance, Jabulani. You've been dancing all night long, Jabulani. And you have made us feel so strong, Jabulani. Jabulani. The people sing and dance, Jabulani. There's always just a chance, Jabulani, for you to find romance, Jabulani. Yeah, you can sing and dance and love and feel, Jabulani. jungle, the mighty jungle. The lion sleeps tonight. In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lion sleeps tonight. In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lion sleeps tonight. Hush, my darling, don't cry, my darling, the lion sleeps tonight. Hush, my darling, don't cry, my darling, the lion sleeps tonight. Hush, my darling, don't you worry. Close your eyes, don't cry. Out in the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lion sleeps tonight. In the village, that peaceful village, the lion sleeps tonight. In the village, that peaceful village, the lion sleeps tonight. Close your eyes, go to sleep. Mama's watching tonight.
One day I looked up and there you were, like a simple question, looking for an answer. Now I am a whale, listening to some inner call, swimming blindly to throw myself upon your shore. What if I don't find you and I fills my heart. The image of your face comes to me when I'm alone in the dark. If I could give a shape to this ache that I have for you, if I could find a voice that says the words that capture you, I think I know, I think I know, I think I know, I think I know, I think I know why the dog howls at the moon. I think I know why the dog howls at the moon. I say, Dela, Dela, Minanga Dela, when I'm with you. Dela, Sondela, Mama Sondela, I burn for you. I've been waiting for you all my life, hoping for a miracle. I've been waiting day and night, day and night. I've been waiting for you all my life, waiting for redemption. I've been waiting day and night, I burn for you. Sondela, Sondela, Mama Sondela, I burn for you. I've been waiting for you all my life, hoping for a miracle. I've been waiting day and night, day and night. I've been waiting for you all my life, waiting for redemption. I've been waiting day and night, I burn for you. Burn for you. 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 I burn for you.
Don't sleep, man. What's the matter with you?
Dance, my pretty, dance, tomorrow. Get clever.
of a dance we do down Johannesburg way, and everybody starts to move as soon as Pata Pata starts to play.
She's coming in 12:30 flight. Her moonlit wings reflect the stars that guide me towards salvation. I stopped an old man along the way, hoping to find some old forgotten words or ancient melodies. He turned to me as if to say, hurry boy, it's waiting there for you. It's gonna take a lot to drag me away from you. There's nothing that 100 men or more could ever do. I bless the rains down in Africa. We're gonna take some time to do the things we never The wild dogs cry out in the night as they grow restless, longing for some solitary company. I know that I must do what's right, sure as Kilimanjaro rises like Olympus above the Serengeti. I seek to cure what's deep inside, frightened of this thing that I've become. It's gonna take a lot to drag me away from you. There's nothing that 100 men or more could ever do. I bless the rains down in Africa. We're gonna take some time to do the things we never Hurry, boy, she's waiting there for you. It's gonna take a lot to drag me away from you. There's nothing that 100 men or more could ever do. I bless the rains down in Africa. 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 We're gonna take some time to do the things we never
Okay, guys, I'm going to ask you, please make your way back towards the room. We'll be starting in 1.5 minutes time. Please make your way back to the room. We'll be starting in 90 seconds.
Through all the days that eat away at every breath that I take, through all the nights I have lain alone in someone else's dream awake, all the words in truth that were spoken that the wind has blown away. Oh, it's only you that remains with me.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. It's time. It was so hard to end on that song. I can't believe we had to end on that song. I love that song. So please let me know that you are back in the room by just saying, I'm yeah. Please, if you could type in the chat box, Robin, I am here, or I'm ready to rock and roll, or let's get this baby started. So Cheryl is back, Renette is back, Natalie's back, Issa's back, Tracy's back, Lizette is back, Shirley. Okay, lots of you back. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Most of you are back. Welcome. Yona. Hashtag Yona. What does Yona mean? I know that Yola means you only live once, but I don't know YOLO. But Yona, what's Yona? I don't know what Yona means. Somebody said Yona. So are you guys ready? Because we've got some more for you. Before we get started, while everybody's still making their way back, I thought I'd tell you guys a quick little story. A friend of mine went to a horse farm down in Knysna. Those of you not from South Africa, Knysna is a part of South Africa, beautiful part of South Africa. But a friend of mine went to a horse farm down in Knysna. And when he got to the horse farm, the owner of the horse farm said to him, listen, I need to tell you something very specific about our horses. Our horses on this facility have been very well trained in the sense that they do not respond to ordinary commands. They only respond to biblical commands. So my friend says, what do you mean? He says, well, you see, if you want the horse to walk forward, then you've got to say to the horse, praise the Lord, and the horse will walk. If you want the horse to run, you've got to say to the horse, hallelujah, and the horse will run. But the only command, and I must emphasize, the only command the horse knows for stop is you have to say, Holy Moses. So my friend thought this guy's crazy. I mean, so he goes and he gets on the horse and he says to the horse, come on, giddy up, let's go. And the horse just stands. He says, come on, giddy up, let's go. And the horse just stands. So he says, praise the Lord. And the horse is like, so he says, stop. Okay. He says, Holy Moses, and the horse stops. He said, wow. This is incredible. So he said, well, I might as well take the horse for a ride. So he says to the horse, praise the Lord. And the horse goes, so he goes, hallelujah. And the horse like, hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. And this horse is running full speed. And after a while, he realizes that he's running towards the edge of a cliff, but he's forgotten what to say to make the horse stop. And the horse is running full speed towards the edge of the cliff. He's going, whoa, stop, Luke, Noah, Jesus. And the horse keeps going. Just as he's about to go flying off the edge of the cliff, the guy goes, Holy Moses. And the horse stops right on the edge of the cliff. And he goes, whoa, praise the Lord. He's not with us anymore. He's gone. So guys, that's my stale joke for you as we come back. In fact, I'd like to share with you my number one stale joke. Would you like my number one stale joke? This mushroom, thank you for the laughter. It makes me know you're there. This mushroom goes into a bar and he says to the barman, I'd like to have a drink, please. And so the barman says to him, I'm sorry, we can't serve you. He says, why not? He says, we don't serve mushrooms. And the mushroom goes, but I'm a fun guy. I'm a fun guy. Do you get it? Okay, that was a bad one. Moving swiftly along. So guys, what we're going to be doing this afternoon is we've got some more speakers, but just to mention, we had a few questions towards to the Safari guys about the prizes, and we have forwarded that, and you'll get some of your answers tomorrow. Those of you who haven't yet entered, what you need to do is you need to watch the video, and then you need to answer 3 simple questions in order to go into the draw. So you are not automatically entered into the draw. You need to answer 3 simple questions in order to be entered into the draw. The draw will be done tomorrow, and we'll find out who the lucky winner of that incredible prize is, valued at 32,000 Rand. And also, some of you have answered different answers in 3 different entries. No, 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 don't be Jajarach. We are watching you. Don't come here with those tendencies. We know who you are. You can only enter once because the system won't let you enter more than once. So seriously, don't bother. Just do it once. And once you've been entered, you are entered. Don't enter again. It won't actually accept a second entry. You bloody agents coming here with those tendencies. So, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Great times are coming. Our next speaker is going to be speaking to you about Resilience Up. How cool is that name? Resilience Up. And what I love about it is that, Joni, you are a perfect example of resilience. I'm going to read her bio, but at the end, you'll understand why this woman walks her talk. Because when I read this, I thought, now, how many of us on this chat can tell me that you do what Joni does every single week? But I'll tell you that at the end. It's a very short bio, but the lady's name is Joni Petty. What a cool name, Joni Petty. So Joni Petty, Joni is about to launch an assessment called Resilience Up. I love that title, Joni, which is based on 24 years of EQ algorithms. Plus, given that she's collaborated with 6 Seconds International, which is no small thing, 6 Seconds International, it'll be launched in 174 countries simultaneously. Talk about global exposure. With a flick of an online switch in 3 weeks' time. Whoop, whoop. And it actually does say, whoop, whoop. I hope I did that some justice there for you, Joni. In addition to the below, Joni is a resilient granny to 3-year-old Max and 5-month-old Alex, and resilient grannies still run 60 to 70 kilometers a week. In case you guys don't know, that's like 10 kilometers a day. How many of you are running 10 kilometers a day? Give me a me if you are running 10 kilometers a day. I'm so inspired by that, Joni. That is, for Aline says it's fantastic. I think it's outstanding. Joni, welcome. How are you doing today?
So very, very well, Robin. Thank you.
Awesome. I can't believe you run 60 to 70 kilometers a week.
At least consistently, even through freezing winter in Josie Town. Oh, my hat, it was cold.
So how do you do it in lockdown? Did you run on your treadmill at home or run around the house?
This BOOST acronym, my little tricks of the trade, and you too could be fit in running 10 kilometers a week if you listen to me, Robin.
If I listen, I'm going to be listening carefully. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, she's gorgeous. She's a resilient granny, and she's going to be speaking to you about Resilience Up. Joni, I don't know if you've been online, but we've got an incredible group. Seriously, we've got close to 200 people, and they've been so engaged, so interactive, and I'm sure they're going to love your talk. Enjoy this amazing audience. Guys, enjoy Joni. Have fun. Bye.
Thank you, Robin. It has been a brilliant morning. I have to be honest, I dialed in when Zanele was chatting because she's a mate of mine, and oh my goodness, she was unlearning and giving you some va-va-vum techniques, which is superb. I love Zanele. She was really on fire today. And then I listened to John French, so he was great, and I'm steeped in personality, so I really enjoyed that as well. So yep, it's been a great morning, and I saw Robin ask you to put in the chat box, what are you giving the morning out of 10? And most people are giving a 10 out of 10. I saw 10,000, Robin, which was great. And the lowest was 8. So you've had a great morning. And yeah, you spoke about your boss when you're speaking to or listening to John French. We are not speaking about your boss. We don't give a continental about your boss right now. We only care about you and Resilience Up. So I'm going to share my techniques with you, and you are going to walk away with some prizes. So guess what, Katerina? I didn't tell you, but each and every person on this call today, yes, I know, not only that, it's not a fun kind of TV ad, this, but yep, you seriously can walk away with 3 different prizes, but nothing for nothing. So I have a 20-year-old daughter, 22-year-old daughter. Those grandchildren are not from those daughters. I must tell you, Robin, they're from my stepsons, thank goodness. But I always say to my daughters that I bribe you guys. So I'm going to bribe all 180 of you on the call this afternoon. If you take heed of what I say about resilience and boosting your resilience, because we're trying to demystify this overused term, okay? What does it mean for you? If you take heed and you email, I'll give you an email address, I will send those 3 digital gifts. It's Secretaries Day after all, you all deserve a gift. So I'm going to share my screen, tell you what to do and show you how to make it easy peasy pudding in pie. And of course, it's really about saying there's something in it for you and you need to look at really what matters in your life. So in terms of boosting our resilience, let's just think about where our energy is today. So Robin, if you could look at the chat box for me, I decided not to do any polls. We don't have a lot of time. I just want to keep this sharp and fresh and full of microbursts of tips and tools and techniques. So where are you guys? Are you flat? Are you kind of mediocre, but a bit stressed? Or are you va-va-vum? Don't you like that lady in the right-hand corner? We all want to be va-va-vum.
Okay,
where
so
are they, Robin?
I'm getting stressed with network problems. 5 out of 10, 6 out of 10, vibrant, va-va-vum, 7, 7, 9, 6, 7, 6, 3. Someone said 3, it went too quickly. 10, vibrant, stressed, for real. Boy Tumela says 8, 9, 7, 6. So 3 again, 5. You're getting quite a mixed batch of answers here. 7, 9, 3, 4, stressed, 5, 5, 6, 10, 10, 10, 6 and 7. Does this give you a feel, Joni?
It gives me a feel. Have a sip of water, Robin. I'll call on you just now.
They do it so quickly. I have to do it quickly, madam.
Okay, very good. Robin, your horse joke was quite a lot of fun, I must say. So you can rattle off at 1,000,000 miles an hour. So yep, some of us are 3, some of us are va-va-vum. It's only because I saw in the chat box how people are loving your energy today, Robin, as it always is, as I've always experienced it to be. So you have a lot of va-va-vum yourself. And of course, energies are contagious. Emotions are contagious. So they're probably feeling in that right-hand corner because of you and the great speakers this morning. But many people I speak to are feeling flippin' flat. So in that 1, 2, or 3. So if you were honest and authentic and you put in 3, thank you very, very much. Yep, a lot of people I'm dealing with, teams and individuals, are not feeling so lekker at the moment. So when we talk about resilience, we all go, oh my goodness, yeah, what does that really mean? It's overused. Everybody's clapping it onto every keynote talk, resilience and this, resilience and that. I'm so sick of it myself. But my company is called Resilient People, so I'm not getting away from this. And as Robin says, we've just launched Resilience App in 174 countries. So when I say just, it is 3 weeks to go, but it's just there, which is lovely. So what do we mean by this term resilience? And remember I said, forget about your boss, forget about everything else and other people's personalities. This is about you. So there are 3 ways of looking at resilience. What will come to mind for you right now, I guarantee you'll say, hey, Joni, it's about bouncing back. Bouncing back from adversity. Yes, of course, it's about bouncing back. But let's straddle that on either side with 2 other parts to this term that are equally as important. So I'm going to visualize this for you. And there are 3 boxes. The first is a hand with just plasticine balls. And I always say to my daughters who are 20 and 22, as I just said, I always say, girls, let me tell you something. I'm going to make a lot of money. I'm going to have a lot of fun. And I'm leaving you nothing. I'm going to just spend my money, have a great time. And the only thing I'm leaving you as a mum is an imaginary resilience toolbox. So in your sticky palms, best you have a few tools and techniques that you can pull out when you need them and do what you need to do, because that's what life's about. Life is tough. It's a roller coaster. There are no guarantees. And we're living in an era of fear, uncertainty, and overwhelm. So best you be prepared and have your own little nest egg of resilience tools in your imaginary toolbox. So today I'm going to give you techniques that don't cost you a cent. There might be a few things you want to buy, but other than that, these are all things that you really can have at your fingertips, literally, and use 7 days a week. So you need to be prepared. Box number 1. Box number 2 is as you thought, is the bounce back. Box number 3 is the bounce forward with agility. You might have seen on any of my bios that actually that is our payoff line for our business, Resilient People. Agility and bouncing forward. So I don't like this term new normal because it's not new anymore. It's flipping really quite ingrained in us, this COVID pandemic, but it is the next normal. It is actually here to stay. And I would imagine from what I'm reading in Singularity University and other different sites that a new virus will come along or a mutation of COVID. So best we get resilient and manage this next normal. So what are we going to do about it? And that's really what this afternoon is about. The after lunch speaker for boosting our resilience. So if you think about the roles that you each have as secretaries, the demands that you have on you, I mean, might be an average day, even though it's virtual now. The demands are endless, not enough hours in the day. You're feeling time poor, stress rich. And I can say to you categorically, for having worked in this field for the last 25 years, that your energy management is far more important than your intelligence, your IQ. So if we have a look at how to manage your energy so that you have as much vum at 5 p.m. as you had at 6 or 7 a.m., you are going to be resilient. Your brain is going to be resilient. So I brought along my little extra brain today, and it's about energy up here. Because if you look at the skills that we need to be future fit, it is about complex problem solving, critical thinking, really thinking out of the box. So what way can we do it so that we have more energy in our brains? This is what we're chatting about. And I've coined this term boost because I'm finding that so many people are talking a lot about resilience and mindfulness and all sorts of things, but they're not talking about the how. In fact, I've got to be honest with you, I was on a call, a webinar this last Monday night, professor, a brilliant South African professor, and she was speaking really eloquently about resilience, but it was all at the what level. It was all what you should do. Here are some tips, think optimistically. Oh, yawn. How can we think optimistically? There have to be tools to do this. So every chapter in the book that we wrote a couple of years ago ended with, so what? Now what? Like really, let's get practical. Let's get down and dirty on this afternoon where it's chilly in most of the parts of the country. And let's look at how we can boost your resilience. So Robin, I can't see people, but you switch your camera on if you like and just play along with me, babe. Left hand up, left hand up. Yes, so yes, look at him. He's so compliant. Doesn't it feel nice?
Well, I want it to be resilienced up, man. I want to be future fit. I'll do whatever it takes.
I love the fact that, virtually I can get you to do stuff. Okay, so Robin, undo the 3 buttons here if you don't mind with that. No. You don't have to do that. Oh, my hat. He's got an undergarment on.
It's cold. It's cold. It's so cold.
So we had a jacket on earlier, but after your horse joke, you had to get rid of that jacket because you got too hot galloping along at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Okay, so Robin, I'm being serious now. This left hand is what we're going to use as an acronym for boost. Okay. 4 fingers and a thumb. So Robin, did your mum or your dad ever say to you, Robin, pinky promise that you're going to do something?
Yes, I've definitely had that. Yes.
Okay. So each of the 4 fingers are aligned to one letter of my acronym, and then we've got the thumbs up at the end. So we're going to start with the pinky promise, which is the B in my acronym. You're never going to forget this. The last time I saw you, Robin, actually, I've just remembered, was at a dinner party at Anne Wilson's house, and we had a whole lot of fun. It was Christmas time, and we ate, Anne had made these wonderful, wonderful gingerbread reindeers. I think you ate the reindeer's head off before you even had started. You were really badly behaved. But you pinky promise you're going to remember my boost if I bump into you wherever.
I pinky promise I will remember this boost. I'm going to have to use all my mind power and commit it to memory.
Exactly. So here, Robin, the B that we have in boost, and then you can switch your camera off and doodle and have another sip of water. The B is the most important part of this acronym. Okay. And what do you think it stands for? We're in the topic of resilience, health, vitality, energy, etc. What do you think the B stands for?
Be positive. Boost. The whole thing is boost. B stands for.
He's going red, guys. He's going red. Can you see? He's like performance anxiety.
Pressure. I'm feeling the pressure. The B stands for bodylicious. I have no idea.
Gee, you and I could do a Bodilicious talk together. That sounds
I'm
good.
very happy to do a delicious talk with you.
Okay, so Robin, no, it's not. It's B for bed, babe. B for bed.
Really?
Yes, I know. Sounds so really so boring.
No,
but
we need our
absolutely, it's not. This is your pinky promise, because bed is all about sleeping. And sleeping is the Swiss Army knife of health and well-being. For your nut, how you think, your mind power, for how your body produces those fantastic T cells to fight off this damn COVID, etc. So we need to
sleep. Do you
how many
recommend?
hours?
Yeah.
Okay, this is a good question. So let's pop in the chat box how many hours people are sleeping per night.
All right, guys, let us know in the chat box, how many hours of sleep are you getting on average? 7, 3, somebody said 3, 6, 7 to 8, 6, 7 hours, 6, 7, 5 hours, 7, 5 to 6, 5 to 6, 4, 8, maybe 5, 6, 6 to 7, 9. Gee, somebody said 9, 4 to 5, 6 to 8, 7. So I've still got my pinky up. 5 if I'm lucky, 4 if I'm lucky, 4 on average. Oh my God, how do you guys function? 6.
No, how do you function?
I'd say the average was around about 6. Then there were a few 7, 8, 9s, and then there were 3s and 4s and 5s. Good God.
Not good enough.
Someone
Not
said
enough.
not at all. Polisa says not at all.
Okay, Polisa, you need to come and have some one-on-one with me. Robin, honesty hour, hand on heart, how many hours sleep do you have per night?
To be honest with you, I'm one of those people who can't function without sleep. So for me, I remember at one stage, I heard that Tony Robbins sleeps 4 hours. I thought I'd try it. I couldn't function, so I don't understand how these people function. I spoke to my mentor and I said, how many does he sleep? He said, I like 8, but he says I get at least 7. So for me, I'm in the same. I get 7, and if I can, I'll go for 8. But I find I function better at 8. 7 will do. I battle at 6. So a lot of people are saying 6, and I don't function well at 6.
Okay, so Robin, give him a round of applause, people. Thumbs up, round of applause. Why do you think he has so much energy? Why do you think he has so much vitality? Why do you think he's done so well? This pinky promise that we do to ourselves is the most important thing you can do to boost your resilience. Because we are all stressed. Stress is here to stay. It doesn't matter in what format, whether it's financial, emotional, mental, whatever, stress is here to stay. One way you can manage stress is to sleep more. But there are 2 parts to sleep that we have to take into account. And the first part is exactly what Robin's just spoken about. You should not sleep less than 7 hours per night. And if you think, oh, Joni, I've trained myself, I'm a night owl, I've got these special, DNA, genetics, rubbish. Minimum, not a second less than 7. So if you take nothing out of this BOOST acronym, it's that you're going to prioritize your sleep. So Robin did mention some people are sleeping 9, some bodies need more. Robin, you mentioned that 8 is what's good for you. Socrates said, knowing thyself is the beginning of wisdom. So we are not the same. Find your magic number and stick to your magic number. But
somebody just said Red Bull. Somebody just said Red Bull. What do you think about Red Bull?
It is full of sugar, full of caffeine. Throw it out the window forever. Okay. So really, guys, I'm going to give you some sleep techniques and tips, but you need to pinky promise that you are going to self-manage and self-regulate your sleep. So he's not for your nose, Robin, nowhere near the nose, okay? I saw it venturing close. You're on video, hashtag just saying. Okay. So what are we doing? Okay, is we are just spending too much time looking at this dreaded device, and most of us are kissing that goodnight is the last thing we kiss goodnight and the first thing we kiss good morning. So that's a really sad state of affairs. But most importantly, why? Because our bodies are designed using what we call a circadian rhythm. What does that mean? It means that when we lived in the veld, when we watched the sunset, red went into our eyes. And it said to this little gland up here, the pineal gland, make melatonin, get into deep sleep. So our hormones, our whole ecosystem, which we call our body, is designed around sleep. When we lived in the veld and in caves, we went to sleep when the sun went down, and we woke up when the sun came up. And when the sun comes up, guess what? Your body produces a little bit of cortisol, the stress hormone. Yes, stress is good for you. It gives you adrenaline and boom. A little bit of stress is good for you. So we want cortisol in the morning to give you that spring in your step, and we want melatonin as the sun goes down to get you to lulla, into a deep sleep. So we are not getting that. So what can you do? What are the pinky promise things that each of us on the call can do? We've got 178 people. Take notes on what you're doing for your B, for bed, because one thing you should be doing categorically, and I know it's jolly tough, but do it for 3 days in a row, and I can promise you that you will sleep deeply. Your qualitative sleep will be really good. So you want to have a digital detox every single day of the week, 7 days of the week. What does that mean? That means that you switch off these things, you switch off your laptops, and God forbid you switch off the TV, no more Netflix binging for 60 minutes before you go to sleep, because all of that blue light is going to affect your quality of sleep. So Robin, there are two parts to sleep. One is that 7 to 8 hours that you are rightfully getting, but you have to wake up refreshed. How do you know if you're getting quality sleep? It's exactly that. What we should be doing is using these mobile phones to go to sleep and waking up naturally. Your circadian rhythm should wake you up. So yes, I run every morning of my life and I love it and I find it social and fun and a de-stress and I meet mates, etc. Guess what? I use this to go to sleep, and I wake up naturally at between 4:30 and 4:45 every day of the week.
What time do you go to bed?
I go to bed between 8:30 and 9. I read. What is the bedroom for, Robin? Only 3 things. Now let's see how red he goes in the face with this one. So sleep is one.
Reading is another.
Yes.
And definitely sex for me.
Good. Excellent. Right. Okay. You can really take the rest of the day off. Katerina, you might need to find someone else. You got 3 out of 3. So you absolutely, when you go to bed, the only thing you want to do in your bedroom is read. And that's a paper novel. That is not reading off Kindle or off anything else. I know there's all sorts of Spindle, Mindle, backlit, whatever, Trevor. No, read a paper novel. No TV, no laptop, no eating, sex, sleep, and reading. That is all you do in your bedroom. Okay, so you've really got to, and what I've found interesting during COVID, Robin, is that people are spending quite a lot of money on really redesigning their bedrooms to almost like a hotel experience. Like, do I want special blinds and block out curtains, or, you know, that minimalistic look, or what do I really want? Because we're spending quite a lot of time at home now, and actually maybe it's time to redo your bedroom. In fact, if you want to do something really good for your sleep, you would put block-out curtains in, because even those shafts of light coming in through street lights and the moon go through your eyelid to your pineal gland, and it affects that deepness of your sleep. If you don't have block-out curtains, I'm going to show you what to do and what to get, and you may even have them at home as well. So think about that hour to 90 minutes before you go to bed. I have an agreement with my husband that as we open that bedroom door, I don't want to hear about the roof leaking from last night and the blimmin' rain. I don't want to hear about the pool pump going. I don't want to hear about anything, really, except good foreplay talk and what books we're reading. So nothing else. The bedroom should be sanctitude. Even my teenage daughters, when they come home and they're moaning and grizzling about whatever, I'm like, not in the bedroom, in the dining room, off we go, make a cup of tea. Okay, let's chat about the woes of life. So the bedroom really is for relaxation. If we have a look at people who suffer insomnia, what we do with them is we take them through a journey of cognitive behavior therapy. It sounds fancy, it's not. It's just how to retrain your brain. So Zanelle's point earlier, we can unlearn some of those bad habits and relearn and train our brain, because our brain is designed to sleep really well. So look at the suggestions on the screen. I'm not going to read them all out to you, but good old Epsom salts bath with some lavender in it, and absolutely you will relax. So you want to sleep 7 to 9 hours. What I want to share with you, though, is the story around quality sleep, is that you have these 4 stages of sleep. So just kind of cast your mind back to last night. You get into bed, you put your head on the pillow, you want to go la-la, but flip, the door bangs, you know, from another room, or there's a dog barking down the street. That is in your light stage of sleep. So that's when you wake up, stage 1 or stage 2. When you have your deep qualitative sleep, it's stage 3 and stage 4. That gets rid of the toxins out of your brain. I heard you mention earlier today, Robin, neuroplasticity and the fact that we can grow our brains. Well, he has another question for you. Oh my goodness, he thought he could relax during my talk.
I'm loving this.
How many neurons can you grow at your age? I know you're not a spring chicken. At your age per day,
I don't actually know, but I think I read somewhere, I think it was 100 million, but I'm not sure. 100 million neurons. I know it's a lot.
Maybe right? Robin can, but you can grow 700 per day. You've got 100 million in your brain.
Oh, that's how many are in the brain?
Yes, exactly.
Oh, sorry. So you can grow 700 neurons a day.
You can grow 700 per day, but here's the deal for all of us, and you'll never forget this, is that as you go through your day, guess what? You get plaque between your teeth, don't you? As you go through your day, you get plaque between your neurons. So we've got these synapses and dendrites, our neurons are talking to each other, we remember things, we're creative, we think of new things, not if you have plaque between those neurons, because then those dendrites don't work. Wow. So when you sleep, your brain is not lala. Your brain is quite active and it's getting rid of all of that plaque in a system called lymph drainage. And that's getting rid of what we call beta amyloid. It is terrible plaque between your neurons. So if you are worried about getting dementia or Alzheimer's, you better prioritize that minimum 7 or 8 hours sleep a night. Dementia and Alzheimer's is growing exponentially. It's almost a pandemic. So if you read the worldwide research, why? Because we have these lights on. Even your ceiling lights are creating problems for you, not only your devices. So a little trick for you, if you really want to go to sleep well with quality sleep, get some of these red glasses. I've got them on the screen there. I'll show you also where to get them. And that will block out any of the blue light from your ceiling lights or any of the devices that you are using.
Do you actually use them every night?
I do. I don't look sexy walking around my house, I have to admit, but also Zanelia spoke about habits and rituals. It's a habit that's become a beautiful ritual for me. And I must say, it's you get used to, if I have to do some night work on my computer, I've got used to seeing red. I've got some great mates and we kind of WhatsApp each other, you know, about what's happening in the day, the next day, if we're doing shows together. You might know one of them, Nico Stain, and we always go, hey, Nico, have you gone red before bed? Yep, we've gone red. And him and I kind of send our red little go bed. So wear those red glasses. They're about 800 Rand if you look at our website. If you don't want to go red, well then simply go, or buy red glasses, I should say, go to Builder's Warehouse, buy some red spray paint and just go vote with spray painting all your clothes, a bit of a kind of Amsterdam feel around your house, and your body will start to produce enough melatonin to get you into that deep sleep. So, oh yes, Robin's scratching his head thinking that's
I am. I wanted to ask so many questions. I'm just aware of our time because we want to make sure we get through I want to get through the boost thing.
Exactly. We'll get through the boost. We'll do questions at the end. I spend more time on the B, the pinky promise, because as I said, it is the Swiss Army knife of health. Here's a free app that I use every single night. So I do put my phone on airplane mode because those electromagnetic fields into the brain cancer, breast cancer, prostate cancer, do not have this on anything other than airplane mode when it's next to your bed, because I know it's your alarm.
I'm bad at that. I do leave mine on. My lady uses the app and she switches hers off. She uses the same app. And I usually have my phone on next to my bed.
Yeah, good. No, you must just airplane mode. It's a non-negotiable, okay? So here I just wanted to show you with to be authentic. So I started using this app a year ago because I go red before bed. Just have a look at me going to stage 4 sleep straight away. Stage 1, stage 4, right to the bottom. Do you get it? I went like dead, woof, to the bottom. Exactly, exactly. So then, of course, I woke up and I might have had I'm quite old now, a night sweat, that middle-aged stuff that happens. So I woke up and then clearly I went back to sleep, boom, 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 boom. And then you can see I wake up, just before 5 or 4:30 or whatever. So this, manage what you measure and measure what you manage. So if you start to measure it, you start to be acutely aware. What did I eat tonight? How late did I eat? Did I have too many dorps? What did I do? And you start to really prioritize your sleep. So this is a great little app. They've got the paid version. I simply use the free version because I'm not about the absolute accuracy. I just want to see trends over time, what's happening. So I don't ever go to bed without airplane mode and this chat on.
Okay, sorry, just a quick one. Where can we get, oh, there we go. There's the question.
Yeah.
The question
So you
was, where
get great glasses from us at Resilient People. And also I'm going to do a punt because Ria Borker Foundation are the ladies that I support. They are ladies who bead for a living. And if you want to really role model this well with your children, you want to role model the fact that they should put their cell phones to bed and their eye masks. Okay, Robin, safety belts on. My alarm says we've got 5 minutes. So 5 minutes is important. Okay, your ring finger is your oxygen. So categorically, if you want to boost your resilience, you need to exercise. Just on this slide here is a fantastic little macro burst of activity. If you want to bounce on a rebounder, we've also got rebounders. This is a simple trampoline. 2 minutes is equivalent to a 6-minute run. So exercise is important. You don't have to be a mad runner like me. Exercise first thing in the morning. It reduces your stress. Break your day up. If you have to look at my cell phone, I get up and I bounce on this chap probably every 90 minutes for 2 minutes. So it just keeps me fit. So you asked about lockdown 5. I just bounced my little heart out. I did not run circles in my tiny piece of grass. That's for sure. If you want to boost your resilience, of course, you need to drink water. How much water? Not 8 glasses a day. Thank you, Robin. There you go. 1 glass for every 10 kilograms that you weigh. So if you weigh 110 kilograms, that's 11 glasses. If you weigh 60 kilograms, it's 6 glasses. Know yourself.
Great way to remember.
You need to remember, just divide your weight by 10. Awesome. And then another free tip that I can tell you is a game changer is 20 minutes of shoes off. Even in the cold, come on, be brave. I do 33 burpees on my cold grass every morning. Put your feet on the grass. If you can't do it weekdays, do it on weekends. So oxygen to your brain. Yes.
Quick question, because I used to tell people that you need to drink 2 to 3 liters of water a day. And then I found out that there's a system. And a lot of people said that actually what they found was they were constantly going to the loo, and then I was going to the loo at night all the time, which was actually affecting my sleep. Would you say there's a time we should stop drinking water? So I weigh 80, 90 kilos, so 9 glasses, I get that. But would you say there's a time that we stop drinking? Because I find the thing that keeps me up at night is my bladder, I've got a weak bladder and I keep going to the loo at night.
Yeah. So stop drinking by like 6 o'clock at night, you'll be fine. And stop tea or coffee, any caffeine, tea, coffee or green tea by 2 o'clock in the afternoon if you're going to bed between 9 and 10 because of the caffeine. Okay, the O for open your heart. So yes, this is the middle finger, Robin. Middle finger, put your middle finger down. Okay, it's the opposite of your middle finger. Because it's about emotional intelligence. So emotional quotient has twice the power of IQ to predict your performance. We've really got to look at how to manage our emotions. And I've got a whole lot of keynote talks on this. I'm steeped in EQ, but here are 2 tips. The first tip is name your emotions to tame them. Take a quick screenshot if you like. This is Klutchik's wheel. There are thousands of emotions, but I can guarantee all of us in the call only use in our vocab 5 or 6 emotions. So the intense ones are in the epicenter here. They get less intense per petal. So you say, I'm in a flippin' rage about this. No, you're not in a rage. You're just slightly annoyed. So intensify your emotions. Make sure that you're specific with them. The second tip is when you're brushing your teeth at night, and this will be anchored in your brain, close off the day. So what am I grateful for today? What could I have done differently? And then plant the seed for tomorrow. So you'll open your heart by thinking, okay, what will make tomorrow great? So it's very simple. You're not going to forget it. Use your time wisely while you're brushing your teeth. Do your gratitude moments of the day. Okay, Robin, the forefinger, this. Did your mom say, shh, Robin? No, shh. You're such a chatty enthusiast. I bet she did.
All the time.
So the shh and the stop doing is sugar. Sugar is the enemy, guys. It's as addictive as cocaine. So that's why that Red Bull question is like, it's not a debate, okay? We
And
really
somebody just
Yes.
asked if they can replace their Coke with water, their Coca-Cola. Please speak to that one.
Yes, please. Yeah, you do not want carbonated soft drinks. You want to drink good old water, a slice of lemon, bit of ginger, whatever. Is you want to drink good old plain water. Back to the sugar, as you want to say no, okay? You really just want to say no. It should be out of your repertoire. Read your ingredient list. It affects everything. It affects your sleep, and then lack of sleep affects your sugar. You have too little leptin in your body, which is a hormone that says, I want more food, I want more food. Or you have too much ghrelin because you've had little sleep, and then you just, you want to eat more, etc. So sleep and sugar are intertwined as well. So here are some tips on the stop sugar. Is that you really want to read those ingredient lists. So Robin, if you had sugar now, let's just say, as you finish today, and then you nip out to the shops to go and get some groceries for supper, sugar and the inflammation in your body lasts for 7 hours, just 1 teaspoon of sugar. So you've just had one sugary something, even a granola, unfortunately, is steeped in molasses and maltodextrin and dextrose and a lot of rubbish. So read those ingredient lists. The try new health recipes you all know, but you might not know 5 to 10 servings of fruit and veggies per day, according to the World Health Organization. And then if you're not taking these supplements, take a screenshot now, please take them. The magnesium will help
during these times, guys.
Yeah, the zinc, the vitamin D, the vitamin C. And then lastly, the T is thumbs up, Robin. T is time for fun. Oh, look, you battled with that one. So if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. What are you doing? Quizathons, dance-a-thons, random acts of kindness. What are you doing to plan for times for fun? And we did in our family. Lockdown 5, we actually had an amazingly fun time in our house. What are you also doing for self-compassion? We have a mantra in our family, less judgment, more compassion. What are you doing about being curious about others? A lot of people will be speaking about that. So just make sure that you plan for time for fun. I went to Cape Town this last weekend, and I must say I had a brilliant weekend in Cape Town. So the last slide I have here is if you want to boost your mood, your resilience, your resistance, your immunity, is you want to change your words to change your world. That is the title of the greatest neuroscience book I've ever read, because of course, if that inner critic is getting too loud, you want that inner cheerleader to just dial up a little bit and start really understanding how what's happening between your ears really drives your reality. So Katerina said nothing for nothing. People, if they email us, they'll get this boost poster. And I know, Robin, you also know a great friend of ours is Gilan Gork. So here's the deal, people. If you send me an email with boost in the email, 5 specific things you're going to do, 1 per letter of my acronym, you'll get our ebook, you'll get the poster, and you'll get Gilan. I don't know if you've done it, Robin, but I fortuitously did this in listen to me, in February, the 14-day challenge, and it was a game changer. So I've continued to do a lot of his work, and it really has helped me calm down during these frenetic, turbulent times. So Boost is your way to go. I hope I've demystified it. And Robin, you were a great sport. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
What a pleasure. Thank you. Just do me a quick favor, because we've had about 5 people ask just to go back to the supplement slide. They want to take the picture of the supplement. But guys, I think what would be even better is do take note, and we'll go back to that slide afterwards again. Do take note of the details for Joni Petty, so that you'll get all the gifts that she's willing to give you. So please take a picture of that quickly, because Joni would love to go back to the info slide. I just want to say to you that you are such an outstanding example of what you speak about. For me, walking your talk is what it's about. I know people who do a great talk, but they don't walk their talk. And for me, you are the picture of vibrant health, vitality, and vigor. I always say to people, my number 1 value is not money. My number 1 value is not integrity. My number 1 value is not relationships. Number 1 on my list is health, vitality. If you don't have your health, what's the point of having lots of money? What are you going to do with it? What's the point of having a great relationship if you don't have the energy to do the 3rd thing in the bedroom with your partner? You want to have great health and vitality. And I just think what you've given everybody, Joan, in such a short session, she's given you a major boost a major boost. And I really want to encourage you guys to take up what Joni's saying here. The beginning of something is always the hardest. So I know some of you are like, but Rob and I drink 5 cups of coffee a day. Somebody said, can I drink green tea at night? We just heard the pro say 2 o'clock. Last time to have caffeinated drink is 2 o'clock. I actually find, for me, it's like 10 o'clock. If I have a cup of coffee after 10 o'clock, I don't sleep. I'm just so wired. I have to have 2 or 3 a week. If I have more than that, my body doesn't function. But I'm super sensitive, and I like being super sensitive. So, Joni, I just think you've given them so much. So, Joe, I want to finish that point. For those of you who are finding it overwhelming, it feels like a major change. Just remember, I think what Zanele said or somebody else said, start small. Just start saying, you know what, I'm going to drink 8 glasses of water a day because I weigh 80 kilos. Well, for me, it's 9 kilos. So what's your weight? Just do that alone. Get your 7 to 9 hours of sleep. That's why she spends so much time on it. That alone is going to make a big difference. But I am going to encourage you to start being aware of your diet, because what you put into the system is crucial. So Joni, I feel like I relate to, I do probably about 80% of what you're saying, not 100%. And I think there's a lot I can learn from you, and you've just been such a great gift to all of us. Guys, if you have any questions, there are a couple of questions, Joni. Let me just read them to you. What about ladies who have menopause? Sleeping is a problem. Any answer to that?
Sage tea, go natural.
Go natural. Okay, go natural if you have menopause, and don't worry, it just means men are pausing. It's not called men are stop, it's men are pause. That's a cuck joke. I've been sleeping with the light on ever since. Is it normal? What? Okay, I have been sleeping with my light on ever since. Is it normal? I must have missed the first part. As when it's off, I battle between me and nightmares. So Boitumelo sleeps with the light on because she battles with nightmares.
Go onto our website, there's a red light, and you can just put it on next to your bed, and then you've got light in your room, but it's not white or blue light that's going to affect your pineal gland.
Awesome. And then good luck with this one. Simpiwe says, if I don't have grass in my yard, what should I do?
Simpiwe, there are lots of parks around, and just get to a park.
Would natural earth do it? Would like natural earth do the same thing?
Natural earth does the same. Yep.
Yeah. So just go put your sand in the sand, your feet in the sand. And then last one, Jasmine says, Joni, a real problem for many is a snoring partner. I've got an answer if you don't. I cannot fall asleep if my partner falls asleep before me. I can forget about sleeping. Hence, a sleeping tablet is my help. Over to you, Joni.
I'd rather trade the partner and then take a sleeping tablet. So there are always new partners out there, Jasmine. No, I'm only teasing. Is really get there are many devices that you can wear. There's even a mask you can buy now that will help with snoring. So there are lots of things you can do, but you cannot allow your partner to snore, and there could be sleep apnea, and that's also problematic.
So Joni, you might not, you tell me if what I'm saying is wrong, but here's what I have discovered. I travel all the time, and if there's one thing I never leave home with, it's without earplugs. I have earplugs everywhere, and the best ones you can get, I don't mean to be adding, but there's a Take-A-Lot one you can get, which is a wax earplug, and it comes in a lot. And you put those things into your ears, Jasmine, I promise you, unless he's really snoring big time, those things block out, I'd say 80% of the sound. And I have an eye patch that I sleep with and my earplugs, and boy, I sleep lekker with my earplugs and my eye patch. So any comments on that?
Perfect, and that's the way to go. I sleep with an eye patch every night. Luckily, my partner doesn't snore, but I'd go for those earplugs.
Okay, she says, thanks, we'll try that. All right, awesome. Simpiwe, I'll have to help you with that one later. Okay, one last one. Oh, no, I've already answered that one. We've got to move on. Joni, you have been I don't know if anyone has told you that you are a brilliant, bright, radiant being of light. You radiate beautiful energy. Thank you for an outstanding presentation. Please, ladies and gentlemen, put your comments in the chat box. I'm sure that Joni will go and check them afterwards. And I'm going to go and get some of those red glasses, especially for my lady. She really battles with sleep. She's going to love that. Okay, bye.
Bye.
All right, guys. Well, that was Joni Petty. Are we on fire or what today? I mean, what an outstanding day. Katarina, you have surpassed my expectations. I was so focused on Joni Petty's presentation that I did not want to lose What's coming next? Ladies and gentlemen, wait, we have a sponsor. We have a sponsor. And another prize. There's another prize. So I'm gonna probably get into trouble because we're running a bit late. Guys can blame me. If we run over by 10 minutes, you can blame me. I will personally take the blame. But you definitely want to hear from our next sponsor. Our next sponsor is a lady by the name of Christiana Bolhuis. What a cool name, Bolhuis, eh? What does Bolhuis mean? Is that wrong? Hello, Christiana, how are you?
Hello, how are you?
Where do you get a name like Bolhuis? I've never heard of a name like Bolhuis.
It's a Dutch surname, but it's thankfully not my maiden surname because I sometimes even struggle to pronounce it.
Well, it's unique. Please lift your camera slightly so we can see all of your amazing, radiant face and gorgeous face. Thank you so much. So let me just see. She is the corporate sales executive of Fancourt. And if you guys haven't been to Fancourt, where have you been? Because it's probably, and this is genuinely true, I'm not lying to you, Christiana, one of my favorite destinations in South Africa is Fancourt because I'm a golfer and I love golf. I've played there many times and I always love coming to Fancourt. Interesting fact about Fancourt is it's an award-winning hotel. They are the two most recent awards that they've won are the World Travel Awards, South Africa's leading resort, I didn't know that, 2019, World Golf Award, South Africa's best golf hotel 2019. And I want to tell you the golf courses, for those of you who are golfers, if your husband is a golf course, the biggest treat you can give your husband, the biggest treat, send him for a weekend to Fancourt. He will love you forever. Actually, even if you're not a golfer, there's a lot of great stuff. They've got a spa, they've got resorts. So she has uploaded she's got a presentation to tell you about Fancourt, and then we have a gift for you guys. So over to you, Christiana. We've got amazing people on the line. They are very attentive. They're all yours. Have fun.
Thank you so much, Robin. Okay, I'm just going to.
And if you need me, I'm right here. You can call on me.
Perfect. Okay. So I'm actually going to just stop my video whilst I'm doing this. Okay, so I'm going to tell you a bit more about Fancourt today. I think a lot of you know the property. A lot of you might not even know the property, but that's what we're here for. Fancourt is a 5-star luxury resort that's located in George in the Western Cape. It's a mere hour and 40-minute flight from Johannesburg and a 50-minute flight from Cape Town. It's located 7 kilometers from the George Airport. The drive is always very scenic, and I've never experienced any traffic in George, which is always amazing. It's a massive property, 613 hectares, but with that, it's a stunningly beautiful property with the Outeniqua mountain range as its backdrop. We have refurbished the entire property, so what you see is really what you get. We have a hotel that is made up of 115 hotel rooms, and these range between your classic room, your luxury room, and your 1-bedroom suite. The only difference there is the size of the room that varies as you go up in category. Otherwise, amenities in the room are exactly the same. A lot of people don't know about a boutique hotel that's located on the Fancourt estate. It's called the Manor House. This is where you go, where you're looking for the absolute luxurious experience. If you think that Fancourt is 5-star, this is a notch above that. We have 18 suites here in total that range between Homewood, Oaklands, and your master suite. Unfortunately, no children under the age of 16 are allowed at the Manor House, but for the rest of the resort, we are child friendly. Here you will get your high tea in the afternoons. There's a private bar area, a library area, a lounge. It's really something special. Exclusive swimming pool, and then the use of the gazebo. When it comes to dining at Fancourt, you're literally spoiled for choice, seeing that we have 4 on-site restaurants to choose from. There's something there for everybody's palate, starting with the club lounge, very informal, burgers and chips. You'll see a lot of our golfers hanging around here pre and post their round of golf. Monet's, they have the most amazing pastries that are all made on site at Fancourt. La Cantina, this is our Mediterranean-inspired restaurant, and our chefs, Matteo and Vito, are actually from Italy, so it makes it all that more authentic. Henry White's is where you go to for your classic dining experience. It is a 40-seater restaurant, so it also works really well for those intimate functions. If you are an avid golfer, Fancourt is definitely the place to be, seeing that we have 3 18-hole golf courses on site. So they are all in the top 17 in South Africa. The Links is currently the #1 golf course in SA. Then we've got Montague coming in at number 8 and Outeniqua at number 17. Even if you're not a golfer, I always encourage our guests to take a walk around the property and just take in all that scenic beauty that surrounds you. We have a stunning spa that is made up of 12 treatment rooms, and with the spa comes the Roman bath. So all you can do here is just relax and recuperate, recharge your batteries. Our conference center comprises of 7 venues, the largest of which is the banquet hall that actually currently, obviously we don't exceed the 50 people, but generally it can take up to 400 people cinema style. We've got a sports and leisure center, so it is definitely a place to go to if you are traveling with your family. We do like to obviously push the fact that Fancourt isn't just about golf. The entire family can have an amazing stay with us. The kids are taken care of. We have a cinema where we screen movies, serve popcorn and slushies, an area for the little ones to be looked after with childminders, a games room, so they literally never want to leave the kids club. A fully equipped gym so you can stay active at Fancourt, a heated indoor pool, an outdoor pool, 4 tennis courts, and then lastly, we come down to our activities. Here on site, you can go fishing, you can go cycling, we've got all the trails to explore. And then in the area itself, many people will often ask me, you know, why should I go to George? What's happening in George? But why not George and the garden route? It's an absolutely beautiful destination, and you're literally spoiled for choice as to what to do off-site. We teamed up with a tour operator called Tours for South Africa that have put together a whole bunch of packages, from a game drive that you can do 45 minutes away to Harold's Wine. It's a lovely family-owned winery that's located about 30 minutes away from Fancourt. There's Oudtshoorn, Plettenberg Bay, Knysna, Tsitsikamma, you name it, the list is endless. But if you have any questions after this, you're more than welcome to get in touch if there's anything we can assist with, whether it's a business inquiry or a leisure inquiry. We would be happy to host you. We have reopened, so we actually opened up on the 1st of September, and we're looking forward to having you stay over. That's it from me.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Nadia. That was outstanding. And of course, you didn't mention this because you want people to know it's more than just a golf resort. But do you guys know where the #1 golf course in the country is? The #1 golf course country is called the Links, which is right there at Fancourt. And I got to play it for my birthday because it is an outstanding course. So I don't know if you probably can't see our chat, but the chat group is people are going bossies over here. They even want to see your presentation, like they want to get your presentation.
Yes, no problem. I can send that through. But it's a breathtakingly beautiful property. I had a client I presented to a while back and I showed her the images. And one thing I can say is that the images are not lying. What you see is what you get.
Absolutely.
And she thought, it's probably Photoshop in overdrive. And I said to her, that is not the case.
100%.
Her at Fan Court, and she took me aside and actually said, wow, you weren't, making it all up. So it
is one of the most spectacular places in the world, and I've traveled internationally. It truly, truly is. It makes me realize what a great country we live in, guys. We should be proud of this country in so many ways. So Christina's got a gift that she'd like to give away, that somebody's going to be winning 2 nights for 2 people at the B&B's bed and breakfast basis at Fan Court. So you'll receive bed and breakfast. It's valued at 7,600 South African rands. Who would like to win the prize? So at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to bring Dan on, and Dan, the man, the Stiller man, is going to spin the wheel. So Dan, spin that wheel, baby. Guys, start visualizing your name popping through there, because we've got 2 of you, one of you winning a 2-night stay, bed and breakfast covered. It probably doesn't include a flight, so you need to pay for your own flights, and it looks for Mamelo. I know Mamela means listen, but I don't know what Mamelo means. Mamelo, you have just won a 2-night stay at the Fan Court Resort down in George. Let us know that you're there, Mamelo. Are you there, baby? Congratulations to you. You've just won. If you are not here, I'm going to take it. I haven't seen your name. Is it going to me? I think it's going to be me who gets the prize. Mamelo's not here. Robin Banks will be taking the prize. I haven't seen Mamelo come online. Is she? Mamelo, I'm kidding. I don't see your name. So please let us know that you are indeed in the room, because if you're not in the room, we need to give it to somebody else. Is she there, Dan? Dan?
So Robin, I can't see Mamelo, but I can see a Huawei P30 Lite in the audience has put up his or her hand. That could be Mamelo.
Okay, so the Huawei 30, let me know if it's you. Mamelo, say it's me. And if it's you, the Huawei 30 in the audience, say it's me. And we're going to check your name, so don't be jajarach. But anyhow, you guys let us know. Christiana, thank you so much for your sponsorship and for supporting this event, and all the best with your resort during these challenging times. May you guys not only manage to make it through, but may you actually grow, and may things go well for you. Thank you so much for sponsoring.
Thank you so much, Robin. It's been a pleasure. Bye.
Bye-bye, Ms. Boles. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are running a little bit late. To be exact, we are probably running 12 minutes late, which means I will probably finish in a little bit shorter, because I had 10 minutes after our next speaker finishes, because I really don't want to cut her short. You are in for a treat. We have saved the best. Well, they've all been outstanding, but we have saved another outstanding speaker. And our next speaker is a lady now, Nadia. I hope I'm going to do your surname the justice it deserves. Nadia Bilchik. You'll have to tell me when you come up. Is it right? Nadia Bilchik. Now, Nadia is a very shy, introverted person, and she hates being on camera and she hates speaking. No, not true at all. Let me read you just a little bit about Nadia, and we're going to show a video. So if you can switch your camera off for a moment, because I want you to come in with a bang and a wow. So Nadia is an internationally renowned television personality, communication training expert, best-selling author, and keynote speaker. I don't know if you could take all of that in. As a TV anchor, reporter, and editorial producer at CNN, in case you don't know, CNN cable news network based in the States, for the Weekend Morning Show. She anchored and hosted feature programs for CNN and CNN International. She is a wealth of knowledge, and we're going to show you a quick little video, and then we're going to bring Nadia in. So enjoy this video quickly. Ladies and gentlemen, we are having some technical problems. Please hold, caller. We are about to get the video going. And I like what Mbali says. Nadia is dazzling. How's that, Nadia? You are dazzling. What a great way to describe you.
Okay, so some technical issues. It doesn't want to play. So I'm going to line it up in a different format. You're going to need to give me about a minute or two. So maybe you want to...
I'm very happy to give you a minute or two. So, ladies and gentlemen, how many of you have heard Nadia speak before? I see Mbali says that she's dazzling. Mariam says, I'm starstruck, Nadia. Have always watched you on CNN. So there we go. Jasmine says, me. So only 3 of you know Nadia Bilchik. Where have you been? You should see this chick. She's amazing. Oh, Zakira says, I know, she's amazing. Carol Ann says, yes. Okay, lots of you coming through. Damantla, Shabudina. I like that you always spell Shabudina with a capital A at the end, Shabudina. I've noticed that. Doyinette says, yes. You know, if you give Robin a minute, he'll take 5, says Tracy van der Zol. Tracy van der Zol, don't be jajarach. You should be drinking wine by now. So it's a username, but I like Shabudina A. Amazing lady. All right, so let us know how you're going. Otherwise, we'll just go straight over to Nadia. It sounds like she needs no introduction. She's a legend already, as known. So Dan, how are you winning Mr. Stillerman? Or should we just go straight into Nadia?
I'm working furiously behind the scenes here.
Okay,
give me 1 sec.
While he's working furiously, I'll tell you another joke. Can I tell you one of my favorite all-time jokes? This guy's walking down the road in Mumbai. It is hot, like Mumbai hot. And as he's walking down the road, he hears this guy on the side of the road, and the guy's selling fans. And the guy says, fans, 1 rupee each, fans. Get your fan here today, lifetime guarantee. And so he says, yeah, you know, it's a hot day. Let me go and buy myself a fan. And so he comes up to the guy, and he looks at the fan. He's about to buy the fan. And he says, excuse me, sir, your fan's made out of paper. He says, that's right, sir. Made out of paper, Indian paper, top quality, lifetime guarantee, never break. He says, of course it's going to break. It's made out of paper. No, sir. Can't be breaking. Lifetime guarantee, never break. So he thinks, okay, well, let me try it. Oh, you can't see my face. Oh, thank you for that. You have to see my face for this. He says, lifetime guarantee, never break. So he thinks, you know, it's only 1 rupee. Let me buy myself the fan. So he buys himself a fan, and as he turns around to walk away, he starts fanning himself. What happens a minute later? The fan breaks. And he thinks, you know, this isn't about the money, this is the principle. So he turns around, he goes back to the guy, he says, excuse me, sir, I've been using your fan for 1 minute. This thing has already broken. No, sir, no, can't be breaking. Lifetime guarantee, only 1 rupee. He said, but you said it's got a lifetime guarantee. He says, no, don't worry, sir. I replace your fan. But sir, before I replace your fan, please, you can do me a favor. Take another fan and show me how you have been fanning yourself. So he takes another fan, starts fanning himself. What happens a minute later? It breaks. He says, look, this one is also broken. He says, oh no, sir. He says, now I'm seeing your problem. He says, sir, this is India. He says, in India, you don't fan yourself like this. He says, in India, you fan yourself like this. It is much better. All right, so that is my bad joke. But the good news is that Dan the Stiller Man has the video. So Dan, back over to you. Please play that video.
Nadia Bilchik is a television news anchor, keynote speaker, author, trainer, and communications consultant.
19 #1 best-selling. You have been nominated and won so many awards throughout your careers.
She has a wealth of experience interviewing and consulting with well-renowned figures, celebrities, and corporations. Nadia speaks on how to get people to like you, trust you, and want to do business with you.
Over the last few weeks, the entire world has been monitoring the treatment of your grandfather, Nelson Mandela. And my job was to introduce it and provide.
With topics like leveraging the power of your personal presence, networking for success, and lighting the fire. Nadia Bilchik.
Ladies and gentlemen, all the way from the United States of America, it's 9 o'clock in the morning or 9:23 in the morning. Please help me welcome our very own, you can hear she's a South African, Nadia Bilchik. How are you doing, Nadia?
Robin, you are so awesome. First of all, let's just take a moment and say what Robin did there. So for those of you who've experienced technical problems or stress in general, he just went with the flow. So that is the consummate professional. And thank you to Joni Petty. My sage tea was being ordered already on Amazon while she was speaking, not to mention the omega-3. So thank you all, because I have learned so much already.
Awesome.
So
thank you, Jody.
really. So just, I'm going to ask everybody to think for a moment about March, okay? Where you were in your life around March 12th. Can everyone just take a moment and think about that? March 12th, what was going on in your lives? And why I ask you about that date is I was in Fayetteville, Arkansas. So Fayetteville, Arkansas is a place that's quite obscure, but Bill Clinton made it famous. And I was delivering a face-to-face program for Coca-Cola in Fayetteville, Arkansas. Walmart is also in Fayetteville, Arkansas. And I'm doing this face-to-face program, and I'm at the airport afterwards. And I remember sending a message, for goodness sake, people, get a grip. Don't let your sanity slip. The planes are flying, life is normal, what's wrong with you, right? That was March 12th. Friday the 13th March, all my in-person, and Robin and Joni and many of the people here, professional speakers, can relate to this, my in-person gigs were all cancelled. Or at that stage, we thought they were postponed, but they were cancelled. So I don't know what happened in your life. So I went from traveling, doing in-person presentations and workshops to everything being cancelled. And I started having to set up a home office. I hadn't actually heard about Zoom. I knew there was something called Zoom. And at one point, I think I'd done a Zoom call without my camera on because my husband had put so much security on my computer. So I don't know if you'd heard about Zoom by March 12th, but I want to do a quick poll with you and ask you actually to put this into the chat. How many of you since March 12th or since March, April have been working virtually? So put a V in if as a result of COVID-19, you've been working virtually, put a V into the chat. And if you are still working at the office, then put an O. So I'm curious to know how many of you are working office and how many are working virtually. So far, I see one person office, virtually, 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 office, virtually, and office, office, V, 1 O. Okay, interesting. So some people both, but the vast majority of you are either working virtually or both, and a couple of people are back in the office, right? So like you, I had to learn a whole lot of new things. Now, the reality is, as you saw from my tape, I am used to being in front of a television camera. I've been either in front of a television camera or behind one for over 3 decades. But even for me, this transition to a virtual world has required a lot of adaptation. So what I want to share with you in the time we have together, and then I hope I have some Q&A from Robin because that's a highlight, is what are some of the things we can do to ensure that each and every virtual interaction is maximized? And obviously all these principles work as well in person. But as I see, virtually both, virtually both. So when we think about the transition from our in-person to our virtual worlds, I'm curious, what has been the biggest challenge for you? What works, what doesn't work? And on that topic, I want us to take a moment and say, why are we here? Why are we doing this session right now? Besides that, it is absolutely wonderful to be in the company of all of you. The adaptation from in-person to virtual cannot be underestimated. We think it's a matter of just switching on a camera and we're there. No, don't you find it takes so much more energy, and it really is a challenge. So I want us to think about these virtual interactions, and I'm going to take you through what works and what doesn't work. You've now sat through so many of these virtual interactions. I'm going to ask you to think about in virtual engagement, okay? In virtual engagement, what works and what doesn't work? What is positive and what is negative? What is helping you and what is difficult for you? So when you think about what you've just even watched today, what about these virtual presentations made you pay attention? When you watch Joni, when you listen to Robin, what makes you pay attention and what makes you completely zone out? So you say it takes energy. It does take energy, but I'm going to ask you to think about what enhances the virtual interaction. So take a moment and type in what makes that virtual interaction engaging for you and what makes you zone out. Now, I hope I'm on speaker view right now. Dan, am I on speaker view? People can see me fully.
Yep, 100%.
Wonderful. So if you look behind me, I want you to take a moment and think about, you have sat through these virtual interactions, right? What enhances and what detracts. What enhances and what detracts. So the things that come up in all my sessions is what works. What are the things that work are things like just eye contact. Eye contact is one of the most important things in terms of you coming across as a professional virtually, right? A detractor would be you looking distracted and you looking around. So now I'm going to ask you this, and I'm going to ask you, and again to type into the chat, is eye contact something that is verbal? Is it what I'm saying, or is it non-verbal? Is it how I'm saying it? I want you to think about that. Is it verbal? Is it non-verbal, or is it both? Is eye contact verbal, non-verbal, or both? Non-verbal. And you said the voice of a person. Somebody says the voice of a person. Is voice what I'm saying or how I'm saying it? Is it verbal, non-verbal, or both? Clear voice. Is a clear voice verbal or non-verbal? Somebody said appearance and background. Is the way I'm dressed today verbal? So when I think about verbal, it's what I'm actually saying. When I think about non-verbal, it's how I'm saying it. So verbal, non-verbal, both. Is playing with your hair or having a gesture that doesn't make sense, is that verbal, non-verbal, or both? That would be non-verbal. Correct. You're also brilliant. So when you think about coming across professionally on camera, it's verbal and it's non-verbal, but there's also a lot of both. So now I'm going to ask Dan to put up our poll, and our poll is going to ask you this. Dan, the poll. How long do you think it takes to make a first impression? Dan is going to put up the poll. Do you think it takes 7 seconds to make a first impression, 30 seconds, or 2 minutes? In the poll, what do you think? 7 seconds, 30 seconds, or 2 minutes? Okay, and then just press submit.
Nadia, I think, should we give them 7 seconds, 30 seconds, or 2 minutes to do the poll? 30 seconds.
You have exactly 3 seconds to do the poll, as in 1, 2, 3, done. You told me this was the advanced group, it really is. Okay, so for those of you who said 7 seconds, you are right. Okay, and we had 77% of people say 7 seconds, 30 seconds, 19, and 2 minutes, 4%. Particularly on camera, it's about 7 seconds, and obviously it's different for different people, to create this positive first impression. And the question is, how much of that is verbal, what you say, how much of it is non-verbal, how you say it, and how much of it is both. So what I am going to share with you in the short time that we have is that it's in fact both. There's what you say is important, but don't underestimate the how you say it. Now, there was a professor at UCLA University, and about 60 years ago, he said 7% of an impression is the actual words you use. He said 93% is the nonverbal, and that was everything from facial expression to body language. But he was talking about in person. In a virtual world, I like to think of it as 50-50. 50% is what you say and 50% is how you say it. 50% is the nonverbal, but don't underestimate the non-verbal. So the 3 non-verbals that we're actually going to focus on today as hard, concrete tips for each and every person here are the following. We're going to focus on these. We're going to focus on the non-verbal of eye contact. So seeing we're all virtual, and I can't see all of you, but what I would urge you to do is literally take your hands from your eyes and put them like that towards wherever your camera is. So on your computer, or if you've got, like me, a separate camera, literally take a hand and make sure that your eyes are level to where that camera is. And that may mean that you want to put it on a book or put it on blocks or change it around. But eye contact is so important. And so often, look what happens. If I'm looking down at Robin and Dan right now, can you see I'm looking down at them? How do you feel? If I look down, you don't feel like I'm looking at you. So on all your virtual calls, think about, am I looking directly at the camera? Because looking directly at the camera is the same thing as looking at you. If you want to look down at the person who's speaking, glance down and then make sure you look back at the camera. Okay, so locate your camera, eye line to camera, and make sure that that camera isn't so close that you look like that or so far. So play with it, number 1. Number 2, we've got is your lighting. Lighting. As far as possible, put light in front of you. Now, is light a verbal or a non-verbal? Lighting is not a verbal thing. It's not what you say. It's a non-verbal. But all of these things contribute to that 7-second first impression. So if you have a big window behind you, you can look like a cardboard cutout, like a silhouette. I always say you look like you're in the witness protection program. So think about lighting. And then there's the background. So depending on where you are, and sometimes particularly for those of you who are working from home, you may not have the perfect space, but try and have a space that is uncluttered as possible. It's so interesting. So over the last couple of months, I've had a lot of calls with people. I once had a conversation with someone who was in a tiny apartment in New York, and I was the client, and he had a very badly messy bed behind him. And I just couldn't help but say, can you at least make your bed? So it's just sometimes the tiny things that you want to have this nice uncluttered background. So those are a couple of things in terms of just background, lighting, and eye contact. But I can't leave you today without sharing 4 important things, and that is called lighting a fire. Because in each and every in-person and virtual interaction, there are 4 key things that really help us. And I'm going to go through them fairly quickly, and I do have some video that I'll give you to watch afterwards because I do not want to miss out on that Robin conversation and your questions. But in all interactions, virtual or non-virtual, one of the most important things we can do is feel good about ourselves. And I want you to take a moment right now and say, what is going on in your life? And I saw very few of you are back in the office. Most people are working virtually. If you're working virtually, that means there's a lot going on. So how are you feeling about yourself? Feeling good about yourself and exuding positive energy is so critical. So what I've developed is a methodology that I call access to your positive emotional memory database. And that is, in a moment of crisis, or if you're feeling stressed, I'm going to ask you to think about what positive thing, what moment in your life can you focus on for just a second that brings you joy? So I'm going to show you some of mine. I'm going to show you some of the things that when I'm feeling stressed, I think about these things. And by thinking about these things, I automatically relax. So you can see there's a picture when I opened the SOS Children's Villages with Mandela. That was a beautiful moment. Thinking about that brings me joy. You can see a picture of my 2 children who are now grown married women, but just thinking about them gives me a sense of ease. And the top picture is actually a very famous American talk show host called John Oliver. And he used some of my CNN segments when we were talking about FIFA and the World Cup. So I always say John Oliver and I helped expose FIFA, but those things make me feel relaxed and comfortable. So take a moment and say, if you're having a very stressful day and you now have to put your camera on and have an interaction, what can you think about that shifts your energy and makes you smile? So I call that feel good about yourself. And I did a whole TEDx talk on this. It was called Own Your Confidence. And Dan is going to type it into the chat, Own Your Confidence. And Own Your Confidence is a TEDx Emory talk. And I go into a lot more detail around your positive emotional memory database and how you can use that in moments of stress. The second part of lighting the fire is to show genuine interest in others. So think about, in virtual interactions, you don't have someone's entire body to get cues, and you don't have that chat in the break room or that chat before a meeting or that chat with your boss or that chat with your coworker. You don't have that. So how do you create that in a virtual world? And the ability after even a session like this to email somebody afterwards, Joni Petty, me, and say, Nadia, something you said really resonated with me. We have to work so much harder to go from that connection that we have with someone to a real conversation. And, you know, just call somebody you haven't called in a while. Call a coworker that you haven't seen. Speak to them. Make the effort to show genuine interest in others. I love what Bill Nye, the science guy, says. He goes, everyone you meet knows something you don't. And just that ability to ask someone questions and be genuinely interested is so critical. And we sometimes forget to do it online because it's not organic. So you ask, how do you overcome panic? So this is a perfect time while I find my rest of my fire to share with you. Dan is now going to play you another video that's just going to show you some tips and techniques that really help you in the moment just to overcome any anxiety or panic or stress as we're probably all experiencing right now.
Hello, I'm Nadia Belchik, a professional speaker and broadcaster. And I speak around the world and I get asked lots of questions. I get asked, who's the best person you've ever interviewed? What was it like to meet Nelson Mandela? And is George Clooney really so sexy? But the question I get asked most, and this is from Dubai to Durban, is before you give a presentation or before you stand up in front of a group of people, do you get nervous? So I'm going to share a couple of tips, a couple of great antidotes to dealing with your nerves. The first and most powerful antidote to nervousness is mental. What is your mind focusing on when you feel nervous? And at this point, I ask you to start developing something called your positive emotional memory database. And what is that? That's a series of positive past experiences that validate you. So think for a moment of anything in the last couple of years, be it a job, promotion, or getting a job, or even watching your child being born. Something that when you recall makes you smile, makes you feel successful, confident, and powerful. And as you get nervous and as you're faced with an intimidating scenario, simply play that video in your mind, and it's amazing how your body will respond. The second thing that I always do is I go to the far end of wherever I'm speaking or to the back end of the CNN newsroom, and I do something rather unusual. I take a deep breath in and I go 1, 2, 3, huh! Let me show you that again. 1, 2, 3, huh! Now, that's one of those things that you really have to do backstage and not in front of your audience. One of the tendencies when people get nervous is that their voice often gets high-pitched and breathy. So one of the most powerful things you can do so that you don't sound nervous is a series of voice exercises. Very simply, taking the vowel sounds A, E, I, O, and U. Start with hum, mum, mum, hum, mum, mum, hum, mum, mum, with the vowel sound E, him-mim, 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 him-mim with vowel sound I, him-mim, 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 him-mim with vowel sound O, hum-mum, hum-mum, hum-mum with the vowel sound U, hum-mum, hum-mum, hum-mum. I hope you notice the sound is now in front of my mouth and it's very resonant and round and it sounds deep and I sound relaxed. One of the best antidote to nerves is the 3 Ps of practice, practice, practice. Know who you're speaking to, what you want them to think, feel, and do as a result of this communication. And I like to ask a question when I start a presentation. That way, the focus goes from me and the attention goes from me to the audience. So practice asking a question. I've shared a couple of tips with you, and very briefly, if you want more detail on any of these, please take a look at my book, Small Changes, Big Impact, which is maximizing your presence and leveraging the power of your personal brand. It is available on Amazon.com. Hem-mem, hem-mem, him-mim, hum-mum, hum-mum, hem, him, him, hum, hum, hem-mem, 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 him-mim, mim, 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 hum-mum, 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 mum, 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 mum. So just a couple of things, a couple of antidotes to nervousness. And you know, it's not only about not being nervous. I mean, we're all dealing with some.
All right, guys, I'm not sure if it's just me or if Nadia has frozen. Let me know on your side if Nadia has frozen, or is it just me that's having technical issues? Okay, she has frozen. Okay, we'll wait until she comes back, but let us know in the chat so long. How are you finding this presentation as a presenter? Oh, Nadia, you're back. We lost you for a moment. You went into freeze mode.
Good.
Back to Nadia, back to Nadia.
Thank you, Robin. So what I wanted to share with you today was the 4 things that really make a difference in all interactions, but don't underestimate the extra attention that our virtual interactions require to come across as professional. So number 1 was this idea of just checking in with yourself, the feeling good about yourself, that positive emotional memory. And by the way, some of those exercises, no, don't do in front of anyone. They're to be done privately. So first, just check in with how you feel about yourself. And then the showing genuine interest. The R is relationships, and relationships in a virtual world, as I've said, require so much more attention. And then it's the engaging with the energy, excitement, and enthusiasm. And that, I have mentioned, is both verbal, it's what you say, but it's also how you say it. It's the verbal, the nonverbal, and the both. And if in each and every action and each and every time you are communicating with, be it higher ups, colleagues, direct reports, whoever is in your orbit, you remember these things, it just increases the quality of the interaction. And the reality is we may be virtual for the next year, we're not sure. And even if we do go back to work, the reality is it will be a hybrid situation of work, as many of you said, both. But don't underestimate what it takes to just be relaxed and make the most of all of these online challenging things. So at this point, Robin, I'd like to know about questions from you before I say anything more.
All right, guys, please do post your questions. And while you're doing that, I definitely have a question, and I'm going to use this opportunity. So what I did with my background is that I was going to change it, but then a friend of mine said it actually represents what I teach. I teach people about having a vision board, having a clear vision for your life, having quotes, etc. But I love yours, and so I'm a little bit torn. What's your feeling?
So I think that there's both. I mean, the reality is here we're celebrating Johannesburg Secretaries Day. So for the people in our audience, for most of you, the key is that you are credible and confident and that you come across as professional, right? So the key for that would be just a decent, uncluttered background. For you, Robin, in the world of a professional speaker, as long as your background is enhancing your message,
And that's true for all of us with everything we do. So is my background and the way I'm doing it supporting what I'm saying? So if your background is supporting what you're saying, but because we are trying to engage people, right now we have about 150 people with us. My goal is to keep you as entertained and engaged as possible, hence showing video background. Right. So for you as somebody who is infotainment, because you offer great advice, guidance, information, your background could be taken up a notch for more engagement.
Okay.
So you might want to, now if you're doing a workshop and you're needing that background to illustrate certain things, works perfectly. But is there animation in it?
Yeah.
You know, one of the things we know is everybody who's watching right now, and I know this is Joburg's Secretaries Day, so for you as secretaries, you support a lot of people who do presentations. Am I correct? Yes, I'm sure I am, right? And you may be even writing their presentations or preparing their presentations. It's that reminder that in order to capture people's attention, we need to get them emotionally, intellectually, visually, kinesthetically. So are we doing everything we can to engage you?
Awesome.
Which is why I put my slides behind me instead of having to do a slide share.
What platform do you use for that?
Okay, so Joni mentioned Nico Stain, but there's something called eCam, and I'll send you all of those. And Nico, who is South African, did my background for me, and he taught me how to put the slides in the back and to change them.
Awesome. So guys, I think for those of you who are EAs and PAs, certainly as somebody who does this, I know how much I would value this. So I think you should just take note of that. But we do have a couple of questions here for you. Jasmine says, Nadia, how does presenting in South Africa differ from in the US? Is the audience different? And how did your presenting style change, if at all? And does that count in the virtual world also?
Well, it goes to knowing your audience. So in the virtual world, whoever we're presenting to, whoever we're presenting information to, do we know our audience? So I've had to learn certain words. So for example, if I'm speaking to an American audience, I might say transition instead of transition. But if you look at my CNN segments, I pretty much kept my accent. What I have had to do, obviously, if I'm talking to an American audience, I might have to explain things that I wouldn't have to a South African audience.
Right.
So, but the bottom line is whoever you're speaking to, it's knowing your audience. So I did a different presentation today to all of you than I would to salespeople for a pharmaceutical. I recently did a whole lot of training for people who are selling a Botox type equivalent, because you may not necessarily be the person who's out there giving the presentation.
Ooh.
But having said that, each and every one of us, the certain things about the question I get asked most, Robin, this is an interesting one, is having your camera on. Should you have your camera on? And it just depends. If you are simply there to visit because you need the information and you showing up without your camera is irrelevant. And I know that it's also difficult in South Africa because with the internet connection, right? And having your camera on means you use extra internet. So that becomes a difficult question. But for you, Robin, so let's say you know it's a very, very important meeting and it's important that you show up, try and have your camera on. If there's faulty internet connection, explain, I'm having some difficulty with my internet. So sorry, I'm going to my audio only for that reason. I do a lot of work with various South African companies and individuals, and just them explaining to me, Nadia, I hope you don't think, I'm being rude, not coming onto my camera, but we're having difficulty with the internet. Because in the absence of proper information, people come to their own conclusions.
Awesome. I just want to say you're such an example of what you're speaking about, because I just look at the way you've put everything together, your outfit. I don't know if it's meant to match your background.
Okay, so let's talk about that. I'd like to talk about outfits. So there's something in outfits that we call SPF, structure, proportion, and fit.
Okay.
So the more authoritative you want to look, the more structure, proportion, and fit you want to have. So I'm speaking to you as the authority today, hence I'm wearing a jacket that gives me structure, proportion, and fit. Now you're working from home, so you're not necessarily expected to have to be in a suit and a jacket, but I'm wearing a little t-shirt underneath, and then I put on a jacket to give me SPF, structure, proportion, and fit, because it gives me a sense of authority. And the fact is we do know people are working from home. So scruffy is not acceptable. You don't need to dress up, but just even something that has a collar already gives you more structure, proportion, and fit than just a t-shirt. So I see, Robin, you're wearing a very well-ironed collared shirt. That gives you structure, proportion, and fit. But if you were going to be interviewed by me for CNN,
I'll put a jacket on.
Wear a jacket, even if you don't wear a tie.
Yeah. Now I'd wear a jacket for a different occasion. Some of my, when I'm speaking about health and vitality, I wear a tight t-shirt. So,
and just looking at your background in full, it's very professional. But I'm saying to all of anyone who's watching today, it's to say, is your background enhancing and assisting you and sending a message? Because I want to go back to this, and that is everything you do and say communicates. And if you've taken away one thing from today, it's the verbal and the nonverbal. It's what you say, but all the other things, the body language, your facial expression, the nonverbals are equally important. And your background is a nonverbal.
On the background thing, sorry, I'm going to ask one last question because there's one last question and then we do need to go because load shedding is going to kick in. Welcome to South Africa. So question I wanted to ask you is that I've noticed that with some people's backgrounds, you know, their hand goes into the ocean and their head disappears. But with yours, I've noticed that it actually what makes yours so much better? Because I don't want to get those things behind me where I find my hand disappear.
I agree. And again, it's circumstantial. So you want to be able to use it, and not all platforms allow us to use it. Remember that. So the key is to have a very good green screen. So, and a green piece of fabric, you can literally take a green piece of fabric. I've got a vivid green fabric. I can show it to you very quickly so you can all see it. That helps.
Yeah, I'd love to see that.
But the other thing, I'm going to stop so that I go straight to there. Can you see green screen?
Oh, that's amazing. Holy macaroni. So then what does that help you put on a better background? What does that do?
Yes, because what the green screen does is it allows me to key in a virtual background. It allows me to key in a virtual background. Now, there's some platforms that allow this, some that don't, but please, I'm going to give all these resources to you because whoever's watching who would like to take these, please, I love to share. So that's very important. But if you, for example, let's say I decide I'm going to have a background of Hawaii, I like to tie it in the same way when I do presentation skills coaching. I say to people, you can tell, and by the way, you know, you can tell the best joke, but does it tie into some meaning? So for example, if I've got Hawaii behind me, I might say, I've got a picture of Hawaii behind me because that's where I'd like to be right now.
Right, got it.
You know, so just, we want everything to make sense in this virtual world. So there's one more question that I want to do a quick recap because
let me do it for you very quickly. How do you ensure, it's a very good question actually, how do you ensure that feeling good about yourself does not come across as a person who throws weight, especially to people who don't have the confidence or are insecure? So how does me feeling good about myself make me not feel that I'm better than other people kind of thing?
Okay, so the key to this deep inner positive emotional memory database development is when you're feeling nervous or when you're feeling stressed, is just that ability to create this neural pathway. And I know Joni spoke about neural pathways in the brain that give you the confidence to deal. And I know particularly in the world of secretaries and executive assistants, sometimes you're dealing with a boss who causes you stress. And sometimes you need to remind yourself that you can deal with this. So there's a difference between my coming across as overconfident and arrogant and that deep inner confidence that says I have a right to be here and I am also a valuable individual. But I go into that in detail. It's TEDx Emery, Own Your Confidence. And I hope I answer those questions there. Beautiful. So as I wrap up, really to say is we're all navigating a new normal. And if you can just think about that virtual interaction, be it on camera, via the phone, email, text, requires intentionality. And please just be aware of the what I'm saying, the how I'm saying it. Because when we cause offense, it's very often in the how, not the what. So if I say to somebody, there seems to be some miscommunication, as opposed to there seems to be some miscommunication. Just focus on what and how, and lighting the fire, which is just a deep sense of, I will be okay. I'll exude positive confidence. I'll show genuine interest in you. The focus on relationships and just engaging with a sense of joy, which can be challenging at this time. So please, I ask every single person who's watching this, link in with me if you're on LinkedIn. And I'd love to know what your takeaway is. I'm on LinkedIn. If you're on LinkedIn, and LinkedIn is a virtual platform that everybody should be on, please link in with me and give me your email on LinkedIn so that I can send you additional resources and ideas and hopefully just be of value to you. So wishing you just a beautiful Secretaries Day, because you are the people who support the people who make it happen, and they would not be okay without you.
Thank you, Nadia Brilchik. Thank you. You've been absolutely awesome. You did not disappoint. You are a legend and make us proud. Keep flying the flag high. And thank you so much for being with us today. Guys, please do let Nadia know in the chat and do email her. Let her know how you found the presentation. I personally gained a lot. I think everybody loved when you did the green screen. When you showed the green, they're like, whoa, that's amazing. So thank you, Nadia. So guys, you can go out, you can leave us now, Nadia. You can switch off your camera, but please do stay and read the comments. And there's the green screen again. It's amazing. I can't believe what it looks like. So guys, we have come to the end of the road. No, I can't let go. It's so natural. You belong to me. I belong to you. So what an amazing, amazing a day. I just want to say from my side to all of the speakers who have been with us today, wow, 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 wow. You guys really went above and beyond and gave such an incredible, incredible presentation today. I was personally blown away, but wait, there's more. We'll be back tomorrow for more. So we've got a lot of great speakers tomorrow. I think tomorrow we finish at 3 o'clock. You need to watch me because I might forget. But also just to let you guys know, I mainly run a program which is called Mind Power. It's a program which is a 3-month journey where you come and study with me to learn about your mind. But I'm doing a free Mind Power workshop next week, Wednesday, 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. here on webinar. So you can click on the link. We'll put the link in there. Please sign up. It's a free webinar, and it'll be a 2-hour session, and I'd love to have you guys there. It is now 4 o'clock, which means that a lot of you, your load shedding is kicking in, but please do give us some comments, and we look forward to being with you tomorrow. Have a great night. Sleep well. Make sure you get at least 7 to 8 hours of sleep tonight. Go well. And as always, don't forget to be awesome. Before I say bye, have I left anything out, Dan, the Still a Man?
No, you're good. You've covered all the bases. We're going to see you at 9 a.m. tomorrow. I'm going to share this. Same link, same time as this morning. So we'll see you then.
Awesome like a foursome. Thank you, beautiful people. Oh, did we find the winner? The Mamelo, did she claim her prize? Dan, the Still a Man?
That I'm not sure about. We'll need to check and maybe advise in the morning.
Okay, cool. She needs to be in the room. Otherwise, the prize automatically falls towards Robin Banks. That's the way it's designed in this system. So have a great night, guys. Thank you for being with us today. Bye.